Chapter 1 of Plain Tales from the Hills. Lisbeth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Plain Tales from the Hills by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 1. Lisbeth. Look, you have cast out love. What gods are these, you bid me please? The 3 in 1, the 1 in 3, not so. To my own gods I go. It may be they shall give me greater ease than your cold Christ and tangled trinities. From The Convert. She was the daughter of Sanu, a hillman, and Jada, his wife. One year their maize failed, and 2 bears spent the night in their only poppy field just above the Sutej Valley on the Kotgarth side. So next season they turned Christian and brought their baby to the mission to be baptized. The Kotgarth chaplain christened her Elizabeth, and Lisbeth is the hill or Pahari pronunciation. Later cholera came into the Kotgarth valley and carried off Sanu and Jada, and Lisbeth became half servant, half companion to the wife of the then chaplain of Kotgarth. This was after the reign of the Moravian missionaries, but before Kotgarth had quite forgotten her title of Mistress of the Northern Hills. Whether Christianity improved Lisbeth, or whether the gods of her own people would have done as much for her under any circumstances, I do not know. But she grew very lovely. When a hill girl grows lovely, she is worth travelling 50 miles over bad ground to look upon. Lisbeth had a Greek face, one of those faces people paint so often and see so seldom. She was of a pale ivory colour, and for her race extremely tall. Also she possessed eyes that were wonderful, and had she not been dressed in the abominable print cloths affected by missions, you would, meeting her on the hillside unexpectedly, have thought her the original Diana of the Romans going out to slay. Lisbeth took to Christianity readily, and did not abandon it when she reached womanhood, as do some hill girls. Her own people hated her because she had, they said, become a Mem Sahib, and washed herself daily, and the chaplain's wife did not know what to do with her. Somehow one cannot ask a stately goddess 5 feet 10 in her shoes to clean plates and dishes. So she played with the chaplain's children, and took classes in the Sunday school, and read all the books in the house, and grew more and more beautiful, like the princesses in fairy tales. The chaplain's wife said that the girl ought to take service in Simla as a nurse, or something genteel. But Lisbeth did not want to take service. She was very happy where she was. When travellers, there were not many in those years, came to Kotgarth, Lisbeth used to lock herself into her own room for fear they might take her away to Simla, or somewhere out into the unknown world. One day, a few months after she was 17 years old, Lisbeth went out for a walk. She did not walk in the manner of English ladies, a mile and a half out and a ride back again. She covered between 20 and 30 miles in her little constitutionals, all about and about, between Kotgarth and Narkunda. This time she came back at full dusk, stepping down the breakneck descent into Kotgarth with something heavy in her arms. The chaplain's wife was dozing in the drawing-room when Lisbeth came in, breathing hard and very exhausted with her burden. Lisbeth put it down on the sofa and said simply, "This is my husband. I found him on the Baggy Road. He has hurt himself. We will nurse him, and when he is well, your husband will marry him to me." This was the first mention Lisbeth had ever made of her matrimonial views, and the chaplain's wife shrieked with horror. However, the man on the sofa needed attention first. He was a young Englishman, and his head had been cut to the bone by something jagged. Lisbeth said she had found him down the Cud, so she had brought him in. He was breathing queerly, and was unconscious. He was put to bed and tended by the chaplain, who knew something of medicine, and Lisbeth waited outside the door in case she could be useful. She explained to the chaplain that this was the man she meant to marry, and the chaplain and his wife lectured her severely on the impropriety of her conduct. Lisbeth listened quietly, and repeated her first proposition. It takes a great deal of Christianity to wipe out uncivilized Eastern instincts, such as falling in love at first sight. Lisbeth, having found the man she worshipped, did not see why she should keep silent as to her choice. She had no intention of being sent away either. She was going to nurse that Englishman until he was well enough to marry her. This was her little programme. After a fortnight of slight fever and inflammation, the Englishman recovered coherence, and thanked the chaplain and his wife, and Lisbeth, especially Lisbeth, for their kindness. He was a traveller in the East, he said, They never talked about globe-trotters in those days when the P&O fleet was young and small, and had come from Dehradun to hunt for plants and butterflies among the Simla hills. No one at Simla, therefore, knew anything about him. He fancied he must have fallen over the cliff while stalking a fern on a rotten tree trunk, and that his coolies must have stolen his baggage and fled. He thought he would go back to Simla when he was a little stronger. He desired no more mountaineering. He made small haste to go away, and recovered his strength slowly. Lisbeth objected to being advised either by the Chaplain or his wife, so the latter spoke to the Englishman and told him how matters stood in Lisbeth's heart. He laughed a good deal, and said it was very pretty and romantic, a perfect idyll of the Himalayas, but as he was engaged to a girl at home, he fancied that nothing would happen. Certainly he would behave with discretion. He did that. Still, he found it very pleasant to talk to Lisbeth, and walk with Lisbeth, and say nice things to her, and call her pet names while he was getting strong enough to go away. It meant nothing at all to him, and everything in the world to Lisbeth. She was very happy while the fortnight lasted, because she had found a man to love. Being a savage by birth, she took no trouble to hide her feelings, and the Englishman was amused. When he went away, Lisbeth walked with him up the hill as far as Narkunda, very troubled and very miserable. The Chaplain's wife, being a good Christian and disliking anything in the shape of fuss or scandal (Lisbeth was beyond her management entirely), had told the Englishman to tell Lisbeth that he was coming back to marry her. "She is but a child, you know, and I fear at heart a heathen," said the Chaplain's wife. So all the 12 miles up the hill the Englishman, with his arm around Lisbeth's waist, was assuring the girl that he would come back and marry her, and Lisbeth made him promise over and over again. She wept on the Narkunda ridge till he had passed out of sight along the Mutiani path. Then she dried her tears and went into Kotgarth again, and said to the Chaplain's wife, "He will come back and marry me. He has gone to his own people to tell them so." And the Chaplain's wife soothed Lisbeth and said, "He will come back." At the end of 2 months Lisbeth grew impatient, and was told that the Englishman had gone over the seas to England. She knew where England was, because she had read a little geography primer, but of course she had no conception of the nature of the sea, being a hill girl. There was an old puzzle map of the world in the house. Lisbeth had played with it when she was a child. She unearthed it again, and put it together of evenings, and cried to herself, and tried to imagine where her Englishman was. As she had no idea of distances or steamboats, her notions were somewhat erroneous. It would not have made the least difference had she been perfectly correct, for the Englishman had no intention of coming back to marry a hill girl. He forgot all about her by the time he was butterfly hunting in Assam. He wrote a book on the East afterwards. Lisbeth's name did not appear. At the end of 3 months, Lisbeth made daily pilgrimage to Narkunda to see if her Englishman was coming along the road. It gave her comfort, and the Chaplain's wife, finding her happier, thought that she was getting over her barbarous and most indelicate folly. A little later the walks ceased to help Lisbeth, and her temper grew very bad. The Chaplain's wife thought this a profitable time to let her know the real state of affairs, that the Englishman had only promised his love to keep her quiet, that he had never meant anything, and that it was wrong and improper of Lisbeth to think of marriage with an Englishman who was of a superior clay, besides being promised in marriage to a girl of his own people. Lisbeth said that all this was clearly impossible, because he had said he loved her, and the Chaplain's wife had, with her own lips, asserted that the Englishman was coming back. "How can what he and you said be untrue?" asked Lisbeth. "We said it as an excuse to keep you quiet, child," said the Chaplain's wife. "Then you have lied to me," said Lisbeth. "You and he?" The Chaplain's wife bowed her head and said nothing. Lisbeth was silent too for a little time. Then she went out down the valley, and returned in the dress of a hill girl, infamously dirty, but without the nose and earrings. She had her hair braided into the long pigtail, helped out with black thread that hill women wear. "I am going back to my own people," said she. "You have killed Lisbeth. There is only left old Jada's daughter, the daughter of a Pahari and the servant of Tarka Devi." "You are all liars, you English." By the time that the Chaplain's wife had recovered from the shock of the announcement that Lisbeth had verted to her mother's gods, the girl had gone, and she never came back. She took to her own unclean people savagely, as if to make up the arrears of the life she had stepped out of, and in a little time she married a woodcutter who beat her, after the manner of the Paharis, and her beauty faded soon. "There is no law whereby you can account for the vagaries of the heathen," said the Chaplain's wife, "and I believe that Lisbeth was always at heart an infidel." Seeing she had been taken into the Church of England at the mature age of 5 weeks, this statement does not do credit to the Chaplain's wife. Lisbeth was a very old woman when she died. She always had perfect command of English, and when she was sufficiently drunk could sometimes be induced to tell the story of her first love affair. It was hard then to realize that the bleared, wrinkled creature, so like a wisp of charred rag, could ever have been Lisbeth of the Cotgarth mission. End of Chapter 1. Lisbeth. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 2, 3 and an Extra, from Plain Tales from the Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Plain Tales from the Hills by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 2, 3 and an Extra. When halter and heel ropes are slipped, do not give chase with sticks, but with grain. A Punjabi proverb. After marriage arrives a reaction, sometimes a big, sometimes a little one, but it does come sooner or later, and must be tided over by both parties if they desire the rest of their lives to go with the current. In the case of the Cusack Bremmels, this reaction did not set in till the 3rd year after the wedding. Bremmel was hard to hold at the best of times, but he was a beautiful husband until the baby died, and Mrs. Bremmel wore black and grew thin and mourned as if the bottom of the universe had fallen out. Perhaps Bremmel ought to have comforted her. He tried to do so, I think, but the more he comforted, the more Mrs. Bremmel grieved, and consequently the more uncomfortable Bremmel grew. The fact was that they both needed a tonic, and they got it. Mrs. Bremmel can afford to laugh now, but it was no laughing matter to her at the time. You see, Mrs. Hawksby appeared on the horizon, and where she existed was fair chance of trouble. At Simla her by-name was the Stormy Petrel. She had won that title 5 times to my own certain knowledge. She was a little, brown, thin, almost skinny woman with big, rolling, violet-blue eyes, and the sweetest manners in the world. You had only to mention her name at afternoon teas for every woman in the room to rise up and call her, well, not blessed. She was clever, witty, brilliant, and sparkling beyond most of her kind, but possessed of many devils of malice and mischievousness. She could be nice, though, even to her own sex. Oh, but that's another story. Bremmel went off at score after the baby's death, and the general discomfort that followed, and Mrs. Hawksby annexed him. She took no pleasure in hiding her captives. She annexed him publicly, and saw that the public saw it. He rode with her, and walked with her, and talked with her, and picnicked with her, and tiffined at Pelletti's with her, till people put up their eyebrows and said, "Shocking!" Mrs. Bremmel stayed at home, turning over the dead baby's frocks and crying into the empty cradle. She did not care to do anything else. But some 8 dear, affectionate lady friends explained the situation at length to her, in case she should miss the cream of it. Mrs. Bremmel listened quietly, and thanked them for their good offices. She was not as clever as Mrs. Hawksby, but she was no fool. She kept her own counsel, and did not speak to Bremmel of what she had heard. This is worth remembering. Speaking to or crying over a husband never did any good yet. When Bremmel was at home, which was not often, he was more affectionate than usual, and that showed his hand. The affection was forced partly to soothe his own conscience, and partly to soothe Mrs. Bremmel. It failed in both regards. Then the A.D.C. in waiting was commanded by their Excellencies Lord and Lady Lytton to invite Mr. and Mrs. Cusack Bremmel to Peterhoff on July 26th at 9:30 p.m. Dancing in the bottom left-hand corner. "I can't go," said Mrs. Bremmel. "It's too soon after poor little Flora, but it need not stop you, Tom." She meant what she said then, and Bremmel said that he would go just to put in an appearance. Here he spoke the thing which was not, and Mrs. Bremmel knew it. She guessed, a woman's guess is much more accurate than a man's certainty, that he had meant to go from the first, and with Mrs. Hawksby. She sat down to think, and the outcome of her thoughts was that the memory of a dead child was worth considerably less than the affections of a living husband. She made her plan and staked her all upon it. In that hour she discovered that she knew Tom Bremmel thoroughly, and this knowledge she acted on. "Tom," said she, "I shall be dining out at the Longmores on the evening of the 26th. You had better dine at the club." This saved Bremmel from making an excuse to get away and dine with Mrs. Hauksbee, so he was grateful and felt small and mean at the same time, which was wholesome. Bremmel left the house at 5 for a ride. About half past 5 in the evening a large leather-covered basket came in from Phelps for Mrs. Bremmel. She was a woman who knew how to dress, and she had not spent a week on designing that dress and having it gored and hemmed and herring-boned and tucked and rucked, or whatever the terms are, for nothing. It was a gorgeous dress. Slight mourning. I can't describe it, but it was what the Queen calls a creation, a thing that hit you straight between the eyes and made you gasp. She had not much heart for what she was going to do, but as she glanced at the long mirror she had the satisfaction of knowing that she had never looked so well in her life. She was a large blonde, and when she chose carried herself superbly. After the dinner at the Longmores she went on to the dance, a little late, and encountered Bremmel with Mrs. Hauksbee on his arm. That made her flush, and as the men crowded round her for dances she looked magnificent. She filled up all her dances except 3, and those she left blank. Mrs. Hauksbee caught her eye once, and she knew it was war, real war, between them. She started handicapped in the struggle, for she had ordered Bremmel about just the least little bit in the world too much, and he was beginning to resent it. Moreover, he had never seen his wife look so lovely. He stared at her from doorways and glared at her from passages as she went about with her partners, and the more he stared the more taken was he. He could scarcely believe that this was the woman with the red eyes and the black stuff gown who used to weep over the eggs at breakfast. Mrs. Hauksbee did her best to hold him in play, but after 2 dances he crossed over to his wife and asked for a dance. "I'm afraid you've come too late, Mr. Bremmel," she said, with her eyes twinkling. Then he begged her to give him a dance, and as a great favour she allowed him the 5th waltz. Luckily 5 stood vacant on his programme. They danced it together, and there was a little flutter round the room. Bremmel had a sort of notion that his wife could dance, but he never knew she danced so divinely. At the end of that waltz he asked for another, as a favour, not as a right, and Mrs. Bremmel said, "Show me your programme, dear." He showed it as a naughty little schoolboy hands up contraband sweets to a master. There was a fair sprinkling of H on it, besides H at supper. Mrs. Bremmel said nothing, but she smiled contemptuously, ran her pencil through 7 and 9, 2 H's, and returned to the card with her own name written above, a pet name that only she and her husband used. Then she shook her finger at him and said, laughing, "Oh, you silly, silly boy." Mrs. Hauksbee heard that, and she owned as much, felt that she had had the worst of it. Bremmel accepted 7 and 9 gratefully. They danced 7 and sat out 9 in one of the little tents. What Bremmel said and what Mrs. Bremmel said is no concern of anyone's. When the band struck up the Roast Beef of England, the two went out into the verandah, and Bremmel began looking for his wife's dandy, which was before rickshaw days, while she went into the cloakroom. Mrs. Hauksbee came up and said, "You take me in to supper, I think, Mr. Bremmel." Bremmel turned red and looked foolish. I'm going home with my wife, Mrs. Hauksbee. I think there's been a little mistake." Being a man, he spoke as though Mrs. Hauksbee were entirely responsible. Mrs. Bremmel came out of the cloakroom in a swansdown cloak with a white cloud round her head. She looked radiant, and she had a right to. The couple went off in the darkness together, Bremmel riding very close to the dandy. Then says Mrs. Hauksbee to me, she looked a trifle faded and jaded in the lamplight, "Take my word for it, the silliest woman can manage a clever man, but it needs a very clever woman to manage a fool." Then we went in to supper. End of 3 and an Extra, Chapter 2. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 3 of Plain Tales from the Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Plain Tales from the Hills. Chapter 3, Thrown Away, by Rudyard Kipling. And some are sulky, while some will plunge. So, ho, steady, stand still, you! Some you must gentle, and some you must lunge. There, there, who wants to kill you? Some, there are losses in every trade, will break their hearts ere bitted and made, will fight like fiends as the rope cuts hard, and die dumb mad in the breaking yard. Toolungala Stockyard Chorus. To rear a boy under what parents call the sheltered life system is, if the boy must go into the world and fend for himself, not wise. Unless he be one in 1,000, he has certainly to pass through many unnecessary troubles, and may, possibly, come to the extreme grief simply from ignorance of the proper proportions of things. Let a puppy eat the soap in the bath-room, or chew a newly blacked boot. He chews and chuckles until by and by he finds out that blacking and old brown Windsor make him very sick. So he argues that soap and boots are not wholesome. Any old dog about the house will soon show him the unwisdom of biting big dogs' ears. Being young, he remembers and goes abroad at 6 months, a well-mannered little beast with a chastened appetite. If he had been kept away from boots and soap and big dogs till he came to the Trinity full grown and with developed teeth, just consider how fearfully sick and thrashed he would be. Apply that notion to the sheltered life, and see how it works. It does not sound pretty, but it is the better of two evils. There was a boy once who had been brought up under the sheltered life theory, and the theory killed him dead. He stayed with his people all his days, from the hour he was born till the hour he went into Sandhurst, nearly at the top of the list. He was beautifully taught in all that wins marks by a private tutor, and carried the extra weight of never having given his parents an hour's anxiety in his life. What he learnt at Sandhurst beyond the regular routine is of no great consequence. He looked about him, and he found soap and blacking, so to speak, very good. He ate a little, and came out of Sandhurst not so high as he went in. Then there was an interval and a scene with his people, who expected much from him. Next year of living unspotted from the world in a third-rate depot battalion, where all the juniors were children and all the seniors old women. And lastly he came out to India, where he was cut off from the support of his parents, and had no one to fall back on in time of trouble, except himself. Now, India is a place beyond all others where one must not take things too seriously, the midday sun always excepted. Too much work and too much energy kill a man just as effectively as too much assorted vice or too much drink. Flirtation does not matter, because everyone is being transferred, and either you or she leave the station and never return. Good work does not matter, because a man is judged by his worst output, and another man takes all the credit of his best, as a rule. Bad work does not matter, because other men do worse, and incompetents hang on longer in India than anywhere else. Amusements do not matter, because you must repeat them as soon as you have accomplished them once, and most amusements only mean trying to win another person's money. Sickness does not matter, because it's all in the day's work, and if you die, another man takes over your place and your office in the 8 hours between death and burial. Nothing matters except home furlough and acting allowances, and these only because they are scarce. This is a slack Kucha country, where all men work with imperfect instruments, and the wisest thing is to take no one and nothing in earnest, but to escape, as soon as ever you can, to some place where amusement is amusement, and a reputation worth the having. But this boy, the tale is as old as the hills, came out and took all things seriously. He was pretty and was petted. He took the pettings seriously, and fretted over women not worth saddling a pony to call upon. He found his new free life in India very good. It does look attractive in the beginning from a subaltern's point of view, all ponies, partners, dancing, and so on. He tasted it as the puppy tastes the soap. Only he came late to the eating with a growing set of teeth. He had no sense of balance, just like the puppy, and could not understand why he was not treated with the consideration he received under his father's roof. This hurt his feelings. He quarrelled with other boys, and, being sensitive to the marrow, remembered these quarrels, and they excited him. He found whist and gymkhanas and things of that kind, meant to amuse one after office, good, but he took them seriously too, just as he took the head that followed after drink. He lost his money over whist and gymkhanas because they were new to him. He took his losses seriously, and wasted as much energy and interest over a 2 gold mohur race for maiden ekka ponies with their manes hogged, as if it had been the Derby. One half of this came from inexperience, much as the puppy squabbles with the corner of the hearth-rug, and the other half from the dizziness bred by stumbling out of his quiet life into the glare and excitement of a livelier one. No one told him about the soap and the blacking, because an average man takes it for granted that an average man is ordinarily careful in regard to them. It was pitiful to watch the boy knocking himself to pieces as an overhandled colt falls down and cuts himself when he gets away from the groom. This unbridled license in amusements, not worth the trouble of breaking line for, much less rioting over, endured for 6 months, all through one cold weather. And then we thought that the heat and the knowledge of having lost his money and health and lamed his horses would sober the boy down, and he would stand steady. In 99 cases out of 100 this would have happened. You can see the principle working in any Indian station. But this particular case fell through because the boy was sensitive and took things seriously, as I may have said some 7 times before. Of course, we couldn't tell how his excesses struck him personally. They're nothing very heartbreaking or above the average. He might be crippled for life financially and want a little nursing. Still, the memory of his performances would wither away in one hot weather, and the schroff would help him to tide over the money troubles. But he must have taken another view altogether, and have believed himself ruined beyond redemption. His colonel talked to him severely when the cold weather ended. That made him more wretched than ever. And it was only an ordinary colonel's wigging. What follows is a curious instance of the fashion in which we are all linked together and made responsible for one another. The thing that kicked the berm in on the boy's mind was a remark that a woman made when he was talking to her. There's no use in repeating it, for it was only a cruel little sentence, rapped out before thinking, that made him flush to the roots of his hair. He kept himself to himself for 3 days, and then put in for 2 days' leave to go shooting near a canal engineer's rest house about 30 miles out. He got his leave, and that night at mess was noisier and more offensive than ever. He said that he was going out to shoot big game, and left at 10:30 o'clock in an ekka. Partridge, which was the only thing a man could get near the rest house, is not big game. So everyone laughed. Next morning one of the majors came in from short leave, and heard that the boy had gone out to shoot big game. The major had taken an interest in the boy, and had more than once tried to check him in the cold weather. The major put up his eyebrows when he heard of the expedition, and went to the boy's room, where he rummaged. Presently he came out, and found me leaving cards on the mess. There was no one else in the anteroom. He said, "The boy has gone out shooting. Does a man shoot T-Tour with a revolver and a writing case?" I said, "Nonsense, Major," for I saw what was in his mind. He said, "Nonsense or no nonsense, I'm going to the canal now, at once. I don't feel easy." Then he thought for a minute, and said, "Can you lie?" "You know best," I answered. "That's my profession." "Very well," said the Major. "You must come out with me now, at once, in an ekka to the canal, to shoot a black buck. Go and put on shikar kit, quick, and drive here with a gun." The Major was a masterful man, and I knew that he would not give orders for nothing, so I obeyed, and on return found the Major packed up in an ekka, gun cases and food slung below, all ready for a shooting trip. He dismissed the driver and drove himself. We jogged along quietly while in the station, but as soon as we got to the dusty road across the plains, he made that pony fly. A country bred can do nearly anything at a pinch. We covered the 30 miles in under 3 hours, but the poor brute was nearly dead. Once I said, "What's the blazing hurry, Major?" He said quietly, "The boy has been alone, by himself, for 14 hours. Now, I tell you I don't feel easy." This uneasiness spread itself to me, and I helped to beat the pony. When we came to the canal engineer's rest house, the Major called for the boy's servant, but there was no answer. Then we went up to the house, calling for the boy by name, but there was no answer. "Oh, he's out shooting," said I. Just then I saw through one of the windows a little hurricane lamp burning. This was at 4 in the afternoon. We both stopped dead in the veranda, holding our breath to catch every sound, and we heard, inside the room, the brrr, brrr, brrr of a multitude of flies. The Major said nothing, but he took off his helmet, and we entered very softly. The boy was dead on the charpoy in the centre of the bare, lime-washed room. He had shot his head nearly to pieces with his revolver. The gun cases were still strapped, so was the bedding, and on the table lay the boy's writing case with photographs. He had gone away to die like a poisoned rat. The Major said to himself softly, "Poor boy, poor devil." Then he turned away from the bed and said, "I want your help in this business." Knowing the boy was dead by his own hand, I saw exactly what that help would be. So I passed over to the table, took a chair, lit a cheroot, and began to go through the writing case. The Major looked over my shoulder and repeating to himself, "We came too late, like a rat in a hole. Poor devil." The boy must have spent half the night in writing to his people and to his colonel and to a girl at home, and as soon as he had finished must have shot himself, for he had been dead a long time when we came in. I read all that he had written and passed over each sheet to the Major as I finished it. We saw from his accounts how very seriously he had taken everything. He wrote about disgrace which he was unable to bear, indelible shame, criminal folly, wasted life, and so on, besides a lot of private things to his father and mother too sacred to put into print. The letter to the girl at home was the most pitiful of all, and I choked as I read it. The Major made no attempt to keep dry-eyed. I respected him for that. He read and rocked himself to and fro, and simply cried like a woman without caring to hide it. The letters were so dreary and hopeless and touching. We forgot all about the boy's follies, and only thought of the poor thing on the charpoy and the scrawled sheets in our hands. It was utterly impossible to let the letters go home. They would have broken his father's heart and killed his mother, after killing her belief in her son. At last the Major dried his eyes openly and said, "A nice sort of thing to spring on an English family. What shall we do?" I said, knowing what the Major had brought me, but for the boy died of cholera. We were with him at the time. We cannot commit ourselves to half measures. Come along. Then began one of the most grisly comic scenes I have ever taken part in, the concoction of a big written lie, bolstered with evidence, to soothe the boy's people at home. I began the rough draft of a letter, the Major throwing in hints here and there while he gathered up all the stuff that the boy had written and burnt it in the fireplace. It was a hot, still evening when we began, and the lamp burned very badly. In due course I got the draft to my satisfaction, setting forth how the boy was the pattern of all virtues, beloved by his regiment, with every promise of a great career before him, and so on. How we had helped him through the sickness — it was no time for little lies, you'll understand — and how he had died without pain. I choked while I was putting down these things and thinking of the poor people who would read them. Then I laughed at the grotesqueness of the affair, and the laughter mixed itself up with the choke, and the Major said that we both wanted drinks. I am afraid to say how much whisky we drank before the letter was finished. It had not the least effect on us. Then we took off the boy's watch, locket, and rings. Lastly, the Major said we must send a lock of hair too. A woman values that. But there were reasons why we could not find a lock fit to send. The boy was black-haired, and so was the Major, luckily. I cut off a piece of the Major's hair above the temple with a knife and put it into the packet we were making. The laughing fit and the chokes got hold of me again, and I had to stop. The Major was nearly as bad, and we both knew that the worst part of the work was to come. We sealed up the packet, photographs, locket, seals, ring, letter, and lock of hair, with the boy's sealing wax and the boy's seal. Then the Major said, "For God's sake, let's get outside, away from the room, and think." We went outside and walked on the banks of the canal for an hour, eating and drinking what we had with us until the moon rose. I know now exactly how a murderer feels. Finally, we forced ourselves back to the room with the lamp and the other thing in it, and began to take up the next piece of work. I'm not going to write about this. It was too horrible. We burned the bedstead and dropped the ashes into the canal. We took up the matting of the room and treated that in the same way. I went off to a village and borrowed 2 big hoes. I did not want the villagers to help, while the Major arranged the other matters. It took us 4 hours' hard work to make the grave. As we worked, we argued out whether it was right to say as much as we remembered of the burial of the dead. We compromised things by saying the Lord's Prayer with a private, unofficial prayer for the peace of the soul of the boy. Then we filled in the grave and went into the veranda, not the house, to lie down to sleep. We were dead tired. When we woke, the Major said wearily, "We can't go back till tomorrow. We must give him a decent time to die in. He died early this morning, remember. That seems more natural." So the Major must have been lying awake all the time thinking. I said, "Why didn't we bring the body back to the cantonments?" The Major thought for a minute. "Because the people bolted when they heard of the cholera, and the ekka has gone." That was strictly true. We had forgotten all about the ekka pony, and he had gone home. So we were left there alone all that stifling day in the canal rest house, testing and retesting our story of the boy's death to see if it was weak in any point. A native turned up in the afternoon, but we said that a sahib was dead of cholera and he ran away. As the dusk gathered, the Major told me all his fears about the boy, and awful stories of suicide or nearly carried out suicide, tales that made one's hair crisp. He said that he himself had once gone into the same valley of the shadow as the boy, when he was young and new to the country, so he understood how things fought together in the boy's poor jumbled head. He also said that youngsters in their repentant moments consider their sins much more serious and ineffaceable than they really are. We talked together all through the evening, and rehearsed the story of the death of the boy. As soon as the moon was up, and the boy, theoretically, just buried, we struck across country for the station. We walked from 8 till 6 o'clock in the morning, but though we were dead tired, we did not forget to go to the boy's room and put away his revolver with the proper amount of cartridges in the pouch. Also to set his writing case on the table. We found the Colonel and reported the death, feeling more like murderers than ever. Then we went to bed and slept the clock round, for there was no more in us. The tale had credence as long as was necessary, for everyone forgot about the boy before a fortnight was over. Many people, however, found time to say that the Major had behaved scandalously in not bringing in the body for a regimental funeral. The saddest thing of all was a letter from the boy's mother to the Major and me, with big inky blisters all over the sheet. She wrote the sweetest possible things about our great kindness, and the obligation she would be under to us as long as she lived. All things considered, she was under an obligation, but not exactly as she meant. End of Thrown Away, Chapter 3. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 4 of Plain Tales from the Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Plain Tales from the Hills by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 4. Miss Youghal's Sighs. When man and woman are agreed, what can the Qazi do? Mohammedan proverb. Some people say there's no romance in India, and those people are wrong. Our lives hold quite as much romance as is good for us, sometimes more. Strickland was in the police, and people did not understand him, so they said he was a doubtful sort of man, and passed by on the other side. Strickland had himself to thank for this. He held the extraordinary theory that a policeman in India should try to know as much about the natives as the natives themselves. Now, in the whole of Upper India, there is only one man who can pass for Hindu or Mohammedan, Chamar or Fakir, as he pleases. He is feared and respected by the natives from the Gor Kathri to the Jama Musjid, and he is supposed to have the gift of invisibility and executive control over many devils. But what good has this done him with the government? None in the world. He has never got Simla for his charge, and his name is almost unknown to Englishmen. Strickland was foolish enough to take that man for his model, and, following out his absurd theory, dabbled in unsavoury places no respectable man would think of exploring, all among the native riff-raff. He educated himself in this peculiar way for 7 years, and people could not appreciate it. He was perpetually going fantee among the natives, which, of course, no man with any sense believes in. He was initiated into the Sat Bahe at Allahabad once, when he was on leave. He knew the lizard song of the Sansis, and the Halli-Hook dance, which is a religious can-can of a startling kind. When a man knows who dances the Halli-Hook, and how and when and where, he knows something to be proud of. He's gone deeper than the skin. But Strickland was not proud, though he had helped once, at Jaghari, at the painting of the Death Bull, which no Englishman must even look upon, had mastered the thieves' patter of the Changars, had taken a Yusuf Zahi horse thief alone near Attock, and had stood under the mimbar board of a border mosque and conducted service in the manner of a Sunni Mullah. His crowning achievement was spending 11 days as a fakir in the gardens of Baba Atal at Amritsar, and there picking up the threads of the great Nasiban murder case. But people said, justly enough, why on earth can't Strickland sit in his office and write up his diary and recruit and keep quiet instead of showing up the incapacity of his seniors? So the Nasiban murder case did him no good departmentally. But after his first feeling of wrath, he returned to his outlandish custom of prying into native life. By the way, when a man once acquires a taste for this particular amusement, it abides with him all his days. It is the most fascinating thing in the world, love not excepted. Where other men took 10 days to the hills, Strickland took leave for what he called shikar, put on the disguise that appealed to him at the time, stepped down into the brown crowd, and was swallowed up for a while. He was a quiet, dark young fellow, spare, black eyes, and when he was not thinking of something else, a very interesting companion. Strickland on Native Progress, as he had seen it, was worth hearing. Natives hated Strickland, but they were afraid of him. He knew too much. When the Yougles came into the station, Strickland, very gravely, as he did everything, fell in love with Miss Youghal, and she, after a while, fell in love with him because she could not understand him. Then Strickland told the parents, but Mrs. Youghal said she was not going to throw her daughter into the worst-paid department in the Empire, and old Youghal said in so many words that he mistrusted Strickland's ways and works, and would thank him not to speak or write to his daughter any more. Very well, said Strickland, for he did not wish to make his lady-love's life a burden. After one long talk with Miss Youghal, he dropped the business entirely. The Youghals went up to Simla in April. In July, Strickland secured 3 months' leave on urgent private matters. He locked up his house, though not a native in the province would wittingly have touched Estreekin Sahib's gear for the world, and went down to see a friend of his, an old dyer in Tarn Taran. Here all trace of him was lost, until a sais met me on the Simla Mall with this extraordinary note: "Dear old man, please give bearer a box of cheroots, supers, No. 1 for preference. They're freshest at the club. I'll repay when I reappear, but at present I am out of society. Yours, E. Strickland." I ordered 2 boxes and handed them over to the sais with my love. That sais was Strickland, and he was in old Youghal's employ, attached to Miss Youghal's Arab. The poor fellow was suffering for an English smoke, and knew that whatever happened I should hold my tongue till the business was over. Later on, Mrs. Youghal, who was wrapped up in her servants, began talking at houses where she called of her paragon among saises, the man who was never too busy to get up in the morning and pick flowers for the breakfast table, and who actually blacked the hoofs of his horse like a London coachman. The turnout of Miss Youghal's Arab was a wonder and a delight. Strickland, Dulu, I mean, found his reward in the pretty things that Miss Youghal said to him when she went out riding. Her parents were pleased to find she had forgotten all her foolishness for young Strickland, and said she was a good girl. Strickland vows that the 2 months of his service were the most rigid mental discipline he has ever gone through, quite apart from the little fact that the wife of one of his fellow saises fell in love with him and then tried to poison him with arsenic because he would have nothing to do with her. He had to school himself into keeping quiet when Miss Youghal went out riding with some man who tried to flirt with her, and he was forced to trot behind, carrying the blanket and hearing every word. Also, he had to keep his temper when he was slanged in Benmore Porch by a policeman, especially once when he was abused by a Naik who had himself recruited from Issaryang village, or worse still, when a young subaltern called him a pig for not making way quickly enough. But the life had its compensations. He obtained great insight into the ways and thefts of saises, enough, he says, to have summarily convicted half the Chamar population of the Punjab if he had been on business. He became one of the leading players at knucklebones, which all Jampanis and many saises play while they are waiting outside the Government House or the Gaiety Theatre of nights. He learned to smoke tobacco that was 3/4 cow dung, and he heard the wisdom of a grizzled Chemadar of the Government House sais, whose words are valuable. He saw many things which amused him, and he states on honour that no man can appreciate Simla properly till he has seen it from the saises' point of view. He also says that, if he chose to write all he saw, his head would be broken in several places. Strickland's account of the agony he endured on wet nights, hearing the music and seeing the lights in Benmore, with his toes tingling for a waltz and his head in a horse blanket, is rather amusing. One of these days Strickland is going to write a little book on his experiences. That book will be worth buying, and even more, worth suppressing. Thus he served faithfully, as Jacob served for Rachel, and his leave was nearly at an end when the explosion came. He had really done his best to keep his temper in the hearing of the flirtations I have mentioned, but he broke down at last. An old and very distinguished general took Miss Youghal for a ride, and began that specially offensive "you're only a little girl" sort of flirtation, most difficult for a woman to turn aside deftly, and most maddening to listen to. Miss Youghal was shaking with fear at the things he said in the hearing of her sais. Dalu, Strickland, stood it as long as he could. Then he caught hold of the General's bridle, and in most fluent English invited him to step off and be heaved over the cliff. Next minute Miss Youghal began crying, and Strickland saw that he had hopelessly given himself away, and everything was over. The General nearly had a fit, while Miss Youghal was sobbing out the story of the disguise and the engagement that wasn't recognized by the parents. Strickland was furiously angry with himself, and more angry with the General for forcing his hand, so he said nothing. but held the horse's head and prepared to thrash the General as some sort of satisfaction. But when the General had thoroughly grasped the story, and knew who Strickland was, he began to puff and blow in the saddle, and nearly rolled off with laughing. He said Strickland deserved a V.C. if it were only for putting on a sizeless blanket. Then he called himself names and vowed that he deserved a thrashing, but he was too old to take it from Strickland. Then he complimented Miss Youghal on her lover. The scandal of the business never struck him, for he was a nice old man with a weakness for flirtations. Then he laughed again and said that old Youghal was a fool. Strickland let go of the cob's head and suggested that the General had better help him, if that was his opinion. Strickland knew Youghal's weaknesses for men with titles and letters after their names and high official position. "It's rather like a 40-minute farce," said the General, "but, begad, I will help, if it's only to escape that tremendous thrashing I deserve. Go along to your home, my size policeman, and change into decent kit, and I'll attack Mr. Youghal. Miss Youghal, may I ask you to canter home and wait?" About 7 minutes later there was a wild hurroosh at the club. A sais with a blanket and head rope was asking all the men he knew, "For heaven's sake, lend me some decent clothes." As the men did not recognize him, there were some peculiar scenes before Strickland could get a hot bath with soda in it in one room, a shirt here, a collar there, a pair of trousers elsewhere, and so on. He galloped off with half the club wardrobe on his back and an utter stranger's pony under him to the house of old Youghal. The General, arrayed in purple and fine linen, was before him. What the General had said Strickland never knew, but Youghal received Strickland with moderate civility, and Mrs. Youghal, touched by the devotion of the transformed Deleu, was almost kind. The General beamed and chuckled, and Miss Youghal came in, and almost before old Youghal knew where he was, the parental consent had been wrenched out, and Strickland had departed with Miss Youghal to the telegraph office to wire for his kit. The final embarrassment was when an utter stranger attacked him on the Mall and asked for the stolen pony. So in the end Strickland and Miss Youghal were married, on the strict understanding that Strickland should drop his old ways and stick to departmental routine, which pays best and leads to Simla. Strickland was far too fond of his wife just then to break his word, but it was a sore trial for him, for the streets and the bazaars and the sounds in them were full of meaning to Strickland, and these called to him to come back and take up his wanderings and his discoveries. Some day I will tell you how he broke his promise to help a friend. That was long since, and he has, by this time, been nearly spoilt for what he would call shikar. He is forgetting the slang and the beggar's cant and the marks and the signs and the drifts of the undercurrents, which, if a man would master, he must always continue to learn. But he fills his departmental returns beautifully. End of Chapter 4. Miss Youghal's Sighs. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 5 of Plain Tales from the Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Plain Tales from the Hills by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 5. Yoked with an Unbeliever. I am dying for you, and you are dying for another. Punjabi proverb. When the Gravesend tender left the P&O steamer for Bombay and went back to catch the train to town, there were many people in it crying, but the one who wept most, and most openly, was Miss Agnes Later. She had reason to cry, because the only man she ever loved, or ever could love, so she said, was going out to India. And India, as everyone knows, is divided equally between jungle, tigers, cobras, cholera, and sepoys. Phil Garron, leaning over the side of the steamer in the rain, felt very unhappy too, but he did not cry. He was sent out to tea. What tea meant he had not the vaguest idea, but fancied that he would have to ride on a prancing horse over hills covered with tea vines, and draw a sumptuous salary for doing so, and he was very grateful to his uncle for getting him the berth. He was really going to reform all his slack, shiftless ways, save a large proportion of his magnificent salary yearly, and in a very short time return to marry Agnes Later. Phil Garron had been lying loose on his friend's hands for 3 years, and as he had nothing to do, he naturally fell in love. He was very nice, but he was not strong in his views and opinions and principles, and though he never came to actual grief, his friends were thankful when he said good-bye, and went out to his mysterious tea business near Darjeeling. They said, "God bless you, dear boy. Let us never see your face again," or at least that was what Phil was given to understand. When he sailed, he was very full of a great plan to prove himself several hundred times better than anyone had given him credit for, to work like a horse and triumphantly marry Agnes later. He had many good points besides his good looks, his only fault being that he was weak, the least little bit in the world weak. He had as much notion of economy as the morning sun, and yet he could not lay your hand on any one item and say, "Herein Phil Garron is extravagant or reckless," nor could you point out any particular vice in his character, but he was unsatisfactory and as workable as putty. Agnes later went about her duties at home, her family objected to the engagement, with red eyes, while Phil was sailing to Darjeeling, a port on the Bengal Ocean, as his mother used to tell her friends. He was popular enough on board ship, made many acquaintances, had a moderately large liquor bill, and sent off huge letters to Agnes later at each port. Then he fell to work on his plantation, somewhere between Darjeeling and Kangra, and though the salary and the horse and the work were not quite all he had fancied, he succeeded fairly well, and gave himself much unnecessary credit for his perseverance. In the course of time, as he settled more into colour, and his work grew fixed before him, the face of Agnes later went out of his mind, and only came when he was at leisure, which was not often. He would forget all about her for a fortnight, and remember her with a start, like a schoolboy who has forgotten to learn his lesson. She did not forget Phil, because she was the kind that never forgets. Only another man, a really desirable young man, presented himself before Mrs. Later, and the chance of a marriage with Phil was as far off as never. And his letters were so unsatisfactory, and there was a certain amount of domestic pressure brought to bear on the girl, and the young man really was an eligible person as incomes go, and the end of all things was that Agnes married him, and wrote a tempestuous whirlwind of a letter to Phil in the wilds of Darjeeling, and said she should never know a happy moment all the rest of her life, which was a true prophecy. Phil got that letter and held himself ill-treated. This was 2 years after he had come out, but by dint of thinking fixedly of Agnes later, and looking at her photograph, and patting himself on the back for being one of the most constant lovers in history, and warming to the work as he went on, he really fancied that he had been very hardly used. He sat down and wrote one final letter, a really pathetic world without end amen epistle, explaining how he would be true to eternity, and that all women were very much alike, and he would hide his broken heart, etc., etc. But if at any future time, etc., etc., he could afford to wait, etc., etc., unchanged affections, etc., etc., return to her old love, etc., etc., for 8 closely written pages. From an artistic point of view it was a very neat work, but an ordinary Philistine, who knew the state of Phil's real feelings, not the ones he rose to as he went on writing, would have called it the thoroughly mean and selfish work of a thoroughly mean and selfish, weak man. But this verdict would have been incorrect. Phil paid for the postage, and felt every word he had written for at least 2 days and a half. It was the last flicker before the light went out. The letter made Agnes later very unhappy, and she cried and put it away in her desk, and became Mrs. Somebody Else for the good of her family, which is the first duty of every Christian maid. Phil went his ways, and thought no more of his letter, except as an artist thinks of a neatly touched-in sketch. His ways were not bad, but they were not altogether good, until they brought him across Dunmaya, the daughter of a Rajput ex-subadar major of our native army. The girl had a strain of hill blood in her, and, like the hill women, was not a Purdah Nashin. Where Phil met her, or how he heard of her, does not matter. She was a good girl, and handsome, and in her way very clever and shrewd, though of course a little hard. It's to be remembered that Phil was living very comfortably, denying himself no small luxury, never putting by an anna, very satisfied with himself and his good intentions, was dropping all his English correspondence one by one, and beginning more and more to look upon this land as his home. Some men fall this way, and they are of no use afterwards. The climate where he was stationed was good, and it really did not seem to him that there was anything to go home for. He did what many planters have done before him, that is to say, he made up his mind to marry a hill girl and settle down. He was 27 then, with a long life before him, but no spirit to go through with it. So he married Dunmaya by the forms of the English Church, and some fellow planters said he was a fool, and some said he was a wise man. Dunmaya was a thoroughly honest girl, and, in spite of her reverence for an Englishman, had a reasonable estimate of her husband's weaknesses. She managed him tenderly, and became in less than a year a very passable imitation of an English lady in dress and carriage. It's curious to think that a hill man, after a lifetime's education, is a hill man still. but a Hill woman can in 6 months master most of the ways of her English sisters. There was a Coolie woman once, but that's another story. Dunmaya dressed by preference in black and yellow, and looked well. Meanwhile the letter lay on Agnes's desk, and now and again she would think of poor, resolute, hard-working Phil among the cobras and tigers of Darjeeling, toiling in the vain hope that she might come back to him. Her husband was worth 10 Phils, except that he had rheumatism of the heart. 3 years after he was married, and after he had tried Nice and Algeria for his complaint, he went to Bombay, where he died, and set Agnes free. Being a devout woman, she looked on his death and the place of it as a direct interposition of Providence, and when she had recovered from the shock, she took out and reread Phil's letter with the etc., etc., and the big dashes and the little dashes, and kissed it several times. No one knew her in Bombay. She had her husband's income, which was a large one, and Phil was close at hand. It was wrong and improper, of course, but she decided, as heroines do in novels, to find her old lover, to offer him her hand and her gold, and with him spend the rest of her life in some spot far from unsympathetic souls. She sat for 2 months alone in Watson's Hotel elaborating this decision, and the picture was a pretty one. Then she set out in search of Phil Garron, assistant on a tea plantation with a more than usually unpronounceable name. She found him. She spent a month over it, for his plantation was not in the Darjeeling district at all, but near Kangra. Phil was very little altered, and Dunmaya was very nice to her. Now, the particular sin and shame of the whole business is that Phil, who really is not worth thinking of twice, was and is loved by Dunmaya, and more than loved by Agnes, the whole of whose life he seems to have spoilt. Worst of all, Dunmaya is making a decent man of him, and he will be ultimately saved from perdition through her training, which is manifestly unfair. End of Chapter 5. Yoked with an Unbeliever. Recorded by Mike Harris. Chapter 6. Of Plain Tales from the Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Plain Tales from the Hills by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 6. False Dawn. Tonight God knows what things shall tide. The earth is racked and faint, expectant, sleepless, open-eyed, and we who from the earth were made thrill with our mother's pain. From Endurance. No man will know the exact truth of this story, though women may sometimes whisper it to one another after a dance, when they are putting up their hair for the night and comparing lists of victims. A man, of course, cannot assist at these functions, so the tale must be told from the outside, in the dark, all wrong. Never praise a sister to a sister in the hope of your compliments reaching the proper ears, and so preparing the way for you later on. Sisters are women first, and sisters afterwards, and you will find that you do yourself harm. Saumarez knew this when he made up his mind to propose to the elder Miss Copley. Saumarez was a strange man, with few merits so far as men could see, though he was popular with women, and carried enough conceit to stock a Viceroy's council, and leave a little over for the Commander-in-Chief's staff. He was a civilian. Very many women took an interest in Saumarez, perhaps because his manner to them was offensive. If you hit a pony over the nose at the outset of your acquaintance, he may not love you, but he will take a deep interest in your movements ever afterwards. The elder Miss Copley was nice, plump, winning, and pretty. The younger was not so pretty, and, from men disregarding the hints set forth above, her style was repellent and unattractive. Both girls had practically the same figure, and there was a strong likeness between them in look and voice, though no one could doubt for an instant which was the nicer of the two. Saumarez made up his mind, as soon as they came into the station from Behar, to marry the elder one. At least, we all made sure that he would, which comes to the same thing, for she was 22 and he was 33, with pay and allowances of nearly 1,400 rupees a month. So the match, as we arranged it, was in every way a good one. Saumarez was his name, and summary was his nature, as a man once said. Having drafted his resolution, he formed a select committee of 1 to sit upon it, and resolved to take his time. In our unpleasant slang, the Copley girls hunted in couples. That is to say, you could do nothing with one without the other. They were very loving sisters, but their mutual affection was sometimes inconvenient. Saumarez held the balance hair true between them, and none but himself could have said to which side his heart inclined, though everyone guessed. He rode with them a good deal and danced with them, but he never succeeded in detaching them from each other for any length of time. Women said that the two girls kept together through deep mistrust, each fearing that the other would steal a march on her, but that has nothing to do with a man. Saumarez was silent for good or bad, and as business likely attentive as he could be, having due regard to his work and, of course, to his polo. Beyond doubt, both girls were fond of him. As the hot weather drew nearer and Saumarez made no sign, women said that you could see their trouble in the eyes of the girls, that they were looking strained, anxious, and irritable. Men are quite blind in these matters unless they have more of the woman than the man in their composition, in which case it does not matter what they say or think. I maintain it was the hot April days that took the colour out of the Copley girls' cheeks. They should have been sent to the hills early. No one, man or woman, feels an angel when the hot weather is approaching. The younger sister grew more cynical, not to say acid, in her ways, and the winningness of the elder wore thin. There was more effort in it. Now, the station wherein all these things happened was, though not a little one, off the line of rail, and suffered through want of attention. There were no gardens or bands or amusements worth speaking of, and it was nearly a day's journey to come into Lahore for a dance. People were grateful for small things to interest them. About the beginning of May, and just before the final exodus of hill-goers, when the weather was very hot and there were not more than 20 people in the station, Saumarez gave a moonlight riding picnic at an old tomb 6 miles away, near the bed of the river. It was a Noah's Ark picnic, and there was to be the usual arrangement of quarter-mile intervals between each couple, on account of the dust. 6 couples came altogether, including chaperons. Moonlight picnics are useful just at the very end of the season, before all the girls go away to the hills. They lead to understandings and should be encouraged by chaperons, especially those whose girls look sweetish in riding habits. I knew a case once, but that's another story. That picnic was called the Great Pop Picnic because everyone knew Saumarez would propose then to the eldest Miss Copley, and besides his affair there was another which might possibly come to happiness. The social atmosphere was heavily charged and wanted clearing. We met at the parade ground at 10. The night was fearfully hot. The horses sweated even at walking pace, but anything was better than sitting still in our own dark houses. When we moved off under the full moon we were 4 couples, 1 triplet, and Mr. Saumarez riding with the Copley girls, and I loitered at the tail of the procession, wondering with whom Saumarez would ride home. Everyone was happy and contented, but we all felt that things were going to happen. We rode slowly, and it was nearly midnight before we reached the old tomb, facing the ruined tank and the decayed gardens where we were going to eat and drink. I was late in coming up, and before I went into the garden I saw that the horizon to the north carried a faint dun-coloured feather, but no one would have thanked me for spoiling so well-managed an entertainment as this picnic, and a dust storm more or less does no great harm. We gathered by the tank. Someone had brought out a banjo, which is a most sentimental instrument, and 3 or 4 of us sang. You must not laugh at this. Our amusements in out-of-the-way stations are very few indeed. When we talked in groups or together, lying under the trees, with the sun-baked roses dropping their petals at our feet, until supper was ready. It was a beautiful supper, as cold and as iced as you could wish, and we stayed long over it. I had felt that the air was growing hotter and hotter, but nobody seemed to notice it until the moon went out, and a burning hot wind began lashing the orange trees with a sound like the noise of the sea. Before we knew where we were, the dust storm was on us, and everything was roaring, whirling darkness. The supper table was blown bodily into the tank. We were afraid of staying anywhere near the old tomb for fear it might be blown down, so we felt our way to the orange trees where the horses were picketed, and waited for the storm to blow over. Then the little light that was left vanished, and you could not see your hand before your face. The air was heavy with dust and sand from the bed of the river, that filled boots and pockets and drifted down necks and coated eyebrows and moustaches. It was one of the worst dust storms of the year. We were all huddled together close to the trembling horses, with the thunder clattering overhead and the lightning spurting like water from a sluice, all ways at once. There was no danger, of course, unless the horses broke loose. I was standing with my head downward and with my hands over my mouth, hearing the trees thrashing each other. I could not see who was next to me till the flashes came. Then I found that I was packed near Saumarez and the eldest Miss Copley, with my own horse just in front of me. I recognized the eldest Miss Copley because she had a pagri round her helmet, and the younger had not. All the electricity in the air had gone into my body, and I was quivering and tingling from head to foot, exactly as a corn shoots and tingles before rain. It was a grand storm. The wind seemed to be picking up the earth and pitching it to leeward in great heaps, and the heat beat up from the ground like the heat of the Day of Judgment. The storm lulled slightly after the first half-hour, and I heard a despairing little voice close to my ear, saying to itself quietly and softly, as if some lost soul were flying about with the wind, "Oh, my God!" Then the younger Miss Copley stumbled into my arms, saying, "Where is my horse? Get my horse. I want to go home. I want to go home. Take me home." I thought that the lightning and the black darkness had frightened her, so I said there was no danger, but she must wait till the storm blew over. She answered, "It's not that. It's not that. I want to go home. Oh, take me away from here." I said that she could not go till the light came, but I felt her brush past me and go away. It was too dark to see where. Then the whole sky was split open with one tremendous flash, as if the end of the world were coming, and all the women shrieked. Almost directly after this I felt a man's hand on my shoulder, and heard Saumarez bellowing in my ear. Through the rattling of the trees and the howling of the wind, I did not catch his words at once, but at last I heard him say, "I've proposed to the wrong one. What shall I do?" Saumarez had no occasion to make this confidence to me. I was never a friend of his, nor am I now, but I fancy neither of us were ourselves just then. He was shaking as he stood, with excitement, and I was feeling queer all over with the electricity. I could not think of anything to say except, "More fool you for proposing in a dust storm," but I did not see how that would improve the mistake. Then he shouted, "Where's Edith? Edith Copley?" Edith was the younger sister. I answered out of my astonishment, "What do you want with her?" Would you believe it, for the next 2 minutes he and I were shouting at each other like maniacs. He vowed that it was the youngest sister he had meant to propose to all along, and I telling him till my throat was hoarse that he must have made a mistake. I can't account for this, except, again, by the fact that we were neither of us ourselves. Everything seemed to me like a bad dream, from the stamping of the horses in the darkness to Saumarez telling me the story of his loving Edith Copley since the first. He was still clawing my shoulder and begging me to tell him where Edith Copley was, when another lull came, and he brought light with it, and we saw the dust cloud forming on the plain in front of us, so we knew the worst was over. The moon was low down, and there was just the glimmer of the false dawn that comes about an hour before the real one, but the light was very faint, and the dun cloud roared like a bull. I wondered where Edith Copley had gone, and as I was wondering I saw three things together. First, Maud Copley's face come smiling out of the darkness and move toward Saumarez, who was standing by me. I heard the girl whisper, "George," and slide her arm through the arm that was not clawing my shoulder. And I saw that look on her face, which only comes once or twice in a lifetime, when a woman is perfectly happy and the air is full of trumpets and gorgeous colored fire, and the earth turns into cloud because she loves and is loved. At the same time I saw Saumarez's face as he heard Maud Copley's voice, and 50 yards away from the clump of orange trees I saw a brown Holland habit getting upon a horse. It must have been my state of over-excitement that made me so quick to meddle with what did not concern me. Saumarez was moving off to the habit, but I pushed him back and said, "Stop here and explain. I'll fetch her back." And I ran out to get her my own horse. I had a perfectly unnecessary notion that everything must be done decently and in order, and that Saumarez's first care was to wipe the happy look out of Maud Copley's face. All the time I was linking up the curb chain, I wondered how he'd do it. I cantered after Edith Copley, thinking to bring her back slowly on some pretence or another, but she galloped away as soon as she saw me, and I was forced to ride after her in earnest. She called back over her shoulder, "Go away! I'm going home! Oh, go away!" 2 or 3 times. But my business was to catch her first and argue later. The ride just fitted in with the rest of the evil dream. The ground was very bad, and now and again we rushed through the whirling, choking dust devils in the skirts of the flying storm. There was a burning hot wind blowing that brought up a stench of stale brick kilns with it, and through the half-light and through the dust devils across the desolate plain flickered the brown Holland habit on the grey horse. She headed for the station at first, then she wheeled round and set off for the river, through beds of burnt-down jungle grass, bad even to ride a pig over. In cold blood I should never have dreamed of going over such a country at night, but it seemed quite right and natural with the lightning crackling overhead, and to reek like the smell of the pit in my nostrils. I rode and I shouted, and she bent forward and lashed her horse, and the aftermath of the dust storm came up and caught us both and drove us downwind like pieces of paper. I don't know how far we rode, but the drumming of the horse hoofs and the roar of the wind and the race of the faint blood-red moon through the yellow mist seemed to have gone on for years and years, and I was literally drenched with sweat from my helmet to my gaiters when the grey stumbled, recovered himself, and pulled up dead lame. My brute was used up altogether. Edith Copley was in a sad state, plastered with dust, her helmet off, and crying bitterly. "Why can't you let me alone?" she said. "I only wanted to get away and go home. Oh, please let me go." "You have got to come back with me, Miss Copley. Saumarez has something to say to you." It was a foolish way of putting it, but I hardly knew Miss Copley, and though I was playing Providence at the cost of my horse, I could not tell her in as many words what Saumarez had told me. I thought he could do that better himself. All her pretence about being tired and wanting to go home broke down, and she rocked herself to and fro in the saddle as she sobbed, and the hot wind blew her black hair to leeward. I'm not going to repeat what she said, because she was utterly unstrung. This, if you please, was the cynical Miss Copley. Here was I, almost an utter stranger to her, trying to tell her that Saumarez loved her, and that she was to come back to hear him say so. I believe I made myself understood, for she gathered the grey together and made him hobble somehow, and we set off for the tomb, while the storm went thundering down to Umballa and a few big drops of warm rain fell. I found out that she had been standing close to Saumarez when he proposed to her sister, and had wanted to go home and cry in peace, as an English girl should. She dabbled her eyes with her pocket-handkerchief as we went along, and babbled it to me out of sheer lightness of heart and hysteria. That was perfectly unnatural, and yet it seemed all right at the time and in the place. All the world was only the two Copley girls, Saumarez and I, ringed in with the lightning of the dark, and the guidance of this misguided world seemed to lie in my hands. When we returned to the tomb in the deep, dead stillness that followed the storm, the dawn was just breaking, and nobody had gone away. They were waiting for our return, Saumarez most of all. His face was white and drawn. As Miss Copley and I limped up, he came forward to meet us, and when he helped her down from her saddle, he kissed her before all the picnic. It was like a scene in a theatre, and the likeness was heightened by all the dust-white, ghostly-looking men and women under the orange trees, clapping their hands as if they were watching a play. That's Saumarez's choice. I never knew anything so un-English in my life. Lastly, Saumarez said we must all go home, or the station would come out to look for us, and would I be good enough to ride home with Maud Copley? Nothing would give me greater pleasure, I said. So we formed up, 6 couples in all, and went back 2 by 2, Saumarez walking at the side of Edith Copley, who was riding his horse. The air was cleared, and little by little, as the sun rose, I felt we were all dropping back again into ordinary men and women, and that the great pop picnic was a thing altogether apart and out of the world, never to happen again. It had gone with the dust storm and the tingle in the hot air. I felt tired and limp and a good deal ashamed of myself as I went in for a bath and some sleep. There's a woman's version of this story, but it will never be written unless, of course, Maud Copley cares to try. End of Chapter 6, False Dawn, by Rudyard Kipling. Recorded by Mike Harris. Chapter 7 of Plain Tales from the Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Plain Tales from the Hills, by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 7, The Rescue of Pluffles. Thus for a season they fought it fair, she and his cousin May. Tactful, talented, debonair, decorous foes were they, but never can battle of man compare with merciless feminine fray. From the poem 2 and 1. Mrs. Hauksbee was sometimes nice to her own sex. Here's a story to prove this, and you can believe just as much as ever you please. Pluffles was a subaltern in the Unmentionables. He was callow even for a subaltern. He was callow all over, like a canary that had not finished fledging itself. The worst of it was he had 3 times as much money as was good for him, Pluffles' papa being a rich man and Pluffles being the only son. Pluffles' mamma adored him. She was only a little less callow than Pluffles, and she believed everything he said. Pluffles' weakness was not believing what people said. He preferred what he called trusting to his own judgment. He had as much judgment as he had seat or hands, and this preference tumbled him into trouble once or twice. But the biggest trouble Pluffles ever manufactured came about at Simla, some years ago, when he was 24. He began by trusting to his own judgment, as usual, and the result was that, after a time, he was bound hand and foot to Mrs. Reiver's rickshaw wheels. There was nothing good about Mrs. Reiver, unless it was her dress. She was bad from her hair, which started life on a Brittany's girl's head, to her boot heels, which were 2 3/8 inches high. She was not honestly mischievous like Mrs. Hauksbee. She was wicked in a business-like way. There was never any scandal. She had not generous impulses enough for that. She was the exception which proved the rule that Anglo-Indian ladies are in every way as nice as their sisters at home. She spent her life in proving that rule. Mrs. Hauksbee and she hated each other fervently. They heard far too much to clash, but the things they said of each other were startling, not to say original. Mrs. Hauksbee was honest as her own front teeth, and, but for her love of mischief, would have been a woman's woman. There was no honesty about Mrs. Reiver, nothing but selfishness, and at the beginning of the season poor little Pluffles fell a prey to her. She laid herself out to that end, and who was Pluffles to resist? He went on trusting to his judgment, and he got judged. I have seen Hayes argue with a tough horse. I have seen a Tonga driver coerce a stubborn pony. I have seen a riotous setter broken to gun by a hard keeper. But the breaking in of Pluffles of the unmentionable was beyond all these. He learned to fetch and carry like a dog, and to wait like one, too, for a word from Mrs. Reiver. He learned to keep appointments which Mrs. Reiver had no intention of keeping. He learned to take thankfully dances which Mrs. Reiver had no intention of giving him. He learned to shiver for an hour and a quarter on the windward side of Elysium while Mrs. Reiver was making up her mind to come for a ride. He learned to hunt for a rickshaw in a light dress suit under a pelting rain, and to walk by the side of that rickshaw when he had found it. He learned what it was to be spoken to like a coolie and ordered about like a cook. He learned all this and many other things besides, and he paid for his schooling. Perhaps in some hazy way he fancied that it was fine and impressive, that it gave him a status among men and was altogether the thing to do. It was nobody's business to warn Pluffles that he was unwise. The pace that season was too good to inquire, and meddling with another man's folly is always thankless work. Pluffles' colonel should have ordered him back to his regiment when he heard how things were going, but Pluffles had got himself engaged to a girl in England the last time he went home, and if there was one thing more than another which the colonel detested, it was a married subaltern. He chuckled when he heard of the education of Pluffles, and said it was good training for the boy, but it was not good training in the least. It led him into spending money beyond his means, which were good. Above that, the education spoilt an average boy and made it a tenth-rate man of an objectionable kind. He wandered into a bad set, and his little bill at Hamilton's was a thing to wonder at. Then Mrs. Hauksbee rose to the occasion. She played her game alone, knowing what people would say of her, and she played it for the sake of a girl she had never seen. Pluffles' fiancée was to come out under the chaperonage of an aunt in October, to be married to Pluffles. At the beginning of August, Mrs. Hauksbee discovered that it was time to interfere. A man who rides much knows exactly what a horse is going to do next before he does it. In the same way, a woman of Mrs. Hauksbee's experience knows accurately how a boy will behave under certain circumstances, notably when he is infatuated with one of Mrs. Reiver's stamp. She said that sooner or later little Pluffles would break off that engagement for nothing at all, simply to gratify Mrs. Reiver, who in return would keep him at her feet and in her service just so long as she found it worth her while. She said she knew the signs of these things. If she did not, no one else could. Then she went forth to capture Pluffles under the guns of the enemy, just as Mrs. Cusack Bremmel carried away Bremmel under Mrs. Hauksbee's eyes. This particular engagement lasted 7 weeks. We called it the 7 Weeks' War, and was fought out inch by inch on both sides. A detailed account would fill a book, and would be incomplete then. Anyone who knows about these things can fit in the details for himself. It was a superb fight. There will never be another like it as long as Jacko stands, and Pluffles was the prize of victory. People said shameful things about Mrs. Hauksbee. They did not know what she was playing for. Mrs. Reiver fought, partly because Pluffles was useful to her, but mainly because she hated Mrs. Hauksbee, and the matter was a trial of strength between them. No one knows what Pluffles thought. He had not many ideas at the best of times, and the few he possessed made him conceited. Mrs. Hauksbee said, "The boy must be caught, and the only way of catching him is by treating him well." So she treated him as a man of the world and of experience, so long as the issue was doubtful. Little by little Pluffles fell away from his old allegiance and came over to the enemy, by whom he was made much of. He was never sent on outpost duty after rickshaws any more, nor was he given dances which never came off, nor were the drains on his purse continued. Mrs. Hauksbee held him on the snaffle, and after his treatment at Mrs. Reiver's hands he appreciated the change. Mrs. Reiver had broken him of talking about himself, and made him talk about her own merits. Mrs. Hauksbee acted otherwise, and won his confidence, till he mentioned his engagement to the girl at home, speaking of it in a high and mighty way as a piece of boyish folly. This was when he was taking tea with her one afternoon, and discoursing in what he considered a gay and fascinating style. Mrs. Hauksbee had seen an earlier generation of his stamp bud and blossom, and decay into fat captains and tubby majors. At a moderate estimate, there were about 23 sides to that lady's character. Some men say more. She began to talk to Pluffles after the manner of a mother, and as if there had been 300 years instead of 15 between them. She spoke with a sort of throaty quaver in her voice, which had a soothing effect, though what she said was anything but soothing. She pointed out the exceeding folly, not to say meanness, of Pluffles' conduct, and the smallness of his views. Then he stammered something about trusting to his own judgment as a man of the world, and this paved the way for what she wanted to say next. It would have withered up Pluffles had it come from any other woman, but in the soft, cooing style in which Mrs. Hauksbee put it, it only made him feel limp and repentant, as if he had been in some superior kind of church. Little by little, very softly and pleasantly, she began taking the conceit out of Pluffles, as you take the ribs out of an umbrella before recovering it. She told him what she thought of him, and his judgment, and his knowledge of the world, and how his performances had made him ridiculous to other people, and how it was his intention to make love to herself if she gave him the chance. Then she said that marriage would be the making of him, and drew a pretty little picture, all rose and opal, of the Mrs. Pluffles of the future going through life, relying on the judgment and knowledge of the world of a husband who had nothing to reproach himself with. How she reconciled these two statements she alone knew, but they did not strike Pluffles as conflicting. Hers was a perfect little homily, much better than any clergyman could have given, and it ended with touching allusions to Pluffles' mamma and papa, and the wisdom of taking his bride home. Then she sent Pluffles out for a walk, to think over what she had said. Pluffles left, blowing his nose very hard and holding himself very straight. Mrs. Hauksbee laughed. What Pluffles had intended to do in the matter of the engagement only Mrs. Reiver knew, and she kept her own counsel to her death. She would have liked it spoiled as a compliment, I fancy. Pluffles enjoyed many talks with Mrs. Hauksbee during the next few days. They were all to the same end, and they helped Pluffles in the path of virtue. Mrs. Hauksbee wanted to keep him under her wing to the last. Therefore she discountenanced his going down to Bombay to get married. "Goodness only knows what might happen by the way," she said. "Pluffles is cursed with the curse of Reuben, and India is no fit place for him." In the end the fiancée arrived with her aunt, and Pluffles, having reduced his affairs to some sort of order, here again Mrs. Hauksbee helped him, was married. Mrs. Hauksbee gave a sigh of relief when both the "I wills" had been said, and went her way. Pluffles took her advice about going home. He left the service, and is now raising speckled cattle inside green-painted fences somewhere at home. I believe he does this very judiciously. He would have come to extreme grief out here. For these reasons, if anyone says anything more than usually nasty about Mrs. Hauksbee, tell him the story of the rescue of Pluffles. End of Chapter 7. The Rescue of Pluffles. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 8. Cupid's Arrows. Of Plain Tales from the Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Plain Tales from the Hills. by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 8. Cupid's Arrows. Pit where the buffalo cooled his hide, by the hot sun emptied and blistered and dried. Log in the raygrass hidden and alone, bund where the earth rat's mounds are strown. Cave in the bank where the sly stream steals, aloe that stabs at the belly and heels. Jump if you dare on a steed untried. Safe it is to go wide. Go wide! Hark from in front where the best men ride. Pull to the off, boys, wide. Go wide. From the Peora Hunt. Once upon a time there lived at Simla a very pretty girl, the daughter of a poor but honest district and sessions judge. She was a good girl, but could not help knowing her power and using it. Her mamma was very anxious about her daughter's future, as all good mammas should be. When a man is a commissioner and a bachelor, and has the right of wearing open-work jam-tart jewels in gold and enamel on his clothes, and of going through a door before everyone except a member of council, a lieutenant governor, or a viceroy, he is worth marrying. At least, that's what ladies say. There was a commissioner in Simla in those days who was, and wore, and did all I have said. He was a plain man, an ugly man, the ugliest man in Asia, with two exceptions. His was a face to dream about and try to carve on a pipe head afterwards. His name was Saggett, Bar Saggett, Anthony Bar Saggett, and 6 letters to follow. Departmentally, he was one of the best men the Government of India owned. Socially, he was like a blandishing gorilla. When he turned his attentions to Miss Beighton, I believe that Mrs. Beighton wept with delight at the reward Providence had sent her in her old age. Mr. Beighton held his tongue. He was an easy-going man. Now, a commissioner is very rich. His pay is beyond all dreams of avarice. Is so enormous that he can afford to save and scrape in a way that would almost discredit a member of council. Most commissioners are mean, but Bar Saggett was an exception. He entertained royally, he horsed himself well, he gave dances, he was a power in the land, and he behaved as such. Consider that everything I am writing of took place in an almost prehistoric era in the history of British India. Some folk may remember the year before lawn tennis was born, when we all played croquet. There were seasons before that, if you'll believe me, when even croquet had not been invented, and archery, which was revived in England in 1844, was as great a pest as lawn tennis is now. People talked learnedly about holding and loosing, steels, reflexed bows, 56-pound bows, backed or self-yew bows, as we talk about rallies, volleys, smashes, returns, and 16-ounce rackets now. Miss Beighton shot divinely over ladies' distances, 60 yards, that is, and was acknowledged the best lady archer in Simla. Men called her Diana of Tara Devi. Bar Saggett paid her great attention, and, as I have said, the heart of her mother was uplifted in consequence. Kitty Beighton took matters more calmly. It was pleasant to be singled out by a commissioner with letters after his name, and to fill the hearts of other girls with bad feelings, but there was no denying the fact that Bar Saggett was phenomenally ugly, and all his attempts to adorn himself only made him more grotesque. He was not christened the Langur, which means grey ape, for nothing. It was pleasant, Kitty thought, to have him at her feet, but it was better to escape from him and ride with the graceless Cubbon, the man in a dragoon regiment at Umballa, the boy with a handsome face and no prospects. Kitty liked Cubbon more than a little. He never pretended for a moment that he was anything less than head over heels in love with her, for he was an honest boy. So Kitty fled now and again from the stately wooings of Bar Saggett to the company of young Cubbon, and was scolded by her mamma in consequence. "But, mother," she said, "Mr. Saggett is he's so fearfully ugly, you know." "My dear," said Mrs. Beighton piously, "we cannot be other than an all-ruling Providence has made us. Besides, you will take precedence over your own mother, you know. Think of that, and be reasonable." Then Kitty put up her little chin and said irreverent things about precedence, and commissioners, and matrimony. Mr. Beighton rubbed the top of his head, for he was an easy-going man. Late in the season, when he judged the time was ripe, Bar Saggett developed a plan which did great credit to his administrative powers. He arranged for an archery tournament for ladies, with a most sumptuous diamond-studded bracelet as prize. He drew up his terms skilfully, and everyone saw that the bracelet was a gift from Miss Beighton, the acceptance carrying with it the hand and heart of the Commissioner, Barr Saggott. The terms were a St. Leonard's round, 36 shots at 60 yards, under the rules of the Simla Toxopholite Society. All Simla was invited. There were beautifully arranged tea tables under the deodars at Annandale, where the grand stand is now, and alone in its glory, winking in the sun, sat the diamond bracelet in a blue velvet case. Miss Beighton was anxious, almost too anxious, to compete. On the appointed afternoon all Simla rode down to Annandale to witness the judgment of Paris turned upside down. Kitty rode with young Cubbon, and it was easy to see that the boy was troubled in his mind. He must be held innocent of everything that followed. Kitty was pale and nervous, and looked long at the bracelet. Barr Saggott was gorgeously dressed, even more nervous than Kitty, and more hideous than ever. Mrs. Beighton smiled condescendingly, as befitted the mother of a potential commissioneress, and the shooting began, all the world standing in a semicircle as the ladies came out, one after another. Nothing is so tedious as an archery competition. They shot, and they shot, and they kept on shooting, till the sun left the valley and little breezes got up in the deodars, and people waited for Miss Beighton to shoot and win. Cubbon was at one horn of the semicircle round the shooters, and Barr Saggott at the other. Miss Beighton was last on the list. The scoring had been weak, and the bracelet plus Commissioner Barr Saggott was hers to a certainty. The Commissioner strung her bow with his own sacred hands. She stepped forward, looked at the bracelet, and her first arrow went true to a hair, full into the heart of the gold, counting 9 points. Young Cubbon on the left turned white, and his devil prompted Barr Saggott to smile. Now, horses used to shy when Barr Saggott smiled. Kitty saw that smile. She looked to her left front, gave an almost imperceptible nod to Cubbon, and went on shooting. I wish I could describe the scene that followed. It was out of the ordinary and most improper. Miss Kitty fitted her arrows with immense deliberation, so that everyone might see what she was doing. She was a perfect shot, and her 46-pound bow suited her to a nicety. She pinned the wooden legs of the target with great care 4 successive times. She pinned the wooden top of the target once, and all the ladies looked at each other. Then she began some fancy shooting at the white, which, if you hit it, counts exactly 1 point. She put 5 arrows into the white. It was wonderful archery, but, seeing that her business was to make golds and win the bracelet, Barr Saggott turned a delicate green like young watergrass. Next she shot over the target twice, then wide to the left twice, always with the same deliberation, while a chilly hush fell over the company, and Mrs. Beighton took out her handkerchief. Then Kitty shot at the ground in front of the target and split several arrows. Then she made a red, or 7 points, just to show what she could do if she liked, and finished up her amazing performance with some more fancy shooting at the target supports. Here is her score as it was picked off: gold, red, blue, black, white. Total hits and total score for Miss Beighton: 1 gold, 1 red, 0 blue, 0 black, 5 white. 7 total hits for a total score of 21. Barr Saggott looked as if the last few arrowheads had been driven into his legs instead of the target's, and the deep stillness was broken by a little snubby, mottled, half-grown girl saying, in a shrill voice of triumph, "Then I've won." Mrs. Beighton did her best to bear up, but she wept in the presence of the people. No training could help her through such a disappointment. Kitty unstrung her bow with a vicious jerk and went back to her place, while Barr Saggott was trying to pretend that he enjoyed snapping the bracelet on the snubby girl's raw red wrist. It was an awkward scene, most awkward. Everyone tried to depart in a body and leave Kitty to the mercy of her mamma, but Cubbon took her away instead, and the rest isn't worth printing. End of Chapter 8, Cupid's Arrows. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 9 of Plain Tales from the Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Plain Tales from the Hills by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 9. His Chance in Life. Then a pile of heads be laid, 30,000 heaped on high, all to please the Kaffir maid, where the Oxus ripples by. Grimly spake Atullah Khan, Love hath made this thing a man. From Mawata's story. If you go straight away from levees and Government House lists, past trades balls, far beyond everything and everybody you ever knew in your respectable life, you cross, in time, the border line, where the last drop of white blood ends and the full tide of black sets in. It would be easier to talk to a new-made Duchess on the spur of the moment than to the borderline folk, without violating some of their conventions or hurting their feelings. The black and the white mix very quaintly in their ways. Sometimes the white shows in spurts of fierce, childish pride, which is pride of race run crooked, and sometimes the black in still fiercer abasement and humility, half heathenish customs and strange, unaccountable impulses to crime. One of these days this people understand they are far lower than the class whence D'Arozio, the man who imitated Byron, sprung, will turn out a writer or a poet, and then we shall know how they live and what they feel. In the meantime, any stories about them cannot be absolutely correct in fact or inference. Miss Vezzis came from across the border line to look after some children who belonged to a lady until a regularly ordained nurse could come out. The lady said Miss Vezzis was bad, dirty, and an inattentive nurse. It never struck her that Miss Vezzis had her own life to lead and her own affairs to worry over, and that these affairs were the most important things in the world to Miss Vezzis. Very few mistresses admit this sort of reasoning. Miss Vezzis was as black as a boot, and, to our standard of taste, hideously ugly. She wore cotton print gowns and bulged shoes, and when she lost her temper with the children, she abused them in the language of the borderline, which is part English, part Portuguese, and part native. She was not attractive, but she had her pride, and she preferred being called Miss Vezzis. Every Sunday she dressed herself wonderfully and went to see her mamma, who lived, for the most part, on an old cane chair and a greasy tussore silk dressing gown, and a big rabbit warren of a house full of Vezzises, Pereiras, Ribeiras, Lisboas, and Gonsalveses, and a floating population of loafers, besides fragments of the day's bazaar, garlic, stale incense, clothes thrown on the floor, petticoats hung on strings for screens, old bottles, pewter crucifixes, dried immortelles, pariah puppies, plaster images of the Virgin, and hats without crowns. Miss Vezzis drew 20 rupees a month for acting as nurse, and she squabbled weekly with her mamma as to the percentage to be given toward housekeeping. When the quarrel was over, Michel de Cruz used to shamble across the low mud wall of the compound and make love to Miss Vezzis after the fashion of the borderline, which is hedged about with much ceremony. Michel was a poor, sickly weed and very black, but he had his pride. He would not be seen smoking a hookah for anything, and he looked down on natives as only a man with 7/8 native blood in his veins can. The Vezzis family had their pride, too. They traced their descent from a mythical plate-layer who had worked on the Soane Bridge when railways were new in India, and they valued their English origin. Michel was a telegraph signaller on Rs.35 a month. The fact that he was in Government employ made Mrs. Vezzis lenient to the shortcomings of his ancestors. There was a compromising legend, Dom Anna the tailor brought it from Poonani, that a black Jew of Cochin had once married into the De Cruz family, while it was an open secret that an uncle of Mrs. De Cruz was at that very time doing menial work connected with cooking for a club in southern India. He sent Mrs. De Cruz 7 rupees 8 annas a month, but she felt the disgrace to the family very keenly all the same. However, in the course of a few Sundays, Mrs. Vezzis brought herself to overlook these blemishes, and gave her consent to the marriage of her daughter with Michel, on condition that Michel should have at least 50 rupees a month to start married life upon. This wonderful prudence must have been a lingering touch of the mythical platelayer's Yorkshire blood, for across the borderline people take a pride in marrying when they please, not when they can. Having regard to his departmental prospects, Miss Vezzis might as well have asked Michel to go away and come back with the moon in his pocket. But Michel was deeply in love with Miss Vezzis, and that helped him to endure. He accompanied Miss Vezzis to Mass one Sunday, and after Mass, walking home through the hot, stale dust with her hand in his, he swore by several saints whose names would not interest you, never to forget Miss Vezzis, and she swore by her honour and the saints. The oath runs rather curiously, in nomine sanctissime, whatever the name of the she saint is, and so forth, ending with a kiss on the forehead, a kiss on the left cheek, and a kiss on the mouth. Never to forget Michel. Next week Michel was transferred, and Miss Vezzis dropped tears upon the window sash of the intermediate compartment as it left the station. If you look at the telegraph map of India, you will see a long line skirting the coast from Bakkarganj to Madras. Michel was ordered to Tibasu, a little sub-office 1/3 down this line, to send messages on from Berhampur to Chicacola, and to think of Miss Vezzis and his chances of getting 50 rupees a month out of office hours. He had the noise of the Bay of Bengal and a Bengali Babu for company. Nothing more. He sent foolish letters with crosses tucked inside the flaps of the envelopes to Miss Vezzis. When he had been at Tibasu for nearly 3 weeks, his chance came. Never forget that unless the outward and visible signs of our authority are always before a native, he is as incapable as a child of understanding what authority means, or where is the danger of disobeying it. Tibasu was a forgotten little place with a few Orissa Mohammedans in it. These, hearing nothing of the Collector Sahib for some time, and heartily despising the Hindu sub-judge, arranged to start a little Mohurrum riot of their own. But the Hindus turned out and broke their heads, when, finding lawlessness pleasant, Hindus and Mohammedans together raised an aimless sort of Donnybrook just to see how far they could go. They looted each other's shops and paid off private grudges in the regular way. It was a nasty little riot, but not worth putting in the newspapers. Michel was working in his office when he heard the sound that a man never forgets all his life, the ah-ya of an angry crowd. When the sound drops about 3 tones and changes to a thick, droning ut, ut, the man who hears it had better go away if he is alone. The native police inspector ran in and told Michel that the town was in an uproar and coming to wreck the telegraph office. The Babu put on his cap and quietly dropped out of the window, while the police inspector, afraid, but obeying the old race instinct which recognizes a drop of white blood as far as it can be diluted, said, "What orders does the Sahib give?" The Sahib decided Michel. Though horribly frightened, he felt that, for the hour, he, the man with the Cochin Jew and the menial uncle in his pedigree, was the only representative of English authority in the place. Then he thought of Miss Vezzis and the 50 rupees, and took the situation on himself. There were 7 native policemen in Tibasu, and 4 crazy smooth-bore muskets among them. All the men were grey with fear, but not beyond leading. Michel dropped the key of the telegraph instrument and went out at the head of his army to meet the mob. As the shouting crew came round a corner of the road, he dropped and fired, the men behind him loosing instinctively at the same time. The whole crowd, curs to the backbone, yelled and ran, leaving one man dead and another dying in the road. Michel was sweating with fear, but he kept his weakness under, and went down into the town, past the house where the sub-judge had barricaded himself. The streets were empty. Tibasu was more frightened than Michel, for the mob had been taken at the right time. Michel returned to the telegraph office and sent a message to Chicacola asking for help. Before an answer came, he received a deputation of the elders of Tibasu, telling him that the sub-judge said his actions generally were unconstitutional and trying to bully him. But the heart of Michel de Cruz was big and white in his breast, because of his love for Miss Vezzis, the nurse girl, and because he had tasted for the first time responsibility and success. Those two make an intoxicating drink, and have ruined more men than ever has whiskey. Michel answered that the sub-judge might say what he pleased, but until the assistant collector came, the telegraph signaller was the Government of India in Tibasu, and the elders of the town would be held accountable for further rioting. Then they bowed their heads and said, "Show mercy," or words to that effect, and went back in great fear, each accusing the other of having begun the rioting. Early in the dawn, after a night's patrol with his 7 policemen, Michel went down the road, musket in hand, to meet the assistant collector, who had ridden in to quell Tibasu. But in the presence of this young Englishman, Michel felt himself slipping back more and more into the native, and the tale of the Tibasu riots ended with the strain on the teller in an hysterical outburst of tears, bred by sorrow that he had killed a man, shame that he could not feel as uplifted as he had felt throughout the night, and childish anger that his tongue could not do justice to his great deeds. It was the white drop in Michel's veins dying out, though he did not know it. But the Englishman understood, and after he had schooled those men of Tibasu, and had conferred with the sub-judge till that excellent official turned green, he found time to draft an official letter describing the conduct of Michel, which letter filtered through the proper channel and ended in the transfer of Michel up country once more on the imperial salary of 66 rupees a month. So he and Miss Vezzis were married with great state and ancientry, and now there are several little de Cruzes sprawling about the verandas of the Central Telegraph Office. But if the whole revenue of the department he serves were to be his reward, Michel could never, never repeat what he did at Tibasu for the sake of Miss Vezzis, the nurse girl. Which proves that when a man does good work out of all proportion to his pay, in 7 cases out of 9 there's a woman at the back of the virtue. The 2 exceptions must have suffered from sunstroke. End of Chapter 9. His Chance in Life. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 10. Watches of the Night, of Plain Tales from the Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Plain Tales from the Hills by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 10. Watches of the Night. What is in the Brahmin's books, that is in the Brahmin's heart. Neither you nor I knew there was so much evil in the world. A Hindu proverb. This began as a practical joke, but it has gone far enough now, and is getting serious. Platt, the subaltern, being poor, had a Waterbury watch and a plain leather guard. The Colonel had a Waterbury watch also, and, for guard, the lip strap of a curb chain. Lip straps make the best watch guards. They are strong and short. Between a lip strap and an ordinary leather guard there is no great difference. Between one Waterbury watch and another there is none at all. Everyone in the station knew the Colonel's lip strap. He was not a horsey man, but he liked people to believe he had been once, and he wove fantastic stories of the hunting bridle to which this particular lip strap had belonged. Otherwise, he was painfully religious. Platt and the Colonel were dressing at the club, both late for their engagements and both in a hurry. That was Kismet. The 2 watches were on a shelf below the looking-glass, guards hanging down. That was carelessness. Platt changed first, snatched a watch, looked in the glass, settled his tie, and ran. 40 seconds later the Colonel did exactly the same thing, each man taking the other's watch. You may have noticed that many religious people are deeply suspicious. They seem, for purely religious purposes, of course, to know more about iniquity than the unregenerate. Perhaps they were especially bad before they became converted. At any rate, in the imputation of things evil, and in putting the worst construction on things innocent, a certain type of good people may be trusted to surpass all others. The Colonel and his wife were of that type. But the Colonel's wife was the worst. She manufactured the station scandal, and talked to her ayah. Nothing more need be said. The Colonel's wife broke up the Laplace's home. The Colonel's wife stopped the Ferris-Houghtrey engagement. The Colonel's wife induced young Buxton to keep his wife down in the plains through the first year of the marriage, whereby little Mrs. Buxton died, and the baby with her. These things will be remembered against the Colonel's wife so long as there is a regiment in the country. But to come back to the Colonel and Platt. They went their several ways from the dressing-room. The Colonel dined with 2 chaplains, while Platt went to a bachelor party, and whist to follow. Mark how things happen. If Platt's scythe had put the new saddle-pad on the mare, the butts of the terrets would not have worked through the worn leather, and the old pad into the mare's withers, when she was coming home at 2 o'clock in the morning. She would not have reared, bolted, fallen into a ditch, upset the cart, and sent Platt flying over an aloe hedge on to Mrs. Larkin's well-kept lawn, and this tale would never have been written. But the mare did do all these things, and while Platt was rolling over and over on the turf like a shot rabbit, the watch and guard flew from his waistcoat, as an infantry major's sword hops out of the scabbard when they are firing a feu de joie, and rolled in the moonlight till it stopped under a window. Platt stuffed his handkerchief under the pad, put the cart straight, and went home. Mark again how Kismet works. This would not happen once in 100 years. Towards the end of his dinner with the two chaplains, the Colonel let out his waistcoat and leaned over the table to look at some mission reports. The bar of the watch guard worked through the buttonhole, and the watch, Platt's watch, slid quietly onto the carpet, where the bearer found it the next morning and kept it. Then the Colonel went home to the wife of his bosom, but the driver of the carriage was drunk and lost his way, so the Colonel returned at an unseemly hour, and his excuses were not accepted. If the Colonel's wife had been an ordinary vessel of wrath appointed for destruction, she would have known that when a man stays away on purpose, his excuse is always sound and original. The very baldness of the Colonel's explanation proved its truth. See once more the workings of Kismet. The Colonel's watch, which came with Platt hurriedly on to Mrs. Larkin's lawn, chose to stop just under Mrs. Larkin's window, where she saw it early in the morning, recognized it, and picked it up. She had heard the crash of Platt's cart at 2 o'clock that morning, and his voice calling the mare names. She knew Platt and liked him. That day she showed him the watch and heard his story. He put his head on one side, winked, and said, "How disgusting, shocking old man! With his religious training, too. I should send the watch to the Colonel's wife and ask for explanations." Mrs. Larkin thought for a minute of the Laplaces, whom she had known when Laplace and his wife believed in each other, and answered, "I will send it. I think it will do her good. But remember, we must never, never tell her the truth." Platt guessed that his own watch was in the Colonel's possession, and thought that the return of the lip-strapped Waterbury with a soothing note from Mrs. Larkin would merely create a small trouble for a few minutes. Mrs. Larkin, of course, knew better. She knew that any poison dropped would find good holding ground in the heart of the Colonel's wife. The packet, and a note containing a few remarks on the Colonel's calling hours, were sent over to the Colonel's wife, who wept in her own room and took counsel with herself. If there was one woman under heaven whom the Colonel's wife hated with holy fervour, it was Mrs. Larkin. Mrs. Larkin was a frivolous lady, and called the Colonel's wife "Old Cat." The Colonel's wife said that somebody in Revelations was remarkably like Mrs. Larkin. She mentioned other Scripture people as well, from the Old Testament. But the Colonel's wife was the only person who cared or dared to say anything against Mrs. Larkin. Everyone else accepted her as an amusing, honest little body. Wherefore, to believe that her husband had been shedding watches under that Thing's window at ungodly hours, coupled with the fact of his late arrival on the previous night, was... Well, at this point she rose up and sought her husband. He denied everything except the ownership of the watch. She besought him, for his soul's sake, to speak the truth. He denied afresh, with 2 bad words. Then a stony silence held the Colonel's wife, while a man could draw his breath 5 times. The speech that follows is no affair of mine or yours. It was made up of wifely and womanly jealousy, knowledge of old age and sunken cheeks, deep mistrust born of the text that says, "Even little babies' hearts are as bad as they make them," rancorous hatred of Mrs. Larkin, and the tenets of the creed of the Colonel's wife's upbringing. Over and above all was the damning lip-strapped Waterbury, ticking away in the palm of her shaking, withered hand. At that hour, I think, the Colonel's wife realized a little of the restless suspicions she had injected into old Laplace's mind, a little of poor Mrs. Hawtrey's misery, and some of the canker that ate into Buxton's heart as he watched his wife dying before his eyes. The Colonel stammered and tried to explain. Then he remembered that his watch had disappeared, and the mystery grew greater. The Colonel's wife talked and prayed by turns till she was tired, and went away to devise means for chastening the stubborn heart of her husband, which translated means, in our slang, tail-twisting. You see, being deeply impressed with the doctrine of original sin, she could not believe in the face of appearances. She knew too much, and jumped to the wildest conclusions. But it was good for her. It spoiled her life as she had spoilt the life of the Laplaces. She had lost her faith in the Colonel, and here the Creed suspicion came in. He might, she argued, have erred many times before a merciful Providence, at the hands of so unworthy an instrument as Mrs. Larkin, had established his guilt. He was a bad, wicked, grey-haired profligate. This may sound too sudden a revulsion for a long-wedded wife, but it's a venerable fact that if a man or woman makes a practice of, and takes a delight in, believing and spreading evil of people indifferent to him or her, he or she will end in believing evil of folk very near and dear. You may think also that the mere incident of the watch was too small and trivial to raise this misunderstanding. It's another aged fact that, in life as well as racing, all the worst accidents happen at little ditches and cut-down fences. In the same way, you sometimes see a woman who would have made a Joan of Arc in another century and climate, threshing herself to pieces over all the mean worry of housekeeping. But that's another story. Her belief only made the Colonel's wife more wretched, because it insisted so strongly on the villainy of men. Remembering what she had done, it was pleasant to watch her unhappiness, and the penny-farthing attempt she made to hide it from the station. But the station knew, and laughed heartlessly, for they had heard the story of the watch, with much dramatic gesture, from Mrs. Larkin's lips. Once or twice Platt said to Mrs. Larkin, seeing that the Colonel had not cleared himself, "This thing has gone far enough. I move we tell the Colonel's wife how it happened." Mrs. Larkin shut her lips and shook her head, and vowed that the Colonel's wife must bear her punishment as best she could. Now, Mrs. Larkin was a frivolous woman in whom none would have suspected deep hate, so Platt took no action, and came to believe gradually, from the Colonel's silence, that the Colonel must have run off the line somewhere that night, and therefore preferred to stand sentence on the lesser count of rambling into other people's compounds out of calling hours. Platt forgot about the watch business after a while, and moved down country with his regiment. Mrs. Larkin went home when her husband's tour of Indian service expired. She never forgot. But Platt was quite right when he said that the joke had gone too far. The mistrust and the tragedy of it, which we outsiders cannot see and do not believe in, are killing the Colonel's wife, and are making the Colonel wretched. If either of them read this story, they can depend upon its being a fairly true account of the case, and can kiss and make friends. Shakespeare alludes to the pleasure of watching an engineer being shelled by his own battery. Now, this shows that poets should not write about what they do not understand. Anyone could have told him that sappers and gunners are perfectly different branches of the service. But if you correct the sentence and substitute gunner for sapper, the moral comes just the same. End of Chapter 10, Watches of the Night. Recorded by Mike Harris. Chapter 11, The Other Man, of Plain Tales from the Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Plain Tales from the Hills by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 11, The Other Man. When the earth was sick and the skies were grey and the woods were rotted with rain, the dead man rode through the autumn day to visit his love again. An old ballad. Far back in the 70s, before they'd built any public offices in Simla, and the broad road round Jacko lived in a pigeonhole in the PWD hovels, her parents made Miss Gorey marry Colonel Schreiderling. He could not have been much more than 35 years her senior, and as he lived on 200 rupees a month and had money of his own, he was well off. He belonged to good people, and suffered in the cold weather from lung complaints. In the hot weather he dangled on the brink of heat apoplexy, but it never quite killed him. Understand, I do not blame Schreiderling. He was a good husband according to his lights. and his temper only failed him when he was being nursed, which was some 17 days in each month. He was almost generous to his wife about money matters, and that, for him, was a concession. Still, Mrs. Schreiderling was not happy. They married her when she was this side of 20, and had given all her poor little heart to another man. I've forgotten his name, but we will call him the other man. He had no money, no prospects. He was not even good looking, and I think he was in the commissariat or transport. But in spite of all these things, she loved him very madly, and there was some sort of an engagement between the two, when Schreiderling appeared and told Mrs. Gorey that he wished to marry her daughter. And then the other engagement was broken off, washed away by Mrs. Gorey's tears, for that lady governed her house by weeping over disobedience to her authority, and the lack of reverence she received in her old age. The daughter did not take after her mother. She never cried, not even at the wedding. The other man bore his loss quietly, and was transferred to as bad a station as he could find. Perhaps the climate consoled him. He suffered from intermittent fever, and that may have distracted him from his other trouble. He was weak about the heart also, both ways. One of the valves was affected, and the fever made it worse. This showed itself later on. Then many months passed, and Mrs. Schreiderling took to being ill. She did not pine away like people in story-books, but she seemed to pick up every form of illness that went about a station, from simple fever upwards. She was never more than ordinarily pretty at the best of times, and the illness made her ugly. Schreiderling said so. He prided himself on speaking his mind. When she ceased being pretty, he left her to her own devices, and went back to the lairs of his bachelorhood. She used to trot up and down Simla Mall in a forlorn sort of way, with a grey Terai hat well on the back of her head, and a shocking bad saddle under her. Schreiderling's generosity stopped at the horse. He said that any saddle would do for a woman as nervous as Mrs. Schreiderling. She never was asked to dance, because she did not dance well, and she was so dull and uninteresting that her box very seldom had any cards in it. Schreiderling said that if he had known that she was going to be such a scarecrow after her marriage, he would never have married her. He always prided himself on speaking his mind, did Schreiderling. He left her at Simla one August and went down to his regiment. Then she revived a little, but she never recovered her looks. I found out at the club that the other man is coming up sick, very sick, on an off chance of recovery. The fever and the heart valves had nearly killed him. She knew that, too, and she knew, what I have no interest in knowing, when he was coming up. I suppose he wrote to tell her. They had not seen each other since a month before the wedding. And here comes the unpleasant part of the story. A late call kept me down at the Dovedale Hotel till dusk one evening. Mrs. Schreiderling had been flitting up and down the Mall all afternoon in the rain. Coming up along the cart road, a tonga passed me, and my pony, tired with standing so long, set off at a canter. Just by the road down to the tonga office, Mrs. Schreiderling, dripping from head to foot, was waiting for the tonga. I turned uphill, as the tonga was no affair of mine, and just then she began to shriek. I went back at once, and saw, under the tonga office lamps, Mrs. Schreiderling kneeling in the wet road by the back seat of the newly arrived tonga, screaming hideously. Then she fell, face down, in the dirt as I came up. Sitting in the back seat, very square and firm, with one hand on the awning stanchion and the wet pouring off his hat and moustache, was the other man, dead. The 60-mile uphill jolt had been too much for his valve, I suppose. The tonga driver said, "The Sahib died 2 stages out of Solon. Therefore, I tied him with a rope lest he should fall out by the way, and so came to Simla. Will the Sahib give me bakshish? It," pointing to the other man, "should have given me 1 rupee." The other man sat with a grin on his face, as if he enjoyed the joke of his arrival, and Mrs. Schreiderling, in the mud, began to groan. There was no one except us 4 in the office, and it was raining heavily. The first thing was to take Mrs. Schreiderling home, and the second was to prevent her name from being mixed up with the affair. The tonga driver received 5 rupees to find a bazaar rickshaw for Mrs. Schreiderling. He was to tell the tonga babu afterward of the other man, and the babu was to make such arrangements as seemed best. Mrs. Schreiderling was carried into the shed out of the rain, and for 3/4 of an hour we two waited for the rickshaw. The other man was left exactly as he had arrived. Mrs. Schreiderling would do everything but cry, which might have helped her. She tried to scream as soon as her senses came back, and then she began praying for the other man's soul. Had she not been as honest as the day, she would have prayed for her own soul too. I waited to hear her do this, but she did not. Then I tried to get some of the mud off her habit. Lastly, the rickshaw came, and I got her away, partly by force. It was a terrible business from beginning to end, but most of all when the rickshaw had to squeeze between the wall and the tonga, and she saw by the lamplight that thin yellow hand grasping the awning stanchion. She was taken home just as everyone was going to a dance at the Viceregal Lodge, Peterhof it was then, and the doctor found that she had fallen from a horse, that I had picked her up at the back of the Jacko, and really deserved great credit for the prompt manner in which I had secured medical aid. She did not die. Men of Schreiderling's stamp marry women who don't die easily. They live and grow ugly. She never told of her one meeting since her marriage with the other man, and when the chill and cough following the exposure of that evening allowed her abroad, she never by word or sign alluded to having met me by the Tonga office. Perhaps she never knew. She was to trot up and down the Mall on that shocking bad saddle, looking as if she expected to meet someone round the corner every minute. 2 years afterward she went home and died, at Bournemouth, I think. Schreiderling, when he grew maudlin at mess, used to talk about my poor dear wife. He always set great store on speaking his mind, did Schreiderling. End of Chapter 11. The Other Man. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 12. Consequences. From Plain Tales from the Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Plain Tales from the Hills by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 12. Consequences. Rosicrucian subtleties in the Orient had rise. Ye may find their teachers still under Jacatala's hill. Seek ye bombast Paracelsus. Read what Flood the Seeker tells us of the dominant that runs through the cycles of the suns. Read my story last and see Luna at her apogee. There are yearly appointments and 2 yearly appointments and 5 yearly appointments at Simla, and there are, or used to be, permanent appointments, whereon you stayed up for the term of your natural life and secured red cheeks and a nice income. Of course, you could descend in the cold weather, for Simla is rather dull then. Tarian came from goodness knows where, all away and away in some forsaken part of central India, where they called Pachmari a sanitarium, and drive behind trotting bullocks, I believe. He belonged to a regiment, but what he really wanted to do was to escape from his regiment and live in Simla for ever and ever. He had no preference for anything in particular, beyond a good horse and a nice partner. He thought he could do everything well, which is a beautiful belief when you hold it with all your heart. He was clever in many ways, and good to look at, and always made people round him comfortable, even in central India. So he went up to Simla, and because he was clever and amusing, he gravitated naturally to Mrs. Hauksbee, who could forgive everything but stupidity. Once he did her great service by changing the date on an invitation card for a big dance which Mrs. Hauksbee wished to attend, but couldn't because she had quarrelled with the A.D.C., who took care, being a mean man, to invite her to a small dance on the 6th instead of the big ball on the 26th. It was a very clever piece of forgery, and when Mrs. Hauksbee showed the A.D.C. her invitation card and chaffed him mildly for not better managing his vendettas, he really thought he had made a mistake and, which was wise, realized that it was no use to fight with Mrs. Hauksbee. She was grateful to Tarian and asked what she could do for him. He said simply, "I'm a freelance up here on leave and on the lookout for what I can loot. I haven't a square inch of interest in old Simla. My name isn't known to any man with an appointment in his gift, and I want an appointment, a good, sound, pukka one. I believe you can do anything you turn yourself to. Will you help me?" Mrs. Hauksbee thought for a moment, and passed the last of her riding whip through her lips, as was her custom when thinking. Then her eyes sparkled, and she said, "I will," and she shook hands on it. Tarian, having perfect confidence in this great woman, took no further thought of the business at all. except to wonder what sort of an appointment he would win. Mrs. Hauksbee began calculating the prices of all the heads of departments and members of council she knew, and the more she thought the more she laughed, because her heart was in the game and it amused her. Then she took a civil list and ran over a few of the appointments. There are some beautiful appointments in the civil list. Eventually she decided that, though Tarrion was too good for the political department, she had better begin by trying to get him in there. What were her own plans to this end does not matter in the least, for luck or fate played into her hands, and she had nothing to do but to watch the course of events and take the credit for them. All viceroys, when they first come out, pass through the diplomatic secrecy craze. It wears off in time, but they all catch it in the beginning because they are new to the country. The particular viceroy who was suffering from the complaint just then, this was a long time ago, before Lord Dufferin ever came from Canada, or Lord Ripon from the bosom of the English Church, had it very badly, and the result was that men who were new to keeping official secrets went about looking unhappy, and the Viceroy plumed himself on the way in which he had instilled notions of reticence into his staff. Now, the Supreme Government have a careless custom of committing what they do to printed papers. These papers deal with all sorts of things, from the payment of rupees 200 to a Secret Service native, up to rebukes administered to vakils and motamids of native states, and rather brusque letters to native princes, telling them to put their houses in order, to refrain from kidnapping women, or filling offenders with pounded red pepper, and eccentricities of that kind. Of course, these things could never be made public, because native princes never err officially, and their states are, officially, as well administered as our territories. Also, the private allowances to various queer people are not exactly matters to put into newspapers, though they give quaint reading sometimes. When the Supreme Government is at Simla, these papers are prepared there, and go round to the people who ought to see them in office boxes, or by post. The principle of secrecy was to that Viceroy quite as important as the practice, and he held that a benevolent despotism like ours should never allow even little things, such as appointments of subordinate clerks, to leak out till the proper time. He was always remarkable for his principles. There was a very important batch of papers in preparation at that time. It had to travel from one end of Simla to the other by hand. It was not put into an official envelope, but a large, square, pale pink one, the batter being in manuscript on soft, crinkly paper. It was addressed to the head clerk, etc., etc. Now, between the head clerk, etc., etc., and Mrs. Hauksbee and a flourish, is no very great difference if the address be written in a very bad hand, as this was. The chaprassi who took the envelope was not more of an idiot than most chaprassis. He merely forgot where this most unofficial cover was to be delivered, and so asked the first Englishman he met, who happened to be a man riding down to Annandale in a great hurry. The Englishman hardly looked, and said, "Hauksbee Sahib ki mem," and went on. So did the chapras, because that letter was the last in stock, and he wanted to get his work over. There was no book to sign. He thrust the letter into Mrs. Hauksbee's bearer's hands, and went off to smoke with a friend. Mrs. Hauksbee was expecting some cut-out pattern things in flimsy paper from a friend. As soon as she got the big square packet, therefore, she said, "Oh, the dear creature," and tore it open with a paper knife, and all the MS enclosures tumbled out on the floor. Mrs. Hauksbee began reading. I have said the batch was rather important. That is quite enough for you to know. It referred to some correspondence, 2 measures, a peremptory order to a native chief, and 24 other things. Mrs. Hauksbee gasped as she read, for the first glimpse of the naked machinery of the great Indian Government, stripped of its casings and lacquer and paint and guard rails, impresses even the most stupid man. And Mrs. Hauksbee was a clever woman. She was a little afraid at first, and felt as if she had laid hold of a lightning flash by the tail, and did not quite know what to do with it. There were remarks and, of course, initials at the side of the papers, and some of the remarks were rather more severe than the papers. The initials belonged to men who are all dead or gone now, but they were great in their day. Mrs. Hauksbee read on, and thought calmly as she read. Then the value of her trove struck her, and she cast about for the best method of using it. Then Tarrion dropped in, and they read through all the papers together, and Tarrion, not knowing how she had come by them, vowed that Mrs. Hauksbee was the greatest woman on earth. which I believe was true, or nearly so. "The honest course is always the best," said Tarrion, after an hour and a half of study and conversation. "All things considered, the Intelligence Branch is about my form, either that or the Foreign Office. I go to lay siege to the high gods in their temples." He did not seek a little man, or a little big man, or a weak head of a strong Government, but he called on the biggest and strongest man that the Government owned, and explained that he wanted an appointment at Simla on a good salary. The compound insolence of this amused the strong man, and, as he had nothing to do for the moment, he listened to the proposals of the audacious Tarrion. "You have, I presume, some special qualifications, besides the gift of self-assertion, for the claims you put forward," said the strong man. "That, sir," said Tarrion, "is for you to judge." Then he began, for he had a good memory, quoting a few of the more important notes in the papers, slowly and one by one, as a man drops chlorodyne into a glass. When he had reached the peremptory order, and it was a peremptory order, the strong man was troubled. Tarrion wound up, "And I fancy that special knowledge of this kind is at least as valuable, for, let us say, a berth in the Foreign Office, as the fact of being the nephew of a distinguished officer's wife." That hit the strong man hard, for the last appointment to the Foreign Office had been by black favour, and he knew it. "Well, I'll see what I can do for you," said the strong man. "Many thanks," said Tarrion. Then he left, and the strong man departed to see how the appointment was to be blocked. Followed a pause of 11 days, with thunders and lightnings and much telegraphing. The appointment was not a very important one, carrying only between Rs500 and Rs700 a month, but, as the Viceroy said, it was the principle of diplomatic secrecy that had to be maintained, and it was more than likely that a boy so well supplied with special information would be worth translating. So they translated him. They must have suspected him, though he protested that his information was due to singular talents of his own. Now, much of this story, including the after history of the missing envelope, you must fill in for yourself, because there are reasons why it cannot be written. If you do not know about things up above, you won't understand how to fill it in, and you will say it's impossible. What the Viceroy said, when Tarrion was introduced to him, was, "Oh, so this is the boy who rusked the Government of India, is it? Recollect, sir, that is not done twice." So he must have known something. What Tarrion said when he saw his appointment gazetted was, "If Mrs. Hauksbee were 20 years younger and I her husband, I should be Viceroy of India in 20 years. What Mrs. Hauksbee said, when Tarrion thanked her almost with tears in his eyes, was first, "I told you so," and next to herself, "What fools men are!" End of Chapter 12. Consequences. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 13. The Conversion of Aurelian Magoggan, from Plain Tales from the Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Plain Tales from the Hills by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 13. The Conversion of Aurelian Magoggan. Ride with an idle whip, ride with an unused heel, but once in a way there will come a day when the colt must be taught to feel the lash that falls and the curb that galls, and the sting of the roweled steel. From Life's Handicap. This is not a tale exactly, it's a tract, and I am immensely proud of it. Making a tract is a feat. Every man is entitled to his own religious opinions, but no man, least of all a junior, has a right to thrust these down other men's throats. The Government sends out weird civilians now and again, but Magoggan was the queerest exported for a long time. He was clever, brilliantly clever, but his cleverness worked the wrong way. Instead of keeping to the study of the vernaculars, he had read some books written by a man called Comte, I think, and a man called Spencer, and a Professor Clifford. You'll find these books in the library. They deal with people's insides from the point of view of men who have no stomachs. There was no order against his reading them, but his mamma should have smacked him. They fermented in his head, and he came out to India with a rarefied religion over and above his work. It was not much of a creed. It only proved that men had no souls, and there was no God and no hereafter,
and that you must worry along somehow for the good of humanity. One of its minor tenets seemed to be that the one thing more sinful than giving an order was obeying it. At least, that's what McGoggin said, but I suspect he had misread his primers. I do not say a word against his creed. It was made up in town, where there is nothing but machinery and asphalt and building, all shut in by the fog. Naturally, a man grows to think that there is no one higher than himself, and that the Metropolitan Board of Works made everything. But in this country, where you really see humanity, raw, brown, naked humanity, with nothing between it and the blazing sky, and only the used-up, over-handled earth underfoot, the notion somehow dies away, and most folk come back to simpler theories. Life in India is not long enough to waste in proving that there is no one in particular at the head of affairs. For this reason: the deputy is above the assistant, the commissioner above the deputy, the lieutenant governor above the commissioner, and the viceroy above all four, under the orders of the Secretary of State, who is responsible to the Empress. If the Empress be not responsible to her Maker, if there is no Maker for her to be responsible to, the entire system of our administration must be wrong, which is manifestly impossible. At home, men are to be excused. They are stalled up a good deal and get intellectually beany. When you take a gross, beany horse to exercise, he slavers and slobbers over the bit till you can't see the horns. But the bit is there just the same. Men do not get beany in India. The climate and the work are against playing bricks with words. If McGoggin had kept his creed, with the capital letters and the endings in isms, to himself, no one would have cared. But his grandfathers on both sides had been Wesleyan preachers, and the preaching strain came out in his mind. He wanted everyone at the club to see that they had no souls too, and to help him to eliminate his creator. As a good many men told him, he undoubtedly had no soul, because he was so young, but it did not follow that his seniors were equally undeveloped, and whether there was another world or not, a man still wanted to read his papers in this. "But that is not the point. That is not the point," Aurelian used to say. Then men threw sofa cushions at him and told him to go to any particular place he might believe in. They christened him the Blastoderm, and he said he came from a family of that name somewhere in the prehistoric ages, and by insult and laughter strove to choke him dumb, for he was an unmitigated nuisance at the club, besides being an offence to the older men. His deputy commissioner, who was working on the frontier when Aurelian was rolling on a bed-quilt, told him that for a clever boy Aurelian was a very big idiot. And you know, if he'd gone on with his work, he would have been caught up to the Secretariat in a few years. It was just the type that goes there, all head, no physique, and 100 theories. Not a soul was interested in McGoggin's soul. He might have had 2 or none, or somebody else's. His business was to obey orders and keep abreast of his files, instead of devastating the club with isms. He worked brilliantly, but he could not accept any order without trying to better it. That was the fault of his creed. It made men too responsible and left too much to their honour. You can sometimes ride an old horse in a halter, but never a colt. McGoggin took more trouble over his cases than any of the men of his year. He may have fancied that 30-page judgments on 50-rupee cases, both sides perjured to the gullet, advanced the cause of humanity. At any rate, he worked too much, and worried and fretted over the rebukes he received, and lectured away on his ridiculous creed out of office, till the doctor had to warn him that he was overdoing it. No man can toil 18 annas in the rupee in June without suffering. But McGoggin was still intellectually beany, and proud of himself and his powers, and he would take no hint. He worked 9 hours a day, steadily. "Very well," said the doctor, "you'll break down because you are over-engined for your beam." McGoggin was a little chap. And one day the collapse came, as dramatically as if it had been meant to embellish a tract. It was just before the rains. We were sitting in the verandah in the dead hot close air, gasping and praying that the black blue clouds would let down and bring the cool. Very, very far away there was a faint whisper, which was the roar of the rains breaking over the river. One of the men heard it, got out of his chair, listened, and said, naturally enough, "Thank God." Then the Blastoderm turned in his place and said, "Why? I assure you it's only the result of perfectly natural causes, atmospheric phenomena of the simplest kind. Why you should therefore return thanks to a being who never did exist, who is only a figment—" "Blastoderm," grunted the man in the next chair, "dry up, and throw me over the Pioneer. We know all about your figments." The Blastoderm reached out to the table, took up one paper, and jumped as if something had stung him. Then he handed the paper over. "As I was saying," he went on slowly and with an effort, "due to perfectly natural causes—perfectly natural causes—I mean— Hi, Blastoderm, you've given me the Calcutta Mercantile Advertiser." The dust got up in little whirls, while the tree-tops rocked and the kites whistled. But no one was looking at the coming of the rains. We were all staring at the Blastoderm, who had risen from his chair and was fighting with his speech. Then he said, still more slowly, "Perfectly conceivable. Dictionary. Red oak. Amenable. Cause. Retaining. Shuttlecock. Alone." "Blastoderm's drunk," said one man. But the Blastoderm was not drunk. He looked at us in a dazed sort of way, and began motioning with his hands in the half light as the clouds closed overhead. Then, with a scream, "What is it?" "Can't. Reserve. Attainable. Market. Obscure." But his speech seemed to freeze in him, and just as the lightning shot two tongues that cut the whole sky into three pieces, and the rain fell in quivering sheets, the Blastoderm was struck dumb. He stood pawing and champing like a hard-held horse, and his eyes were full of terror. The doctor came over in 3 minutes and heard the story. "It's aphasia," he said. "Take him to his room. I knew the smash would come." We carried the Blastoderm across in the pouring rain to his quarters, and the doctors gave him bromide of potassium to make him sleep. Then the doctor came back to us and told us that aphasia was like all the arrears of Punjab head falling in a lump, and that only once before, in the case of a sepoy, had he met with so complete a case. I myself have seen mild aphasia in an overworked man, but this sudden dumbness was uncanny, though, as the Blastoderm himself might have said, due to perfectly natural causes. "You'll have to take leave after this," said the doctor. "He won't be fit for work for another 3 months. No, it isn't insanity or anything like it. It's only complete loss of control over the speech and memory. I fancy it will keep the Blastoderm quiet, though." 2 days later the Blastoderm found his tongue again. The first question he asked was, "What was it?" The doctor enlightened him. "But I can't understand it," said the Blastoderm. "I'm quite sane, but I can't be sure of my mind. It seems my own memory. Can I?" "Go up into the hills for 3 months and don't think about it," said the doctor. "But I can't understand it," repeated the Blastoderm. "It was my own mind and memory." "I can't help it," said the doctor. "There are a good many things you can't understand, and by the time you've put in my length of service you'll know exactly how much a man dare call his own in this world." The stroke cowed the Blastoderm. He could not understand it. He went into the hills in fear and trembling, wondering whether he would be permitted to reach the end of any sentence he began. This gave him a wholesome feeling of mistrust. The legitimate explanation that he had been overworking himself failed to satisfy him. Something had wiped his lips of speech as a mother wipes the milky lips of her child, and he was afraid, horribly afraid. So the club had rest when he returned, and if ever you come across Aurelian McGoggin laying down the law on things human, he doesn't seem to know as much as he used to about things divine, put your forefinger on your lip for a moment and see what happens. Don't blame me if he throws a glass at your head. End of Chapter 13. The Conversion of Aurelian McGoggin. Recording by Mike Harris.
Chapter 14 of Plain Tales from the Hills, A Germ Destroyer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Plain Tales from the Hills by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 14. A Germ Destroyer. Pleasant it is for the little tin gods when great Jove nods. But little tin gods make their little mistakes. in missing the hour when great Jove wakes. As a general rule, it's inexpedient to meddle with questions of state in a land where men are highly paid to work them out for you. This tale is a justifiable exception. Once in every 5 years, as you know, we indent for a new viceroy, and each viceroy imports with the rest of his baggage a private secretary, who may or may not be the real viceroy, just as fate ordains. Fate looks after the Indian Empire because it's so big and so helpless. There was a viceroy once who brought out with him a turbulent private secretary, a hard man with a soft manner and a morbid passion for work. This secretary was called Wonder, John Fennel Wonder. The viceroy possessed no name, nothing but a string of counties and 2/3 of the alphabet after them. He said in confidence that he was the electroplated figurehead of a golden administration, and he watched in a dreamy, amused way Wonder's attempts to draw matters which were entirely outside his province into his own hands. "When we were all cherubims together," said His Excellency once, "my dear good friend Wonder will head the conspiracy for plucking out Gabriel's tail feathers, or stealing Peter's keys. Then I shall report him." But though the Viceroy did nothing to check Wonder's officiousness, other people said unpleasant things. Maybe the members of Council began it, but finally all Simla agreed that there was too much Wonder and too little Viceroy in that regime. Wonder was always quoting His Excellency. It was His Excellency this, His Excellency that, in the opinion of His Excellency, and so on. The Viceroy smiled, but he did not heed. He said that, so long as his old men squabbled with his dear good Wonder, they might be induced to leave the immemorial East in peace. "No wise man has a policy," said the Viceroy. "A policy is the blackmail levied on the fool by the unforeseen. I am not the former, and I do not believe in the latter." I do not quite see what this means, unless it refers to an insurance policy. Perhaps it was the Viceroy's way of saying, "Lie low." That season came up to Simla one of these crazy people with only a single idea. These are the men who make things move, but they are not nice to talk to. This man's name was Mellish, and he had lived for 15 years on land of his own, in Lower Bengal, studying cholera. He held that cholera was a germ that propagated itself as it flew through a muggy atmosphere, and stuck in the branches of trees like a wool flake. The germ could be rendered sterile, he said, by Mellish's own invincible fumigatory, a heavy violet-black powder, the result of 15 years' scientific investigation, sir. Inventors seemed very much alike as a caste. They talk loudly, especially about conspiracies of monopolists. They beat upon the table with their fists, and they secrete fragments of their inventions about their persons. Mellish said that there was a medical ring at Simla, headed by the Surgeon General, who was in league apparently with all the hospital assistants in the Empire. I forget exactly how he proved it, but it had something to do with skulking up to the hills, and what Mellish wanted was the independent evidence of the Viceroy, steward of our most gracious Majesty the Queen, sir. So Mellish went up to Simla, with 84 pounds of fumigatory in his trunk, to speak to the Viceroy, and to show him the merits of the invention. But it's easier to see a Viceroy than to talk to him, unless you chance to be as important as Mellish of Madras. He was a 6,000 rupee man, so great that his daughters never married, they contracted alliances. He himself was not paid. He received emoluments, and his journeys about the country were tours of observation. His business was to stir up the people in Madras with a long pole, as you stir up stench in a pond, and the people had to come up out of their comfortable old ways and gasp, "This is enlightenment and progress. Isn't it fine?" Then they gave Mellish statues and jasmine garlands in the hope of getting rid of him. Mellish came up to Simla to confer with the Viceroy. That was one of his perquisites. The Viceroy knew nothing of Mellish, except that he was one of those middle-class deities who seem necessary to the spiritual comfort of this paradise of the middle classes, and that, in all probability, he had suggested, designed, founded, and endowed all the public institutions of Madras. Which proves that His Excellency, though dreamy, had experience of the ways of 6,000 rupee men. Mellish's name was E. Mellish,
and Mellish's was E.S. Mellish, the second being spelt M-E-L-L-I-S-H without an E. And they were both staying at the same hotel. And the fate that looks after the Indian Empire ordained that Wonder should blunder and drop the final E, that the chaprassi should help him, and that the note which ran, "Dear Mr. Mellish," without an E, "can you set aside your other engagements and lunch with us at 2 tomorrow? His Excellency has an hour at your disposal then," should have been given to Mellish with the fumigatory. That's Mellish without an E. He nearly wept with pride and delight, and at the appointed hour cantered off to Peterhof, a big paper bag full of the fumigatory in his coat-tail pockets. He had his chance, and he meant to make the most of it. Mellish with an E, of Madras, had been so portentously solemn about his conference that Wonder had arranged for a private tiffin. No A.D.C.'s, no Wonder, no one but the Viceroy, who said plaintively that he feared being left alone with unmuzzled autocrats like the great Mellish with an E, of Madras. But his guest did not bore the Viceroy. On the contrary, he amused him. Mellish without an E was nervously anxious to go straight to his fumigatory, and talked at random until tiffin was over and His Excellency asked him to smoke. The Viceroy was pleased with Mellish without an E, because he did not talk shop. As soon as the cheroots were lit, Mellish spoke like a man, beginning with his cholera theory, reviewing his 15 years' scientific labours, the machinations of the Simla ring, and the excellence of his fumigatory, while the Viceroy watched him between half-shut eyes and thought, "Evidently this is the wrong tiger, but it's an original animal." Mellish's hair was standing on end with excitement, and he stammered. He began groping in his coat-tails, and before the Viceroy knew what was about to happen, he had tipped a bagful of his powder into the big silver ash-tray. "Judge for yourself, sir," said Mellish. "The Excellency shall judge for yourself. Absolutely infallible, on my honour." He plunged the lighted end of his cigar into the powder, which began to smoke like a volcano, and send up fat, greasy wreaths of copper-coloured smoke. In 5 seconds the room was filled with a most pungent and sickening stench, a reek that took fierce hold of the trap of your windpipe and shut it. The powder then hissed and fizzed and sent out blue and green sparks, and the smoke rose till you could neither see nor breathe nor gasp. Mellish, however, was used to it. "Nitrate of strontia," he shouted. "Barita bone meal," etc. 1,000 cubic feet smoke per cubic inch. Not a germ could live, not a germ, your Excellency. But His Excellency had fled, and was coughing at the foot of the stairs, while all Peterhof hummed like a hive. Red Lancers came in, and the head chaprassi, who speaks English, came in, and mace-bearers came in, and ladies ran downstairs screaming "Fire!" for the smoke was drifting through the house and oozing out of the windows, and bellying along the verandas, and wreathing and writhing across the gardens. No one could enter the room where Mellish was lecturing on his fumigatory till that unspeakable powder had burned itself out. Then an aide-de-camp, who desired the V.C., rushed through the rolling clouds and hauled Mellish into the hall. The Viceroy was prostrate with laughter, and could only waggle his hands feebly at Mellish, who was shaking a fresh bagful of powder at him. "Glorious, glorious!" sobbed His Excellency. "Not a germ, as you justly observed, could exist. I can swear it. A magnificent success." Then he laughed till the tears came, and Wonder, who had caught the real Mellish, the one with an E, snorting on the Mall, entered and was deeply shocked at the scene. The Viceroy was delighted, because he saw that Wonder would presently depart. Mellish with the fumigatory was also pleased, for he felt that he had smashed the Simla medical ring. A few men could tell a story like His Excellency when he took the trouble, and the account of my dear good Wonder's friend with the powder went the round of Simla, and flippant folk made Wonder unhappy by their remarks. But His Excellency told the tale once too often for Wonder, as he meant to. It was at Seepy Picnic. Wonder was sitting just behind the Viceroy. "And I really thought for a moment," wound up His Excellency, "that my dear good Wonder had hired an assassin to clear his way to the throne." Everyone laughed, but there was a delicate sub-tinkle in the Viceroy's tone, which Wonder understood. He found that his health was giving way, and the Viceroy allowed him to go, and presented him with a flaming character for use at home among big people. "My fault entirely," said His Excellency, in after seasons, with a twinkling in his eye. "My inconsistency must always have been distasteful to such a masterly man." Chapter 14: A Germ Destroyer. Chapter 15: Kidnapped. Of Plain Tales from the Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Plain Tales from the Hills by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 15: Kidnapped. There is a tide in the affairs of men which, taken any way you please, is bad, and strands them in forsaken guts and creeks no decent soul would think of visiting. You cannot stop the tide, but now and then you may arrest some rash adventurer who will hardly thank you for your pains. From Vibert's Moralities. We are a high caste and enlightened race, and infant marriage is very shocking, and the consequences are sometimes peculiar. But nevertheless the Hindoo notion, which is the continental notion, which is the aboriginal notion, of arranging marriages irrespective of the personal inclinations of the married, is sound. Think for a minute, and you will see that it must be so, unless, of course, you believe in affinities, in which case you had better not read this tale. How can a man who has never married, who cannot be trusted to pick up at sight a moderately sound horse, whose head is hot and upset with visions of domestic felicity, go about choosing a wife? He cannot see straight or think straight if he tries, and the same disadvantages exist in the case of a girl's fancies. But when mature, married, and discreet people arrange a match between a boy and a girl, they do it sensibly, with a view to the future, and the young couple live happily ever afterwards, as everybody knows. Properly speaking, Government should establish a matrimonial department, efficiently officered, with a jury of matrons, a judge of the chief court, a senior chaplain, and an awful warning, in the shape of a love match that has gone wrong, chained to the trees in the courtyard. All marriages should be made through the department, which might be subordinate to the educational department, under the same penalty as that attaching to the transfer of a land without a stamped document. But Government won't take suggestions. It pretends that it's too busy. However, I'll put my notion on record and explain the example that illustrates the theory. Once upon a time there was a good young man, a first-class officer in his own department, a man with a career before him, and possibly a K.C.G.E. at the end of it. All his superiors spoke well of him because he knew how to hold his tongue and his pen at the proper times. There are today only 11 men in India who possess this secret, and they have all, with one exception, attained great honor and enormous incomes. This good young man was quiet and self-contained, too old for his years by far, which always carries its own punishment. Had a subaltern or a tea planter's assistant, or anybody who enjoys life and has no care for tomorrow, done what he tried to do, not a soul would have cared. But when Paithrop, the estimable, virtuous, economical, quiet, hard-working young Paithrop, fell, there was a flutter through 5 departments. The manner of his fall was in this way. He met a Miss Castris, De Castris it was originally, but the family dropped the D apostrophe for administrative reasons, and he fell in love with her even more energetically than he worked. Understand clearly that there was not a breath of a word to be said against Miss Castris, not a shadow of a breath. She was good and very lovely, possessed what innocent people at home called a Spanish complexion, with thick blue-black hair growing low down on her forehead into a widow's peak, and big violet eyes under eyebrows as black and as straight as the borders of a Gazette Extraordinary when a big man dies. But, well, she was a very sweet girl and very pious, but for many reasons she was impossible, quite so. All good mammas know what impossible means. It was obviously absurd that Paithrop should marry her. The little opal-tinted onyx at the base of her fingernails said this as plainly as print. Furthermore, marriage with Miss Castris meant marriage with several other Castrises: Honorary Lieutenant Castris, her papa; Mrs. Eulalie Castris, her mamma; and all the ramifications of the Castris family, on incomes ranging from rupees 175 to rupees 470 a month, and their wives and connections again. It would have been cheaper for Paithrop to have assaulted a commissioner with a dog whip, or to have burned the records of a deputy commissioner's office, than to have contracted an alliance with the castresses. It would have weighed his after career less, even under a government which never forgets and never forgives. Everybody saw this but Paithrop. He was going to marry Miss Castress. He was, being of age and drawing a good income, and woe betide the house that would not afterwards receive Mrs. Virginia Soles Paithrop with the deference due to her husband's rank. That was Paithrop's ultimatum, and any remonstrance drove him frantic. These sudden madnesses most afflict the sanest men. There was a case once, but I will tell you of that later on. You cannot account for the mania except under a theory directly contradicting the one about the place wherein marriages are made. Paithrop was burningly anxious to put a millstone around his neck at the outset of his career, and argument had not the least effect on him. He was going to marry Miss Castress, and the business was his own business. He would thank you to keep your advice to yourself. With a man in this condition, mere words only fix him in his purpose. Of course, he cannot see that marriage out here does not concern the individual, but the government he serves. Do you remember Mrs. Hauksbee, that most wonderful woman in India? She saved Pluffles from Mrs. Reaver, won Tarrion his appointment in the Foreign Office, and was defeated in open field by Mrs. Cusack Bremmel. She heard of the lamentable condition of Paithrop, and her brain struck out the plan that saved him. She had the wisdom of the serpent, the logical coherence of the man, the fearlessness of the child, and the triple intuition of the woman. Never, no, never, as long as a tonga buckets down the sullen dip, or the couples go a-riding at the back of Summer Hill, will there be such a genius as Mrs. Hauksbee. She attended the consultation of 3 men on Paithrop's case, and she stood up with the lash of her riding-whip between her lips, and spake. 3 weeks later, Paithrop dined with the 3 men, and the Gazette of India came in. Paithrop found to his surprise that he had been gazetted a month's leave. Don't ask me how this was managed. I believe firmly that if Mrs. Hauksbee gave the order, the whole great Indian administration would stand on its head. The 3 men had also a month's leave each. Paithrop put the Gazette down and said bad words. Then there came from the compound the soft pad of camels. Thieves' camels, the Bikaneer breed that don't bubble and howl when they sit down and get up. After that I don't know what happened. This much is certain. Paithrop disappeared, vanished like smoke, and the long footrest chair in the house of the 3 men was broken to splinters. Also a bedstead departed from one of the bedrooms. Mrs. Hauksbee said that Mr. Paithrop was shooting in Rajputana with the 3 men, so we were compelled to believe her. At the end of the month Paithrop was gazetted 20 days' extension of leave, but there was wrath and lamentation in the house of Castress. The marriage day had been fixed, but the bridegroom never came, and the De Silvas, Perrieras, and Duquettes lifted their voices and mocked Honorary Lieutenant Castress as one who had been basely imposed upon. Mrs. Hauksbee went to the wedding, and was much astonished when Paithrop did not appear. After 7 weeks, Paithrop and the 3 men returned from Rajputana. Paithrop was in hard, tough condition, rather white, and more self-contained than ever. One of the 3 men had a cut on his nose caused by the kick of a gun. 12 bores kicked rather curiously. Then came Honorary Lieutenant Castress, seeking for the blood of his perfidious son-in-law to be. He said things, vulgar and impossible things, which showed the raw, rough rancour below the honorary, and I fancy Paithrop's eyes were opened. Anyhow, he held his peace till the end. Then he spoke briefly. Honorary Lieutenant Castress asked for a peg before he went away to die or bring a suit for breach of promise. Miss Castress was a very good girl. She said that she would have no breach of promise suits. She said that if she was not a lady, she was refined enough to know that ladies kept their broken hearts to themselves, and as she ruled her parents, nothing happened. Later on she married a most respectable and gentlemanly person. He travelled for an enterprising firm in Calcutta, and was all that a good husband should be. So Paithrop came to his right mind again, and did much good work, and was honoured by all who knew him. One of these days he will marry, but he'll marry a sweet pink and white maiden on the Government House list, with a little money and some influential connections, as every wise man should, and he will never, all his life, tell her what happened during the 7 weeks of his shooting tour in Rajputana. But just think how much trouble and expense, for camel hire is not cheap, and those Bikaneer brutes had to be fed like humans, might have been saved by a properly conducted matrimonial department under the control of the Director General of Education, but corresponding direct with the Viceroy. End of Chapter 15. Kidnapped. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 16. The Arrest of Lieutenant Golightly. From Plain Tales from the Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Plain Tales from the Hills by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 16. The Arrest of Lieutenant Golightly. "I've forgotten the countersign," says he. "Oh, you have you?" says I. "But I'm the Colonel," says he. "Oh, you are you?" says I. "Colonel and no Colonel, you waits here till I'm relieved and the sergeant reports on your ugly old mug. Coop," says I. And s'help me soul, 'twas the Colonel after all. But I was a recruitee then. The unedited autobiography of Private Otherus. If there was one thing on which Golightly prided himself more than another, it was looking like an officer and a gentleman. He said it was for the honour of the service that he attired himself so elaborately, but those who knew him best said it was just personal vanity. There was no harm about Golightly, not an ounce. He recognized a horse when he saw one, and could do more than fill a cantle. He played a very fair game at billiards, and was a sound man at the whist table. Everyone liked him, and nobody ever dreamed of seeing him handcuffed on a station platform as a deserter. But this sad thing happened. He was going down from Dalhousie at the end of his leave, riding down. He'd cut his leave as fine as he dared, and he wanted to come down in a hurry. It was fairly warm at Dalhousie, and knowing what to expect below, he descended in a new khaki suit, tight-fitting, of a delicate olive green, a peacock blue tie, white collar, and a snowy white sola helmet. He prided himself on looking neat even when he was riding post. He did look neat, and he was so deeply concerned about his appearance before he started that he quite forgot to take anything but some small change with him. He left all his notes at the hotel. His servants had gone down the road before him to be ready in waiting at Pathankote with a change of gear. That was what he called travelling in light marching order. He was proud of his faculty of organization, what we call bundobust. 22 miles out of Dalhousie it began to rain, not a mere hill shower, but a good, tepid, monsoonish downpour. Golightly bustled on, wishing that he had brought an umbrella. The dust on the roads turned into mud, and the pony mired a good deal. So did Golightly's khaki gaiters. But he kept on steadily, and tried to think how pleasant the coolth was. His next pony was rather a brute at starting, and Golightly's hands being slippery with the rain, contrived to get rid of Golightly at a corner. He chased the animal, caught it, and went ahead briskly. The spill had not improved his clothes or his temper, and he had lost one spur. He kept the other one employed. By the time that stage was ended, the pony had had as much exercise as he wanted, and, in spite of the rain, Golightly was sweating freely. At the end of another miserable half-hour, Golightly found the world disappear before his eyes in clammy pulp. The rain had turned the pith of his huge and snowy sola topee into an evil-smelling dough, and it had closed on his head like a half-opened mushroom. Also, the green lining was beginning to run. Golightly did not say anything worth recording here. He tore off and squeezed up as much of the brim as was in his eyes, and ploughed on. The back of the helmet was flapping on his neck, and the sides stuck to his ears. But the leather band and the green lining kept things roughly together, so that the hat did not actually melt away where it flapped.
Presently the pulp and the green stuff made a sort of slimy mildew, which ran over Golightly in several directions, down his back and bosom for choice. The khaki colour ran too. It was really shockingly bad dye, and sections of Golightly were brown, and patches were violet, and contours were ochre, and streaks were ruddy red, and blotches were nearly white, according to the nature and peculiarities of the dye. When he took out his handkerchief to wipe his face, and the green of the hat lining and the purple stuff that had soaked through onto his neck from the tie became thoroughly mixed, the effect was truly amazing. Near Dar the rain stopped, and the evening sun came out and dried him up slightly. It fixed the colours too. 3 miles from Pathankote the last pony fell dead lame, and Golightly was forced to walk. He pushed on into Pathankote to find his servants. He did not know then that his khitmatgar had stopped by the roadside to get drunk, and would come on the next day, saying that he had sprained his ankle. When he got into Pathankote he couldn't find his servants. His boots were stiff and ropey with mud, and there were large quantities of dirt about his body. The blue tie had run as much as the khaki, so he took it off with the collar and threw it away. Then he said something about servants generally, and tried to get a peg. He paid 8 annas for the drink, and this revealed to him that he had only 6 annas more in his pocket, or in the world, as he stood at that hour. He went to the station master to negotiate for a first-class ticket to Khasa, where he was stationed. The booking clerk said something to the station master said something to the telegraph clerk, and the 3 of them looked at him with curiosity. They asked him to wait for half an hour while they telegraphed to Amritsar for authority. So he waited, and 4 constables came and grouped themselves picturesquely round him. Just as he was preparing to ask them to go away, the station master said that he would give the Sahib a ticket to Amritsar if the Sahib would kindly come inside the booking office. Golightly stepped inside, and the next thing he knew was that a constable was attached to each of his legs and arms, while the station master was trying to cram a mail bag over his head. There was a very fair scuffle all round the booking office, and Golightly received a nasty cut over his eye through falling against a table. But the constables were too much for him, and they and the station master handcuffed him securely. As soon as the mail bag was slipped, he began expressing his opinions, and the head constable said, "Without doubt this is the soldier Englishman we required. Listen to the abuse." Then Golightly asked the station master what this and what that and the proceedings meant. The station master told him he was Private John Brinkle of the th Regiment, 5 feet 9 inches, fair hair, grey eyes, and a dissipated appearance, no marks on the body, who had deserted a fortnight ago. Golightly began explaining at great length, and the more he explained the less the station master believed him. He said that no lieutenant could look such a ruffian as did Golightly, and that his instructions were to send his capture under proper escort to Amritsar. Golightly was feeling very damp and uncomfortable, and the language he used was not fit for publication, even in an expurgated form. The 4 constables saw him safe to Amritsar in an intermediate compartment, and he spent the 4-hour journey in abusing them as fluently as his knowledge of the vernaculars allowed. At Amritsar he was bundled out on the platform into the arms of a corporal and 2 men of the th Regiment. Golightly drew himself up and tried to carry off matters jauntily. He did not feel too jaunty in handcuffs, with 4 constables behind him, and the blood from the cut on his forehead stiffening on his left cheek. The corporal was not jocular either. Golightly got as far as, "This is a very absurd mistake, my men," when the corporal told him to stow his lip and come along. Golightly did not want to come along. He desired to stop and explain. He explained very well indeed, until the corporal cut in with, "You, an officer! It's the like of you as brings disgrace on the likes of us. Blimmin' fine officer you are. I know your regiment. The Rose March the Quick Step where you come from. You're a black shame to the service." Golightly kept his temper and began explaining all over again from the beginning. Then he was marched out of the rain into the refreshment room and told not to make a qualified fool of himself. The men were going to run him up to Fort Govindar, and running up is a performance almost as undignified as the Frog March. Golightly was nearly hysterical with rage and the chill and the mistake and the handcuffs and the headache that the cut on his forehead had given him. He really laid himself out to express what was in his mind. When he had quite finished and his throat was feeling dry, one of the men said, "I've had a few beggars in the click blind stiff and crack on a bit, but I've never had any one to touch this here officer." They were not angry with him. They rather admired him. They had some beer at the refreshment room, and offered Golightly some too, because he had sworn wonderful. They asked him to tell them all about the adventures of Private John Binkle while he was loose on the countryside, and that made Golightly wilder than ever. If he'd kept his wits about him, he would have kept quiet until an officer came, but he attempted to run. Now, the butt of a martini in the small of your back hurts a great deal, and rotten, rain-soaked khaki tears easily when two men are jerking at your collar. Golightly rose from the floor feeling very sick and giddy, with his shirt ripped open all down his breast and nearly all down his back. He yielded to his luck, and at that point the down train from Lahore came in, carrying one of Golightly's majors. This is the major's evidence in full. There was the sound of a scuffle in the second-class refreshment room, so I went in and saw the most villainous loafer that I've ever set eyes on. His boots and breeches were plastered with mud and beer stains. He wore a muddy white dunghill sort of thing on his head, and it hung down in slips on his shoulders, which were a good deal scratched. He was half in and half out of a shirt, as nearly in two pieces as it could be, and he was begging the guard to look at the name on the tail of it. As he had rucked the shirt all over his head, I couldn't at first see who he was, but I fancied that he was a man in the first stages of D.T., from the way he swore while he wrestled with his rags. When he turned round, and I made allowance for a lump as big as a pork pie over one eye, and some green war paint on the face, and some violet stripes round the neck, I saw that it was Golightly. "He was very glad to see me," said the Major, "and he hoped I would not tell the mess about it. I didn't, but you can if you like, now that Golightly has gone home." Golightly spent the greater part of that summer in trying to get the corporal and the two soldiers tried by court-martial for arresting an officer and a gentleman. They were, of course, very sorry for their error. The tale leaked into the regimental canteen, and thence ran about the province. End of Chapter 16. The Arrest of Lieutenant Golightly. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 17. The House of Suddhoo. From Plain Tales from the Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Plain Tales from the Hills. Chapter 17. The House of Suddhoo. By Rudyard Kipling. A stone's throw out on either hand from that well-ordered road we tread, and all the world is wild and strange. Churl and Gowl and Gin and Sprite shall bear us company to-night, for we have reached the oldest land wherein the powers of darkness range. From The Dusk to the Dawn. The House of Suddhoo, near the Taksali Gate, is two-storied, with 4 carved windows of old brown wood and a flat roof. You may recognize it by 5 red hand prints arranged like the 5 of diamonds on the whitewash between the upper windows. Bhagwan Das, the bunnia, and a man who says he gets his living by seal-cutting, live in the lower story with a troop of wives, servants, friends, and retainers. The 2 upper rooms used to be occupied by Janu and Azizam, and a little black and tan terrier that was stolen from an Englishman's house and given to Janu by a soldier. Today only Janu lives in the upper rooms. Suddhoo sleeps on the roof generally, except when he sleeps in the street. He used to go to Peshawar in the cold weather to visit his son, who sells curiosities near the Edwards's gate, and then he slept under a real mud roof. Suddhoo is a great friend of mine, because his cousin had a son who secured, thanks to my recommendation, the post of head messenger to a big firm in the station. Suddhoo says that God will make me a lieutenant general one of these days. I dare say his prophecy will come true. He is very, very old, with white hair and no teeth worth showing,
and he has outlived his wits, outlived nearly everything except his fondness for his son at Peshawar. Janoo and Azizum are Kashmiris, ladies of the city, and theirs was an ancient and more or less honourable profession. But Azizum has since married a medical student from the northwest, and has settled down to a most respectable life somewhere near Bareilly. Bhagwan Das is an extortionate and an adulterer. He is very rich. The man who is supposed to get his living by seal cutting pretends to be very poor. This lets you know as much as is necessary of the four principal tenants in the house of Suddhoo. Then there is me, of course, but I am only the chorus that comes in at the end to explain things, so I do not count. Suddhoo is not clever. The man who pretended to cut seals was the cleverest of them all. Bhagwan Das only knew how to lie, except Janoo. She was also beautiful, but that was her own affair. Suddhoo's son at Peshawar was attacked by pleurisy, and old Suddhoo was troubled. The seal-cutter man heard of Suddhoo's anxiety and made capital out of it. He was abreast of the times. He got a friend in Peshawar to telegraph daily accounts of the son's health. And here the story begins. Suddhoo's cousin's son told me one evening that Suddhoo wanted to see me, that he was too old and feeble to come personally, and that I should be conferring an everlasting honour on the house of Suddhoo if I went to him. I went, but I think, seeing how well off Suddhoo was then, that he might have sent something better than an ekka, which jolted fearfully, to haul out a future lieutenant governor to the city on a muggy April evening. The ekka did not run quickly. It was full dark when we pulled up opposite the door of Ranjit Singh's tomb near the main gate of the fort. Here was Suddhoo, and he said that, by reason of my condescension, it was absolutely certain that I should become a lieutenant governor while my hair was yet black. Then we talked about the weather and the state of my health and the wheat crops for 15 minutes in the Huzuri Bagh under the stars. Suddhoo came to the point at last. He said that Janoo had told him that there was an order of the Sirkar against magic, because it was feared that magic might one day kill the Empress of India. I didn't know anything about the state of the law, but I fancied that something interesting was going to happen. I said that, so far from magic being discouraged by the government, it was highly commended. The greatest officials of the state practiced it themselves. If the financial statement isn't magic, I don't know what is. Then, to encourage him further, I said that if there was any jadoo afoot, I had not the least objection to giving it my countenance and sanction, and to saying that it was clean jadoo, white magic, as distinguished from the unclean jadoo which kills folk. It took a long time before Suddhoo admitted that this was just what he had asked me to come for. Then he told me, in jerks and quavers, that the man who said he cut seals was a sorcerer of the cleanest kind, that every day he gave Suddhoo news of the sick son in Peshawar more quickly than the lightning could fly, and that this news was always corroborated by the letters. Further, that he had told Suddhoo how a great danger was threatening his son, which could be removed by clean jadoo, and of course heavy payment. I began to see how the land lay, and told Suddhoo that I also understood a little jadoo in the western line, and would go to his house to see that everything was done decently and in order. We set off together, and on the way Suddhoo told me he had paid the seal cutter between 100 and 200 rupees already, and the jadoo of that night would cost 200 more, which was cheap, he said, considering the greatness of his son's danger. But I do not think he meant it. The lights were all cloaked in the front of the house when we arrived. I could hear awful noises from behind the seal cutter's shop front, as if someone were groaning his soul out. Suddhoo shook all over, and while we groped our way upstairs, told me that the jadoo had begun. Janoo and Azizum met us at the stairhead, and told us that the jadoo work was coming off in their rooms, because there was more space there. Janoo is a lady of a free-thinking turn of mind. She whispered that the jadoo was an invention to get money out of Suddhoo, and that the seal cutter would go to a hot place when he died. Suddhoo was nearly crying with fear and old age. He kept walking up and down the room in the half-light, repeating his son's name over and over, and asking Azizum if the seal cutter ought not to make a reduction in the case of his own landlord.
Janoo pulled me over to the shadow in the recess of the carved bow windows. The boards were up, and the rooms were only lit by one tiny lamp. There was no chance of my being seen if I stayed still. Presently the groans below ceased, and we heard steps on the staircase. That was the seal cutter. He stopped outside the door as the terrier barked, and as Ism fumbled at the chain, and he told Suddhoo to blow out the lamp. This left the place in jet darkness, except for the red glow from the two hookahs that belonged to Janoo and Azizum. The seal cutter came in, and I heard Suddhoo throw himself down on the floor and groan. Azizum caught her breath, and Janoo backed to one of the beds with a shudder. There was a clink of something metallic, and then shot up a pale blue-green flame near the ground. The light was just enough to show Azizum pressed against one corner of the room, with the terrier between her knees, Janoo, with her hands clasped, leaning forward as she sat on the bed, Suddhoo, face down, quivering, and the seal cutter. I hope I never see another man like that seal cutter. He was stripped to the waist, with a wreath of white jasmine as thick as my wrist round his forehead, a salmon-coloured loincloth round his middle, and a steel bangle on each ankle. This was not awe-inspiring. It was the face of the man that turned me cold. It was blue-grey in the first place. In the second, the eyes were rolled back till you could only see the whites of them, and in the third, the face was the face of a demon, a ghoul, anything you please except of the sleek, oily old ruffian who sat in the daytime over his turning lathe downstairs. He was lying on his stomach with his arms turned and crossed behind him, as if he had been thrown down pinioned. His head and neck were the only parts of him off the floor. They were nearly at right angles to the body, like the head of a cobra at spring. It was ghastly. In the centre of the room, on the bare earth floor, stood a big, deep brass basin, with a pale blue-green light floating in the centre like a night-light. Round that basin the man on the floor wriggled himself 3 times. How he did it I do not know. I could see the muscles ripple along his spine and fall smooth again, but I could not see any other motion. The head seemed the only thing alive about him, except that slow curl and uncurl of the labouring back muscles. Janoo from the bed was breathing 70 to the minute. Azizum held her hands before her eyes, and old Suddhoo, fingering at the dirt that had got into his white beard, was crying to himself. The horror of it was that the creeping, crawly thing made no sound, only crawled. And remember, this lasted for 10 minutes, while the terrier whined, and Azizum shuddered, and Janoo gasped, and Suddhoo cried. I felt the hair lift at the back of my head, and my heart thump like a thermantodite paddle. Luckily, the seal cutter betrayed himself by his most impressive trick, and made me calm again. After he had finished that unspeakable triple crawl, he stretched his head away from the floor as high as he could, and sent out a jet of fire from his nostrils. Now, I know how fire spouting is done. I can do it myself. So I felt at ease. The business was a fraud. If he had only kept to that crawl without trying to raise the effect, goodness knows what I might not have thought. Both the girls shrieked at the jet of fire, and the head dropped, chin down, on the floor with a thud, the whole body lying then like a corpse with its arms trussed. There was a pause of 5 full minutes after this, and the blue-green flame died down. Janoo stooped to settle one of her anklets, while Azizum turned her face to the wall and took the terrier in her arms. Suddhoo put out an arm mechanically to Janoo's huqa, and she slid it across the floor with her foot. Directly above the body and on the wall were a couple of flaming portraits in stamped paper frames of the Queen and the Prince of Wales. They looked down on the performance, and, to my thinking, seemed to heighten the grotesqueness of it all. Just when the silence was getting unendurable, the body turned over and rolled away from the basin to the side of the room, where it lay stomach up. There was a faint plop from the basin, exactly like the noise a fish makes when it takes a fly, and the green light in the centre revived. I looked at the basin, and saw, bobbing in the water, the dried, shrivelled, black head of a native baby, open eyes, open mouth, and shaved scalp. It was worse, being so very sudden, than the crawling exhibition.
We had no time to say anything before it began to speak. Read Poe's account of the voice that came from the mesmerized dying man, and you'll realize less than one half of the horror of that head's voice. There was an interval of a second or two between each word, and a sort of ring, ring, ring in the note of the voice, like the timbre of a bell. It pealed slowly, as if talking to itself, for several minutes before I got rid of my cold sweat. Then the blessed solution struck me. I looked at the body lying near the doorway, and saw, just where the hollow of the throat joins on the shoulders, a muscle that had nothing to do with any man's regular breathing, twitching away steadily. The whole thing was a careful reproduction of the Egyptian teraphin that one read about sometimes, and the voice was as clever and as appalling a piece of ventriloquism as one could wish to hear. All this time the head was lapping against the side of the basin, and speaking. It told Suddhoo, on his face again whining, of his son's illness, and of the state of the illness up to the evening of that very night. I always shall respect the seal cutter for keeping so faithfully to the time of the Peshawar telegrams. It went on to say that skilled doctors were night and day watching over the man's life, and that he would eventually recover if the fee to the potent sorcerer, whose servant was the head in the basin, were doubled. Here the mistake from the artistic point of view came in. To ask for twice your stipulated fee in a voice that Lazarus might have used when he rose from the dead is absurd. Janoo, who is really a woman of masculine intellect, saw this as quickly as I did. I heard her say, "Asli nahin, Farib," scornfully under her breath, and just as she said so, the light in the basin died out, the head stopped talking, and we heard the room door creak on its hinges. Then Janoo struck a match, lit the lamp, and we saw that head, basin, and seal cutter were gone. Suddhoo was wringing his hands and explaining to anyone who cared to listen that if his chances of eternal salvation depended on it, he could not raise another 200 rupees. Azizum was nearly in hysterics in the corner, while Janoo sat down composedly in one of the beds to discuss the probabilities of the whole thing being a bunao, or make-up. I explained as much as I knew of the seal cutter's way of jadoo, but her argument was much more simple. "The magic that is always demanding gifts is no true magic," said she. "My mother told me that the only potent love spells are those which are told you for love. This seal cutter man is a liar and a devil. I dare not tell, do anything, or get anything done, because I am in debt to Bhagwan Das the Bunya for 2 gold rings and a heavy anklet. I must get my food from his shop. The seal cutter is the friend of Bhagwan Das, and he would poison my food. A fool's jadoo has been done, and has been going on for 10 days, and has cost Suddhoo many rupees each night. The seal cutter used black hens and lemons and mantras before. He never showed us anything like this till tonight. Azizum is a fool, and will be a Purdanisham soon. Suddhoo has lost his strength and his wits. See now, I had hoped to get from Suddhoo many rupees while he lived, and many more after his death, and behold, he is spending everything on that offspring of a devil and a she-ass, the seal cutter." Here I said, but what induced Suddhoo to drag me into the business? Of course I can speak to the seal cutter, and he shall refund. That whole thing is child's talk, shame, and senseless. "Suddhoo is an old child," said Janoo. "He's lived on the roofs these 70 years, and is as senseless as a milch-goat. He brought you here to assure himself that he was not breaking any law of the Sirkar, whose salt he ate many years ago. He worships the dust off the feet of the seal cutter, and that cow devourer has forbidden him to go and see his son. What does Suddhoo know of your laws or the lightning post? I have to watch his money going day by day to that lying beast below." Janoo stamped her foot on the floor and nearly cried with vexation, while Suddhoo was whimpering under a blanket in the corner, and Azizum was trying to guide the pipe stem to his foolish old mouth. Now the case stands thus. Unthinkingly I have laid myself open to the charge of aiding and abetting the seal cutter in obtaining money under false pretences, which is forbidden by Section 420 of the Indian Penal Code.
I am helpless in the matter. For these reasons I cannot inform the police. What witnesses would support my statements? Janoo refuses flatly. Azizun is a veiled woman somewhere near Bareilly, lost in this big India of ours. I cannot again take the law into my own hands and speak to the seal cutter. For certain I am that not only would Suddhoo disbelieve me, but this step would end in the poisoning of Janoo, who is bound hand and foot by her death to the bunnia. Suddhoo is an old dotard, and whenever we meet mumbles my idiotic joke that the Sirkar rather patronizes the black art than otherwise. His son is well now, but Suddhoo is completely under the influence of the seal cutter, by whose advice he regulates the affairs of his life. Janoo watches daily the money that she hoped to wheedle out of Suddhoo taken by the seal cutter, and becomes daily more furious and sullen. She will never tell, because she dare not, but unless something happens to prevent her, I am afraid that the seal cutter will die of cholera, the white arsenic kind, about the middle of May, and thus I shall have to be privy to a murder in the house of Suddhoo. End of Chapter 17. The House of Suddhoo. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 18. His Wedded Wife. Of Plain Tales from the Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Plain Tales from the Hills by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 18. His Wedded Wife. Cry murder in the market-place, and each will turn upon his neighbour anxious eyes, then ask, Art thou the man? We hunted Cain some centuries ago across the world, that bred the fear our own misdeeds maintain today. From Vibart's Moralities. Shakespeare said something about worms, or it may be giants or beetles, turning if you tread on them too severely. The safest plan is never to tread on a worm, not even on the last new subaltern from home, with his buttons hardly out of their tissue paper, and the red of sappy English beef in his cheeks. This is the story of the worm that turned. For the sake of brevity, we will call him Henry Augustus Ramsay Faizan, the Worm, although he really was an exceedingly pretty boy without a hair on his face, and with a waist like a girl's when he came out to the second Shikaris, and was made unhappy in several ways. The Shikaris are a high caste regiment, and you must be able to do things well, play a banjo, or ride more than a little, or sing or act, to get on with them. The Worm did nothing except fall off his pony, and knock chips out of gate-posts with his trap. Even that became monotonous after a time. He objected to whist, cut the cloth at billiards, sang out of tune, kept very much to himself, and wrote to his mamma and sisters at home. 4 of these 5 things were vices which the Shikaris objected to and set themselves to eradicate. Everyone knows how subalterns are, by brother subalterns, softened and not permitted to be ferocious. It is good and wholesome, and does no one any harm, unless tempers are lost, and then there is trouble. There was a man once, but that's another story. The Shikaris shikared the Worm very much, and he bore everything without winking. He was so good and so anxious to learn, and flushed so pink, that his education was cut short, and he was left to his own devices by everyone except the senior subaltern, who continued to make life a burden to the Worm. The senior subaltern meant no harm, but his chaff was coarse, and he didn't quite understand where to stop. He'd been waiting too long for his company, and that always sours a man. Also, he was in love, which made him worse. One day, after he had borrowed the Worm's trap for a lady who never existed, had used it himself all the afternoon, had sent a note to the Worm purporting to come from the lady, and was telling the mess all about it, the Worm rose in his place and said, in his quiet, ladylike voice, "That was a very pretty sell, but I'll lay you a month's pay to a month's pay, when you get your step, that I work a sell on you that you'll remember for the rest of your days, and the regiment after you, when you're dead or broke." The Worm wasn't angry in the least, and the rest of the mess shouted. Then the Senior Subaltern looked at the Worm from the boots upward and down again, and said, "Done, baby." The Worm took the rest of the mess to witness that the bet had been taken, and retired into a book with a sweet smile. 2 months passed, and the Senior Subaltern still educated the Worm, who began to move about a little more as the hot weather came on. I have said that the Senior Subaltern was in love. The curious thing is that a girl was in love with the Senior Subaltern. Though the Colonel said awful things, and the Majors snorted, and married captains looked unutterable wisdom, and the juniors scoffed, those two were engaged. The Senior Subaltern was so pleased with getting his company and his acceptance at the same time that he forgot to bother the Worm. The girl was a pretty girl, and had money of her own. She does not come into this story at all. One night, at the beginning of the hot weather, all the mess, except the Worm, who had gone to his own room to write home letters, were sitting on the platform outside the mess house. The band had finished playing, but no one wanted to go in, and the captains' wives were there also. The folly of a man in love is unlimited. The Senior Subaltern had been holding forth on the merits of the girl he was engaged to, and the ladies were purring approval while the men yawned, when there was a rustle of skirts in the dark, and a tired, faint voice lifted itself. "Where is my husband?" I do not wish in the least to reflect on the morality of the shikaris, but it is on record that 4 men jumped up as if they had been shot. 3 of them were married men. Perhaps they were afraid that their wives had come from home unbeknownst. The 4th said that he had acted on the impulse of the moment. He explained this afterwards. Then the voice cried, "Oh, Lionel!" Lionel was the Senior Subaltern's name. A woman came into the little circle of light by the candles on the peg tables, stretching out her hands to the dark where the Senior Subaltern was, and sobbing. We rose to our feet, feeling that things were going to happen, and ready to believe the worst. In this bad, small world of ours, one knows so little of the life of the next man, which, after all, is entirely his own concern, that one is not surprised when a crash comes. Anything might turn up any day for any one. Perhaps the Senior Subaltern had been trapped in his youth. Men are crippled that way occasionally. We didn't know. We wanted to hear, and the captains' wives were as anxious as we. If he had been trapped, he was to be excused, for the woman from nowhere, in the dusty shoes and grey travelling dress, was very lovely, with black hair and great eyes full of tears. She was tall, with a fine figure, and her voice had a running sob in it pitiful to hear. As soon as the Senior Subaltern stood up, she threw her arms round his neck and called him "my darling," and said she could not bear waiting alone in England, and his letters were so short and cold, and she was his to the end of the world, and would he forgive her? This did not sound quite like a lady's way of speaking. It was too demonstrative. Things seemed black indeed, and the captains' wives peered under their eyebrows at the Senior Subaltern, and the Colonel's face set like the Day of Judgment framed in grey bristles, and no one spoke for a while. Next the Colonel said very shortly, "Well, sir?" and the woman sobbed afresh. The Senior Subaltern was half choked with the arms round his neck, but he grasped out, "It's a damned lie. I never had a wife in my life." "Don't swear," said the Colonel. "Come into the mess. We must sift this clear somehow." And he sighed to himself, for he believed in his shikaris, did the Colonel. We trooped into the anteroom under the full lights, and there we saw how beautiful the woman was. She stood up in the middle of us all, sometimes choking with crying, then hard and proud, and then holding out her arms to the Senior Subaltern. It was like the 4th act of a tragedy. She told us how the Senior Subaltern had married her when he was home on leave 18 months before, and she seemed to know all that we knew, and more, too, of his people and his past life. He was white and ashy grey, trying now and again to break into the torrent of her words, and we, noting how lovely she was and what a criminal he looked, esteemed him a beast of the worst kind. We felt sorry for him, though. I shall never forget the indictment of the Senior Subaltern by his wife, nor will he. It was so sudden, rushing out of the dark, unannounced, into our dull lives. The captains' wives stood back, but their eyes were alight, and you could see that they had already convicted and sentenced the Senior Subaltern. The Colonel seemed 5 years older.
One major was shading his eyes with his hand and watching the woman from underneath it. Another was chewing his moustache and smiling quietly as if he were witnessing a play. Full in the open space in the centre, by the whist tables, the senior subaltern's terrier was hunting for fleas. I remember all this as clearly as though a photograph were in my hand. I remember the look of horror on the senior subaltern's face. It was rather like seeing a man hanged, but much more interesting. Finally, the woman wound up by saying that the senior subaltern carried a double FM in tattoo on his left shoulder. We all knew that, and to our innocent minds it seemed to clinch the matter. But one of the bachelor majors said very politely, "I presume that your marriage certificate will be more to the purpose?" That roused the woman. She stood up and sneered at the senior subaltern for a cur, and abused the major and the colonel and all the rest. Then she wept, and then she pulled a paper from her breast, saying imperially, "Take that, and let my husband, my lawfully wedded husband, read it aloud, if he dare." There was a hush. The men looked into each other's eyes as the senior subaltern came forward in a dazed and dizzy way and took the paper. We were wondering, as we stared, whether there was anything against any of us that might turn up later on. The senior subaltern's throat was dry, but as he ran his eye over the paper he broke out into a hoarse cackle of relief, and said to the woman, "You young blackguard!" But the woman had fled through a door, and on the paper was written, "This is to certify that I, the Worm, have paid in full my debts to the senior subaltern, and further that the senior subaltern is my debtor by agreement on the 23rd of February, as by the mess attested, to the extent of 1 month's captain's pay in the lawful currency of the India Empire." When a deputation set off for the Worm's quarters and found him betwixt and between, unlacing his stays, with the hat, wig, serge dress, etc., on the bed, he came over as he was, and the shikaris shouted till the gunners' mess sent over to know if they might have a share of the fun. I think we were all, except the colonel and the senior subaltern, a little disappointed that the scandal had come to nothing. But that is human nature. There could be no two words about the Worm's acting. It leaned as near to a nasty tragedy as anything this side of a joke can. When most of the subalterns sat upon him with sofa cushions to find out why he had not said that acting was his strong point, he answered very quietly, "I don't think you ever asked me. I used to act at home with my sisters." But no acting with girls could account for the Worm's display that night. Personally, I think it was in bad taste, besides being dangerous. There is no sort of use in playing with fire, even for fun. The shikaris made him president of the Regimental Dramatic Club, and when the senior subaltern paid up his debt, which he did at once, the Worm sank the money in scenery and dresses. He was a good Worm, and the shikaris are proud of him. The only drawback is that he has been christened Mrs. Senior Subaltern, and as there are now 2 Mrs. Senior Subalterns in the station, this is sometimes confusing to strangers. Later on I will tell you of a case something like this, but with all the jest left out, and nothing in it but real trouble. End of Chapter 18. His Wedded Wife. Recording by Mike Harris.
Chapter 19 of Plain Tales from the Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Plain Tales from the Hills by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 19. The Broken Link Handicapped. While the snaffle holds or the long neck stings, while the big beam tilts or the last bell rings, while horses are horses to train and to race, then women and wine take a second place for me, while a short 10-3 has a field to squander or fence to face. From Song of the G.R. There are more ways of running a horse to suit your book than pulling his head off in the straight. Some men forget this. Understand clearly that all racing is rotten, as everything connected with losing money must be. Out here, in addition to its inherent rottenness, it has the merit of being 2/3 sham, looking pretty on paper only. Everyone knows everyone else far too well for business purposes. How on earth can you rack and harry and post a man for his lossings when you are fond of his wife and live in the same station with him? He says, "On the Monday following. I can't settle just yet." You say, "All right, old man," and think yourself lucky if you pull off 900 out of a 2,000 rupee debt. Any way you look at it, Indian racing is immoral, and expensively immoral, which is much worse. If a man wants your money, he ought to ask for it, or send round a subscription list, instead of juggling about the country with an Australian larrikin, a Brumby with as much breeding as the boy, a brace of Chumars in gold-laced caps, 3 or 4 Ekka ponies with hogged manes, and a switch-tailed demi-rep of a mare called Arab because she has a kink in her flag. Racing leads to the shroff quicker than anything else. But if you have no conscience, and no sentiments, and good hands, and some knowledge of pace, and 10 years' experience of horses, and, of course, several thousand rupees a month, I believe that you can occasionally contrive to pay your shoeing bills. Did you ever know Shackles, BWG 15, 13, 8, coarse, loose, mule-like ears, barrel as long as a gate post, tough as a telegraph wire, and the queerest brute that ever looked through a bridle? He was of no brand, being one of an ear-nicked mob taken into the Bucephalus at £41 10 shillings a head to make up freight, and sold raw and out of condition at Calcutta for Rs. 275. People who lost money on him called him a Brumby, but if ever any horse had Harpoon's shoulders and the gin's temper, Shackles was that horse. 2 miles was his own particular distance. He trained himself, ran himself, and rode himself, and if his jockey insulted him by giving him hints, he shut up at once and bucked the boy off. He objected to dictation. 2 or 3 of his owners did not understand this, and lost money in consequence. At last he was bought by a man who discovered that, if a race was to be won, Shackles, and Shackles only, would win it in his own way, so long as his jockey sat still. This man had a riding boy called Brunt, a lad from Perth, West Australia, and he taught Brunt, with a trainer's whip, the hardest thing a jockey can learn: to sit still, and to keep on sitting still. When Brunt fairly grasped this truth, Shackles devastated the country. No weight could stop him at his own distance, and the fame of Shackles spread from Ajmer in the south to Chedputter in the north. There was no horse like Shackles, so long as he was allowed to do his work in his own way. But he was beaten in the end, and the story of his fall is enough to make angels weep. At the lower end of the Chedputter racecourse, just before the turn into the straight, the track passes close to a couple of old brick mounds enclosing a funnel-shaped hollow. The big end of the funnel is not 6 feet from the railings on the off side. The astounding peculiarity of the course is that if you stand at one particular place about half a mile away inside the course and speak at an ordinary pitch, your voice just hits the funnel of the brick mounds and makes a curious whining echo there. A man discovered this one morning by accident while out training with a friend. He marked the place to stand and speak from with a couple of bricks, and he kept his knowledge to himself. Every peculiarity of a course is worth remembering in a country where rats play the mischief with the elephant litter, and stewards build jumps to suit their own stables. This man ran a very fairish, country-bred, long, racking high mare with the temper of a fiend, and the paces of an airy, wandering seraph. A drifty, glidey stretch, that mare was, as a delicate tribute to Miss Reaver, called the Lady Regula Baden, or, for short, Regula Baden. Shackles' jockey, Brunt, was a quiet, well-behaved boy, but his nerves had been shaken. He began his career by riding jump races in Melbourne, where a few stewards want lynching, and was one of the jockeys who came through the awful butchery, perhaps you will recall it, of the Maribyrnong Plate. The walls were colonial ramparts, logs of jarrak spiked into masonry, with wings as strong as church buttresses. Once in his stride, a horse had to jump or fall. He couldn't run out. In the Maribyrnong Plate, 12 horses were jammed at the second wall. Red Hat, leading, fell this side and threw out the glen, and the ruck came up behind, and the space between wing and wing was one struggling, screaming, kicking shambles. 4 jockeys were taken out dead, 3 were very badly hurt, and Brunt was among the 3. He told the story of the Maribyrnong Plate sometimes, and when he described how Wally on Red Hat said as the mare fell under him, "God a mercy, I'm done for," and how next instant Sithy there and White Otter had crushed the life out of poor Wally, and the dust hit a small hell of men and horses, no one marvelled that Brunt had dropped jump races and Australia together. Regula Baden's owner knew that story by heart. Brunt never varied it in the telling. He had no education. Shackles came to the Chedputter Autumn races one year, and his owner walked about insulting the sportsmen of Chedputter generally, till they went to the Honorary Secretary in a body and said, "Appoint handicappers and arrange a race which shall break Shackles and humble the pride of his owner." The districts rose against Shackles and sent up of their best: Owsle, who was supposed to be able to do his mile in 1:53; Petard, the stud bred, trained by a cavalry regiment who knew how to train; Gringalet, the ewe lamb of the 75th; Bobolink, the pride of Peshawar, and many others. They called that race the Broken Link Handicap, because it was to smash Shackles; and the handicappers piled on the weights, and the fund gave 800 rupees, and the distance was round the course for all horses. Shackles' owner said, "You can arrange the race with regard to Shackles only. So long as you don't bury him under weight cloths, I don't mind." Regula Baden's owner said, "I throw in my mare to fret Owsle. 6 furlongs is Regula's distance, and she'll then lie down and die. So also will Owsle, for his jockey doesn't understand a waiting race." Now this was a lie, for Regula had been in work for 2 months at Derra, and her chances were good, always supposing that Shackles broke a blood vessel, or Brunt moved on him. The plunging in the lotteries was fine. They filled 8,000 rupee lotteries on the Broken Link Handicap, and the account in the Pioneer said that "favouritism was divided." In plain English, the various contingents were wild on their respective horses, for the handicappers had done their work well. The Honorary Secretary shouted himself hoarse through the din, and the smoke of the cheroots was like the smoke, and the rattling of the dice boxes like the rattle of small arms fire. 10 horses started, very level, and Regula Baden's owner cantered out on his back to a place inside the circle of the course, where 2 bricks had been thrown. He faced toward the brick mounds at the lower end of the course and waited. The story of the running is in the Pioneer. At the end of the first mile, Shackles crept out of the ruck, well on the outside, ready to get round to the turn, lay hold of the bit, and spin up the straight before the others knew he had got away. Brunt was sitting still, perfectly happy, listening to the drum, drum, drum of the hoofs behind, and knowing that in about 20 strides Shackles would draw one deep breath and go up the last half mile like the Flying Dutchman. As Shackles went short to take the turn and came abreast of the brick mound, Brunt heard above the noise of the wind in his ears a whining, wailing voice on the offside saying, "God a mercy, I'm done for." In one stride Brunt saw the whole seething smash of the Maribyrnong Plate before him, started in his saddle and gave a yell of terror. The start brought the heels into Shackles' side, and the scream hurt Shackles' feelings. He couldn't stop dead, but he did put out his feet and slide along for 50 yards, and then very gravely and judiciously bucked off Brunt, a shaking, terror-stricken lump, while Regula Baden made a neck-and-neck race with Bobolink up the straight, and won by a short head, Petard a bad third. Shackles' owner in the stand tried to think that his field glasses had gone wrong. Regula Baden's owner, waiting by the 2 bricks, gave one deep sigh of relief and cantered back to the stand. He had won, in lotteries and bets, about 15,000. It was a Broken Link Handicap with a vengeance. It broke nearly all the men concerned, and nearly broke the heart of Shackles' owner. He went down to interview Brunt. The boy lay livid and gasping with fright where he had tumbled off. The sin of losing the race never seemed to strike him. All he knew was that Wally had called him, that the call was a warning, and were he cut in 2 for it, he would never get up again. His nerve had gone altogether, and he only asked his master to give him a good thrashing and let him go. He was fit for nothing, he said. He got his dismissal and crept up to the paddock, white as chalk, with blue lips, his knees giving way under him. People said nasty things in the paddock, but Brunt never heeded. He changed into tweeds, took his stick, and went down the road, still shaking with fright, and muttering over and over again, "God have mercy, I'm done for." To the best of my knowledge and belief, he spoke the truth. So now you know how the Broken Link Handicap was run and won. Of course, you don't believe it. You'd credit anything about Russia's designs on India or the recommendations of the Currency Commission, but a little bit of sober fact is more than you can stand. End of Chapter 19. The Broken Link Handicapped. Recorded by Mike Harris.
Chapter 20. Beyond the Pale. Of Plain Tales from the Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brett Hirsch. Plain Tales from the Hills by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 20. Beyond the Pale. Love heeds not caste, nor sleep a broken bed. I went in search of love, and lost myself. Hindu proverb. A man should, whatever happens, keep to his own caste, race, and breed. Let the white go to the white, and the black to the black. Then, whatever trouble falls, is in the ordinary course of things, neither sudden, alien, nor unexpected. This is the story of a man who willfully stepped beyond the safe limits of decent everyday society, and paid for it heavily. He knew too much in the first instance, and he saw too much in the second. He took too deep an interest in native life, but he will never do so again. Deep away in the heart of the city, behind Gita Metji's Busti, lies Amir Nath's Gully, which ends in a deep wall pierced by one grated window. At the head of the gully is a big cow byre, and the walls on either side of the gully are without windows. Neither Suchet Singh nor Gaur Chand approved of their womenfolk looking into the world. If Durga Charan had been of their opinion, he would have been a happier man today, and little Biesa would have been able to knead her own bread. Her room looked out through the grated window into the narrow dark gully where the sun never came and where the buffaloes wallowed in the blue slime. She was a widow, about 15 years old, and she prayed the gods day and night to send her a lover, for she did not approve of living alone. One day the man, Trejago his name was, came into Amir Nath's gully on an aimless wandering, and, after he had passed the buffaloes, stumbled over a big heap of cattle food. Then he saw that the gully ended in a trap, and heard a little laugh from behind the grated window. It was a pretty little laugh, and Trejago, knowing that, for all practical purposes, the old Arabian Nights are good guides, went forward to the window and whispered that verse of the love song of Har Dayal, which begins, "Can a man stand upright in the face of the naked sun, or a lover in the presence of his beloved? If my feet fail me, O heart of my heart, am I to blame, being blinded by the glimpse of your beauty?" There came the faint chinks of a woman's bracelets from behind the grating, and a little voice went on with the song at the 5th verse. "Alas, alas! Can the moon tell the lotus of her love when the gate of heaven is shut and the clouds gather for the rains? They have taken my beloved and driven her with the pack horses to the north. There are iron chains on the feet that were set on my heart. Call to the bowman to make ready." The voice stopped suddenly, and Trejago walked out of Amir Nath's gully, wondering who in the world could have capped the love song of Har Dayal so neatly. Next morning, as he was driving to the office, an old woman threw a packet into his dog-cart. In the packet was the half of a broken glass bangle, 1 flower of the blood-red dock, a pinch of busa, or cattle food, and 11 cardamoms. That packet was a letter, not a clumsy, compromising letter, but an innocent, unintelligible lover's epistle. Trejago knew far too much about these things, as I have said. No Englishman should be able to translate object letters. But Trejago spread all the trifles on the lid of his office box, and began to puzzle them out. A broken glass bangle stands for a Hindu widow all India over, because, when her husband dies, a woman's bracelets are broken on her wrists. Trejago saw the meaning of the little bit of the glass. The flower of the dock means diversely desire, come, right, or danger, according to the other things with it. One cardamom means jealousy, but when any article is duplicated in an object letter, it loses its symbolic meaning and stands merely for one of a number indicating time, or, if incense, curds, or saffron be sent also, place. The message ran then, "A widow dock flour and busa," at 11 o'clock. The pinch of busa enlightened Trejago. He saw, this kind of letter leaves much to instinctive knowledge, that the busa referred to the big heap of cattle food over which he had fallen in Amir Nath's gully, and that the message must come from the person behind the grating, she being a widow. So the message ran, then, "A widow in the gully in which is the heap of busa desires you to come at 11 o'clock." Trejago threw all the rubbish into the fireplace and laughed. He knew that men in the East do not make love under the windows at 11 in the forenoon, nor do women fix appointments a week in advance. So he went, that very night at 11, into Amir Nath's gully, clad in a burqa, which cloaks a man as well as a woman. Directly the gongs in the city made the hour, the little voice behind the grating took up the love song of Har Dayal, at the verse where the Panthan girl calls upon Har Dayal to return. The song is really pretty in the vernacular. In English you miss the wail of it. It runs something like this. Alone upon the housetops to the north, I turn and watch the lightning in the sky. The glamour of thy footsteps in the north. Come back to me, beloved, or I die. Below my feet the still bazaar is laid. Far, far below the weary camels lie. The camels and the captives of thy raid. Come back to me, beloved, or I die. My father's wife is old and harsh with years, and drudge of all my father's house am I. My bread is sorrow, and my drink is tears. Come back to me, beloved, or I die. As the song stopped, Trejago stepped up under the grating and whispered, I am here. Biesa was good to look upon. That night was the beginning of many strange things, and a double life so wild that Trejago today sometimes wonders if it were not all a dream. Biesa, or her old handmaiden, who had thrown the object letter, had detached the heavy grating from the brickwork of the wall, so that the window slid inside, leaving only a square of raw masonry, into which an active man might climb. In the daytime Trejago drove through his routine of office work, or put on his calling clothes, and called on the ladies of the station, wondering how long they would know him if they knew of poor little Biesa. At night, when all the city was still, came the walk under the evil-smelling burqa, the patrol through Jita Meji's Busti, the quick turn into Amir Nath's gully, between the sleeping cattle and the dead walls, and then, last of all, Biesa, and the deep, even breathing of the old woman, who slept outside the door of the bare little room that Durga Charan allotted to his sister's daughter. Who or what Durga Charan was, Trejago never inquired, and why in the world he was not discovered and knifed never occurred to him till his madness was over, and Biesa. But this comes later. Biesa was an endless delight to Trejago. She was as ignorant as a bird, and her distorted versions of the rumors from the outside world that had reached her in her room amused Trejago almost as much as her lisping attempts to pronounce his name, Christopher. The first syllable was always more than she could manage, and she made funny little gestures with her rose-leaf hands, as one throwing the name away, and then, kneeling before Trejago, asked him, exactly as an Englishwoman would do, if he were sure he loved her. Trejago swore that he loved her more than anyone else in the world, which was true. After a month of this folly, the exigencies of his other life compelled Trejago to be especially attentive to a lady of his acquaintance. You may take it for a fact that anything of this kind is not only noticed and discussed by a man's own race, but by some 150 natives as well. Trejago had to walk with this lady and talk to her at the bandstand, and once or twice to drive with her, never for an instant dreaming that this would affect his dearer out-of-the-way life. But the news flew in the usual mysterious fashion from mouth to mouth, till Biesa's dueña heard of it and told Biesa. The child was so troubled that she did the household work evilly, and was beaten by Durga Charan's wife in consequence. A week later, Biesa taxed Trejago with a flirtation. She understood no gradations and spoke openly. Trejago laughed, and Biesa stamped her little feet light as marigold flowers, that could lie in the palm of a man's one hand. Much that is written about Oriental passion and impulsiveness is exaggerated, and compiled at second hand. But a little of it is true, and when an Englishman finds that little, it is quite as startling as any passion in his own proper life. Bisesa raged and stormed, and finally threatened to kill herself, if Trejago did not at once drop the alien Memsahib, who had come between them. Trejago tried to explain, and to show her that she did not understand these things from a Western standpoint. Bisesa drew herself up and said simply, "I do not. I know only this. It is not good that I should have made you dearer than my own life to me, Sahib. You are an Englishman. I am only a black girl." She was fairer than Bargold in the Mint, and the widow of a black man. Then she sobbed and said, "But on my soul and my mother's soul, I love you. There shall no harm come to you, whatever happens to me." Trejago argued with the child, and tried to soothe her, but she seemed quite unreasonably disturbed. Nothing would satisfy her save that all relations between them should end. He was to go away at once, and he went. As he dropped out at the window, she kissed his forehead twice, and he walked away wondering. A week, and then 3 weeks, passed without a sign from Bisesa. Trejago, thinking that the rupture had lasted quite long enough, went down to Amir Nath's gully for the 5th time in the 3 weeks, hoping that his rap at the sill of the shifting grating would be answered. He was not disappointed. There was a young moon, and one stream of light fell down into Amir Nath's gully and struck the grating, which was drawn away as he knocked. From the black dark, Bisesa held out her arms into the moonlight. Both hands had been cut off at the wrists, and the stumps were nearly healed. Then, as Bisesa bowed her head between her arms and sobbed, someone in the room grunted like a wild beast, and something sharp, knife, sword, or spear, thrust at Trejago in his burqa. The stroke missed his body, but cut into one of the muscles of the groin, and he limped slightly from the wound for the rest of his days. The grating went into its place. There was no sign whatever from inside the house. Nothing but the moonlight strip on the high wall and the blackness of Amir Nath's gully behind. The next thing Trejago remembers, after raging and shouting like a madman between those pitiless walls, is that he found himself near the river as the dawn was breaking, threw away his burqa, and went home bareheaded. What the tragedy was, whether Bisesa had, in a fit of causeless despair, told everything, or the intrigue had been discovered, and she tortured to tell, whether Durga Charan knew his name, and what became of Bisesa, Trejago does not know to this day. Something horrible had happened, and the thought of what it must have been comes upon Trejago in the night now and again, and keeps him company till the morning. One special feature of the case is that he does not know where lies the front of Durga Charan's house. It may open on to a courtyard common to 2 or more houses, or it may lie behind any one of the gates of Jitameji's Busti. Trejago cannot tell. He cannot get Bisesa, poor little Bisesa, back again. He has lost her in the city, where each man's house is as guarded and as unknowable as the grave, and the grating that opens into Amir Nath's gully has been walled up. But Trejago pays his calls regularly, and is reckoned a very decent sort of man. There is nothing peculiar about him, except a slight stiffness, caused by a riding strain in the right leg. End of Chapter 20. Beyond the Pale. Recording by Brett Hirsch.
Chapter 21 of Plain Tales from the Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Plain Tales from the Hills by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 21. In Error. They burnt a corpse upon the sand. The light shone out afar. It guided home the plunging boats that beat from Zanzibar. Spirit of fire, where'er thy altars rise, thou art light of guidance to our eyes. Sunset Boat Song. There is hope for a man who gets publicly and riotously drunk more often than he ought to do, but there is no hope for the man who drinks secretly and alone in his own house, the man who is never seen to drink. This is a rule, so there must be an exception to prove it. Moriarty's case was that exception. He was a civil engineer, and the Government very kindly put him quite by himself in an out district, with nobody but natives to talk to and a great deal of work to do. He did his work well in the 4 years he was utterly alone, but he picked up the vice of secret and solitary drinking, and came up out of the wilderness more old and worn and haggard than the dead alive life had any right to make him. You know the saying that a man who has been alone in the jungle for more than a year is never quite sane all his life after. People credited Moriarty's queerness of manner and moody ways to the solitude, and said it showed how Government spoiled the future of its best men. Moriarty had built himself the plinth of a very good reputation in the bridge dam girder line, but he knew every night of the week that he was taking steps to undermine that reputation with LLL and Christopher and little nips of liqueurs and filth of that kind. He had a sound constitution and a great brain, or else he would have broken down and died like a sick camel in the district, as better men have done before him. Government ordered him to Simla after he had come out of the desert, and he went up, meaning to try for a post then vacant. That season Mrs. Reiver, perhaps you'll remember her, was in the height of her power, and many men lay under her yoke. Everything bad that could be said had already been said about Mrs. Reiver in another tale. Moriarty was heavily built and handsome, very quiet and nervously anxious to please his neighbours when he wasn't sunk in a brown study. He started a good deal at sudden noises, or if spoken to without warning, and when you watched him drinking his glass of water at dinner, you could see the hand shake a little. But all this was put down to nervousness, and the quiet, steady sip, 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 fill and sip, sip, sip again that went on in his own room when he was by himself was never known, which was miraculous, seeing how everything in a man's private life is public property out here. Moriarty was drawn not into Mrs. Reiver's set because they were not his sort, but into the power of Mrs. Reiver, and he fell down in front of her and made a goddess of her. This was due to his coming fresh out of the jungle to a big town. He could not scale things properly, or see who was what. Because Mrs. Reiver was cold and hard, he said she was stately and dignified. Because she had no brains and could not talk cleverly, he said she was reserved and shy. Mrs. Reiver shy! Because she was unworthy of honour or reverence from anyone, he reverenced her from a distance, and dowered her with all the virtues of the Bible and most of those in Shakespeare. This big, dark, abstracted man, who was so nervous when a pony cantered behind him, used to moon in the train of Mrs. Reiver, blushing with pleasure when she threw a word or two his way. His admiration was strictly platonic. Even other women saw and admitted this. He did not move out in Simla, so he heard nothing against his idol, which was satisfactory. Mrs. Reiver took no special notice of him, beyond seeing that he was added to her list of admirers, and going for a walk with him now and then, just to show that he was her property, claimable as such. Moriarty must have done most of the talking, for Mrs. Reiver couldn't talk much to a man of his stamp, and the little she said could not have been profitable. What Moriarty believed in, as he had good reason to, was Mrs. Reiver's influence over him, and in that belief set himself seriously to try to do away with the vice that only he himself knew of. His experiences while he was fighting with it must have been peculiar, but he never described them. Sometimes he would hold off from everything except water for a week. Then, on a rainy night, when no one had asked him out to dinner, and there was a big fire in his room and everything comfortable, he would sit down and make a big night of it by adding little nip to little nip, planning big schemes of reformation meanwhile, until he threw himself on his bed hopelessly drunk. He suffered the next morning. One night the big crash came. He was troubled in his mind over his attempts to make himself worthy of the friendship of Mrs. Reiver. The past 10 days had been very bad ones, and the end of it all was that he received the arrears of 2 3/4 years of sipping in one attack of delirium tremens of the subdued kind, beginning with the suicidal depression, going on to fits and starts and hysteria, and ending with downright raving. As he sat in a chair in front of the fire, or walked up and down the room picking a handkerchief to pieces, you heard what poor Moriarty really thought of Mrs. Reiver, for he raved about her and his own fall for the most part, though he ravelled some P.W.D. accounts into the same skein of thought. He talked and talked and talked in a low, dry whisper to himself, and there was no stopping him. He seemed to know that there was something wrong, and twice tried to pull himself together and confer rationally with the doctor, but his mind ran out of control at once, and he fell back to a whisper in the story of his troubles.
It is terrible to hear a big man babbling like a child of all that a man usually locks up and puts away in the deep of his heart. Moriarty read out his very soul for the benefit of anyone who was in the room between 10:30 that night and 2:45 the next morning. From what he said, one gathered how immense an influence Mrs. Reiver held over him, and how thoroughly he felt for his own lapse. His whisperings cannot, of course, be put down here, but they were very instructive, as showing the errors of his estimates. When the trouble was over, and his few acquaintances were pitying him for the bad attack of jungle fever that had so pulled him down, Moriarty swore a big oath to himself and went abroad again with Mrs. Reiver till the end of the season, adoring her in a quiet and deferential way as an angel from heaven. Later on he took to riding, not hacking, but honest riding, which was good proof that he was improving, and you could slam doors behind him without his jumping to his feet with a gasp. That again was hopeful. How he kept his oath, and what it cost him in the beginning, nobody knows. He certainly managed to compass the hardest thing that a man who has drank heavily can do. He took his peg and wine at dinner, but he never drank alone, and never let what he drank have the least hold on him. Once he told a bosom friend the story of his great trouble, and how the influence of a pure, honest woman, and an angel as well, had saved him. When the man, startled at anything good being laid to Mrs. Reiver's door, laughed, it cost him Moriarty's friendship. Moriarty, who is married now to a woman 10,000 times better than Mrs. Reiver, a woman who believes that there is no man on earth as good and clever as her husband, will go down to his grave vowing and protesting that Mrs. Reiver saved him from ruin in both worlds. That she knew anything of Moriarty's weakness nobody believed for a moment. That she would have cut him dead, thrown him over, and acquainted all her friends with her discovery if she had known of it, nobody who knew her doubted for an instant. Moriarty thought her something she never was, and in that belief saved himself, which was just as good as though she had been everything that he had imagined. But the question is, what claim will Mrs. Reiver have to the credit of Moriarty's salvation when her day of reckoning comes? End of Chapter 21 in Error. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 22 of Plain Tales from the Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Plain Tales from the Hills by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 22. A Bank Fraud. He drank strong waters, and his speech was coarse. He purchased raiment and forbore to pay. He struck a trusting junior with a horse, and won gymkhanas in a doubtful way. Then, twixt vice and folly, turned aside to do good deeds, and straight to cloak them, lied. From The Mess Room. If Reggie Burke were in India now, he would resent this tale being told, but as he's in Hong Kong and won't see it, the telling is safe. He was the man who worked the big fraud on the Sind and Sealcote Bank. He was manager of an up-country branch, and a sound, practical man with a large experience of native loan and insurance work. He could combine the frivolities of ordinary life with his work, and yet do well. Reggie Burke rode anything that would let him get up, danced as neatly as he rode, and was wanted for every sort of amusement in the station. As he said himself, and as many men found out rather to their surprise, there were two Burkes, both very much at your service. Reggie Burke, between 4 and 10, ready for anything from a hot-weather gymkhana to a riding picnic, and between 10 and 4, Mr. Reginald Burke, manager of the Sind and Sealcote Branch Bank. You might play polo with him one afternoon and hear him express his opinions when a man crossed, and you might call on him next morning to raise a 2,000 rupee loan on a £500 insurance policy, £80 paid in premiums. He would recognize you, but you would have some trouble in recognizing him. The directors of the bank, it had its headquarters in Calcutta, and its general manager's word carried weight with the government, picked their men well. They tested Reggie up to a fairly severe breaking strain. They trusted him just as much as directors ever trust managers. You must see for yourself whether their trust was misplaced. Reggie's branch was in a big station, and worked with the usual staff. One manager, one accountant, both English, a cashier, and a horde of native clerks, besides the police patrol at nights outside.
The bulk of its work, for it was in a thriving district, was hoondi and accommodation of all kinds. A fool has no grip of this sort of business, and a clever man who does not go about among his clients and know more than a little of their affairs is worse than a fool. Reggie was young looking, clean shaved, with a twinkle in his eye, and a head that nothing short of a gallon of the Gunner's Madeira could make any impression on. One day at a big dinner he announced casually that the Directors had shifted on to him a natural curiosity from England in the accountant line. He was perfectly correct. Mr. Silas Riley, accountant, was a most curious animal, a long, gawky, raw-boned Yorkshireman, full of the savage self-conceit that blossoms only in the best county in England. Arrogance was a mild word for the mental attitude of Mr. S. Riley. He had worked himself up, after 7 years, to a cashier's position in a Huddersfield bank, and all his experience lay among the factories of the north. Perhaps he would have done better on the Bombay side, where they are happy with 1/2% profits, and money is cheap. He was useless for Upper India and a wheat province, where a man wants a large head and a touch of imagination if he is to turn out a satisfactory balance sheet. And he was wonderfully narrow-minded in business, and, being new to the country, had no notion that Indian banking is totally distinct from home work. Like most clever, self-made men, he had much simplicity in his nature, and somehow or another had construed the ordinarily polite terms of his letter of engagement into a belief that the Directors had chosen him on account of his special and brilliant talents, and that they set great store by him. This notion grew and crystallized, thus adding to his natural north country conceit. Further, he was delicate, suffered from some trouble in his chest, and was short in his temper. You will admit that Reggie had reason to call his new accountant a natural curiosity. The two men failed to hit it off at all. Riley considered Reggie a wild, feather-headed idiot, given to heaven only knew what dissipation in low places called messes, and totally unfit for the serious and solemn vocation of banking. He could never get over Reggie's look of youth and you-be-damned air, and he couldn't understand Reggie's friends, clean-built, careless men in the army, who rode over to big Sunday breakfasts at the bank and told sultry stories till Riley got up and left the room. Riley was always showing Reggie how the business ought to be conducted, and Reggie had more than once to remind him that 7 years' limited experience between Huddersfield and Beverly did not qualify a man to steer a big up-country business. Then Riley sulked and referred to himself as a pillar of the bank and a cherished friend of the Directors, and Reggie tore his hair. If a man's English subordinates fail him in this country, he comes to a hard time indeed, for native help with strict limitations. In the winter, Riley went sick for weeks at a time with his lung complaint, and this threw more work on Reggie, but he preferred it to the everlasting friction when Riley was well. One of the travelling inspectors of the bank discovered these collapses and reported them to the Directors. Now, Riley had been foisted on the bank by an M.P. who wanted the support of Riley's father, who again was anxious to get his son out to a warmer climate because of those lungs. The M.P. had an interest in the bank, but one of the Directors wanted to advance a nominee of his own, and after Riley's father had died, he made the rest of the Board see that an accountant who was sick for half the year had better give place to a healthy man. If Riley had known the real story of his appointment, he might have behaved better, but, knowing nothing, his stretches of sickness alternated with restless, persistent, meddling irritation of Reggie, and all the 100 ways in which conceit in a subordinate situation can find play. Reggie used to call him striking and hair-curling names behind his back, as a relief to his own feelings, but he never abused him to his face, because he said, "Riley is such a frail beast that half of his loathsome conceit is due to pains in his chest." Late one April, Riley went very sick indeed. The doctor punched him and thumped him, and told him he would be better before long. Then the doctor went to Reggie and said, "Do you know how sick your accountant is?" "No," said Reggie. "The worse the better, confound him. He's a clacking nuisance when he's well. I'll let you take away the bank safe if you can drug him silent for this hot weather." But the doctor did not laugh. "Man, I am not joking," he said. "I'll give him another 3 months in his bed and a week or so more to die in. On my honour and reputation, that's all the grace he has in this world. Consumption has hold of him to the marrow." Reggie's face changed at once into the face of Mr. Reginald Burke, and he answered, "What can I do?" "Nothing," said the Doctor. "For all practical purposes the man is dead already. Keep him quiet and cheerful, and tell him he's going to recover. That's all. I'll look after him to the end, of course." The Doctor went away, and Reggie sat down to open the evening mail. His first letter was one from the Directors, intimating, for his information, that Mr. Riley was to resign under a month's notice by the terms of his agreement, telling Reggie that their letter to Riley would follow, and advising Reggie of the coming of a new accountant, a man whom Reggie knew and liked. Reggie lit a cheroot, and before he had finished smoking he had sketched the outline of a fraud. He put away, Burked, the Director's letter, and went in to talk to Riley, who was ungracious as usual, and fretted himself over the way the bank would run during his illness. He never thought of the extra work on Reggie's shoulders, but solely of the damage to his own prospects of advancement. Then Reggie assured him that everything would be well, and that he, Reggie, would confer with Riley daily on the management of the bank. Riley was a little soothed, but he hinted in as many words that he did not think much of Reggie's business capacity. Reggie was humble, and he had letters in his desk from the Directors that a Gilbarte or a Hardy might have been proud of. The days passed in the big darkened house, and the Director's letter of dismissal to Riley came, and was put away by Reggie, who every evening brought the books to Riley's room and showed him what had been going forward while Riley snarled. Reggie did his best to make statements pleasing to Riley, but the accountant was sure that the bank was going to rack and ruin without him. In June, as the lying in bed told on his spirit, he asked whether his absence had been noted by the Directors, and Reggie said that they had written most sympathetic letters, hoping that he would be able to resume his valuable services before long. He showed Riley the letters, and Riley said the Directors ought to have written to him direct. A few days later, Reggie opened Riley's mail in the half-light of the room, and gave him the sheet, not the envelope, of a letter to Riley from the Directors. Riley said he would thank Reggie not to interfere with his private papers, especially as Reggie knew he was too weak to open his own letters. Reggie apologized. Then Riley's mood changed, and he lectured Reggie on his evil ways, his horses, and his bad friends. "Of course, lying here on my back, Mr. Burke, I can't keep you straight, but when I'm well I do hope you'll pay some heed to my words." Reggie, who had dropped polo, and dinners, and tennis, and all to attend to Riley, said that he was penitent, and settled Riley's head on the pillow, and heard him fret and contradict in hard, dry, hacking whispers, without a sign of impatience. This at the end of a heavy day's office work, doing double duty in the latter half of June. When the new accountant came, Reggie told him the facts of the case, and announced to Riley that he had a guest staying with him. Riley said that he might have had more consideration than to entertain his doubtful friends at such a time. Reggie made Karen, the new accountant, sleep at the club in consequence. Karen's arrival took some of the heavy work off his shoulders, and he had time to attend to Riley's exactions, to explain, soothe, invent, and settle and resettle the poor wretch in bed, and to forge complimentary letters from Calcutta. At the end of the first month, Riley wished to send some money home to his mother. Reggie sent the draft. At the end of the second month, Riley's salary came in just the same. Reggie paid it out of his own pocket, and with it wrote Riley a beautiful letter from the Directors. Riley was very ill indeed, but the flame of his life burnt unsteadily. Now and then he would be cheerful and confident about the future, sketching plans for going home and seeing his mother. Reggie listened patiently when the office work was over, and encouraged him. At other times Riley insisted on Reggie's reading the Bible and grim Methody tracts to him. Out of these tracts he pointed morals directed at his manager, but he always found time to worry Reggie about the working of the bank, and to show him where the weak points lay. This indoors sick-room life and constant strains wore Reggie down a good deal, and shook his nerves, and lowered his billiard play by 40 points. But the business of the bank and the business of the sick-room had to go on, though the glass was 116 degrees in the shade. At the end of the third month Riley was sinking fast, and had begun to realize that he was very sick. But the conceit that made him worry Reggie kept him from believing the worst. "He wants some sort of mental stimulant if he's to drag on," said the Doctor. "Keep him interested in life if you care about his living." So Riley, contrary to all the laws of business and the finance, received a 25% rise of salary from the Directors, The mental stimulant succeeded beautifully. Riley was happy and cheerful, and is often the case in consumption, healthiest in mind when the body was weakest. He lingered for a full month, snarling and fretting about the bank, talking of the future, hearing the Bible read, lecturing Reggie on sin, and wondering when he'd be able to move abroad. But at the end of September, one mercilessly hot evening, he rose up in his bed with a little gasp and said quickly to Reggie, "Mr. Burke, I am going to die. I know it in myself. My chest is all hollow inside, and there's nothing to breathe with. To the best of my knowledge, I have done naught," he was returning to the talk of his boyhood, "to lie heavy on my conscience. God be thanked, I have been preserved from the grosser forms of sin. And I counsel you, Mr. Burke," here his voice died down and Reggie stooped over him, "send my salary for September to my mother. Done great things with the bank, if I had been spared. It was mistaken policy, no fault of mine." Then he turned his face to the wall and died. Reggie drew the sheet over its face and went out into the verandah with his last mental stimulant, a letter of condolence and sympathy from the Directors, unused, in his pocket. "If I had been only 10 minutes earlier," thought Reggie, "I might have heartened him up to pull through another day." End of Chapter 22. A Bank Fraud. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 23 of Plain Tales from the Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Plain Tales from the Hills by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 23. Todd's Amendment. The world hath set its heavy yoke upon the old white-bearded folk, who strive to please the king. God's mercy is upon the young, God's wisdom in the baby tongue that fears not anything. The Parable of Chaju Bhagat. Now Todd's mamma was a singularly charming woman, and everyone in Simla knew Todd's. Most men had saved him from death on occasions. He was beyond his ayah's control altogether, and perilled his life daily to find out what would happen if you pulled a mountain battery's mule's tail. He was an utterly fearless young pagan, about 6 years old, and the only baby who ever broke the holy calm of the Supreme Legislative Council. It happened this way. Todd's pet kid got loose and fled up the hill off the Bolligong Road. Todd's after it until it burst into the Vice-Regal Lodge lawn, then attached to Peterhof. The Council was sitting at the time, and the windows were open because it was warm. The Red Lancer in the porch told Todd's to go away, but Todd's knew the Red Lancer and most of the members of the Council personally. Moreover, he had firm hold of the kid's collar, and was being dragged all across the flower beds. "Give my salam to the Long Councillor Sahib, and ask him to help me take Moti back," grasped Todd. The Council heard the noise through the open windows, and after an interval was seen the shocking spectacle of a legal member and a Lieutenant Governor helping, under the direct patronage of a Commander-in-Chief and a Viceroy, one small and very dirty boy in a sailor's suit and a tangle of brown hair, to coerce a lively and rebellious kid. They headed it off down the path to the Mall, and Todd's went home in triumph and told his mamma that all the Councillor Sahibs had been helping him to catch Moti. Whereat his mamma smacked Todd's for interfering with the administration of the Empire, but Todd's met the legal member the next day, and told him in confidence that if the legal member ever wanted to catch a goat, he, Todd's, would give him all the help in his power. "Thank you, Todd's," said the legal member. Todd's was the idol of some 80 Jampanis and half as many Saises. He saluted them all as "Oh, brother." It never entered his head that any living human being could disobey his orders, and he was the buffer between the servants and his mamma's wrath. The working of that household turned on Todd's, who was adored by everyone from the dhobi to the dog boy. Even Futteh Khan, the villainous loafer khit from Mussoorie, shirked risking Todd's displeasure for fear his co-mates would look down on him. So Todd's had honour in the land from Bolligong to Chota Simla, and ruled justly according to his lights. Of course he spoke Urdu, but he had also mastered many queer side speeches like the Choti Boli of the women, and held grave converse with shopkeepers and hill coolies alike. He was precocious for his age, and his mixing with natives had taught him some of the more bitter truths of life, the meanness and the sordidness of it. He used over his bread and milk to deliver solemn and serious aphorisms, translated from the vernacular into English, that made his mamma jump and vow that Tods must go home next hot weather. Just when Tods was in the bloom of his power, the Supreme Legislature were hacking out a bill for the Sub-Montane Tracts, a revision of the then Act, smaller than the Punjab Land Bill, but affecting a few 100,000 people none the less. The Legal Member had built and bolstered and embroidered and amended that bill till it looked beautiful on paper. Then the Council began to settle what they called the minor details, as if any Englishman legislating for natives knows enough to know which are the minor and which are the major points, from the native point of view, of any measure. That bill was a triumph of safeguarding the interests of the tenant. One clause provided that land should not be leased on longer terms than 5 years at a stretch, because if the landlord had a tenant bound down for, say, 20 years, he would squeeze the very life out of him. The notion was to keep up a stream of independent cultivators in the Sub-Montane Tracts, and ethnologically and politically the notion was correct. The only drawback was, it was altogether wrong. A native's life in India implies the life of his son. Wherefore, you cannot legislate for one generation at a time. You must consider the next from the native point of view. Curiously enough, the native, now and then, and in Northern India more particularly, hates being over-protected against himself. There was a Naga village once where they lived on dead and buried commissariat mules, but that's another story. For many reasons, to be explained later, the people concerned objected to the bill. The native member in Council knew as much about Punjabis as he knew about Charing Cross. He had said in Calcutta that the bill was entirely in accord with the desires of that large and important class, the cultivators, and so on and so on. The Legal Member's knowledge of natives was limited to English-speaking Durbaris, and his own read Chaprasis. The Sub-Montane Tracts concerned no one in particular. The Deputy Commissioners were a good deal too driven to make representations, and the measure was one which dealt with small landholders only. Nevertheless, the Legal Member prayed that it might be correct, for he was a nervously conscientious man. He did not know that no man can tell what natives think unless he mixes with them with the varnish off, and not always then. But he did the best he knew, and the measure came up to the Supreme Council for the final touches, while Tods patrolled the Burra Simla Bazaar in his morning rides, and played with the monkey belonging to Ditta Mull, the Bunya, and listened as a child listens to all the stray talk about this new freak of the Lat Sahib's. One day there was a dinner party at the house of Tods' mamma, and the Legal Member came. Tods was in bed, but he kept awake till he heard the bursts of laughter from the men over the coffee. Then he paddled out in his little red flannel dressing gown and his night suit, and took refuge by the side of his father, knowing that he would not be sent back. "See the miseries of having a family," said Tods' father, giving Tods 3 prunes, some water and a glass that had been used for claret, and telling him to sit still. Tods sucked the prunes slowly, knowing that he would have to go when they were finished, and sipping the pink water like a man of the world, as he listened to the conversation. Presently the Legal Member, talking shop to the head of a department, mentioned his bill by its full name, the Sub-Montane Tracts Ryotwari Revised Enactment. Tods caught the one native word, and lifting up his small voice said, "Oh, I know all about that. Has it been murramutted yet, Councillor Sahib?" "How much?" said the Legal Member. "Murramutted, mended, put thick, made nice to please Ditta Mull." The Legal Member left his place and moved up next to Tods. "What do you know about Ryotwari, little man?" "I am not a little man. I am Tods, and I know all about it. Ditta Mull and Chogalal and Amir Nath and lakhs of my friends tell me about it in the bazaars when I talk to them." "Oh, they do they? Well, and what do they say, Tods?" Tods tucked his feet under his red flannel dressing gown and said, "I must think." The Legal Member waited patiently. Then Tod, with infinite compassion, "You don't speak my talk, do you, Councillor Sahib?" "No, I am sorry to say I do not," said the Legal Member. "Oh, very well," said Tods. "I must think in English." He spent a minute putting his ideas in order, and began very slowly, translating in his mind from the vernacular to English, as many Anglo-Indian children do. You must remember that the Legal Member helped him on by questions when he halted, for Tods was not equal to the sustained flight of oratory that follows. Ditta Mull says, "This thing is the talk of a child, and was made up by fools." "But I don't think you are a fool, Councillor Sahib," said Tod, hastily. "You caught my goat." "That is what Ditta Mull says. I am not a fool, and why should the Sirkar say I am a child? I can see that if the land is good, and if the landlord is good, if I am a fool, the sin is upon my own head. For 5 years I take my ground for which I have saved money, and a wife I take too, and a little son is born. Ditta Mull has one daughter now, but he says he'll have a son soon. And he says, at the end of 5 years, by this new bundobust, I must go. If I do not go, I must get fresh seals and taka stamps on the papers, perhaps in the middle of the harvest, and to go to the law courts once is wisdom, but to go twice is Jahannam." "That is quite true," explained Tods, gravely. "All my friends say so. And Ditta Mull says, always fresh takus, and paying money to vakils and chaprasis and law courts every 5 years, or else the landlord makes me go. Why do I want to go? Am I a fool? If I am a fool, and do not know, after 40 years, good land when I see it, let me die. But if the new bundobust says for 15 years, then it is good and wise. My little son is a man, and I am burnt, and he takes the ground or another ground, paying only once for the taka stamps on the papers, and his little son is born, and at the end of 15 years is a man too. But what profit is there in 5 years and fresh papers? Nothing but Dick, trouble, Dick. We are not young men who take these lands, but old ones, not jais, but tradesmen with a little money, and for 15 years we shall have peace. Nor are we children that the Sirkar should treat us so." Here Tods stopped short, for the whole table were listening. The Legal Member said to Tods, "Is that all?" "All I can remember," said Tods. "But you should see Ditta Mull's big monkey. It's just like a Councillor Sahib." "Tods, go to bed," said his father. Tods gathered up his dressing gown tail and departed. The Legal Member brought his hand down on the table with a crash. "By Jove," said the Legal Member, "I believe the boy's right. The short tenure is the weak point." He left early, thinking over what Tods had said. Now, it was obviously impossible for the Legal Member to play with a bunnia's monkey, by way of getting understanding, but he did better. He made inquiries, always bearing in mind the fact that the real native, not the hybrid university-trained mule, is as timid as a colt, and little by little he coaxed some of the men whom the measure concerned most intimately to give in their views, which squared very closely with Tods' evidence. So the bill was amended in that clause, and the Legal Member was filled with an uneasy suspicion that native members represent very little except the orders they carry on their bosoms. But he put the thought from him as illiberal. He was a most liberal man. After a time, the news spread through the bazaars that Tods had got the bill recast in the tenure clause, and if Tods' mamma had not interfered, Tods would have made himself sick on the baskets of fruit and pistachio nuts and Kabuli grapes and almonds that crowded the verandah. Till he went home, Tods ranked some few degrees before the Viceroy in popular estimation. But for the little life of him, Tods could not understand why. In the Legal Member's private paper box still lies the rough draft of the Submontane Tracts Riotoire Revised Enactment, and opposite the 22nd clause, pencilled in blue chalk and signed by the Legal Member, are the words, "Tods' Amendment." End of Chapter 23. Tods' Amendment. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 24 of Plain Tales from the Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Plain Tales from the Hills by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 24. In the Pride of His Youth. Stopped in the straight when the race was his own. Look at him cutting it cur to the bone. Ask ere the youngster be rated and chidden. What did he carry, and how was he ridden? Maybe they used him too much at the start. Maybe Fate's weight cloths are breaking his heart. From Life's Handicap. When I was telling you of the joke that the Worm played off on the Senior Subaltern, I promised a somewhat similar tale, but with all the jest left out. This is that tale. Dicky Hatt was kidnapped in his early youth, neither by landlady's daughter, housemaid, barmaid, nor cook, but by a girl so nearly of his own caste that only a woman could have said she was just the least bit in the world below it. This happened a month before he came out to India, and 5 days after his 21st birthday. The girl was 19, 6 years older than Dicky in the things of this world, that is to say, and for the time twice as foolish as he. Excepting always falling off a horse, there is nothing more fatally easy than marriage before the registrar. The ceremony costs less than 50 shillings, and is remarkably like walking into a pawn shop. After the declarations of residence have been put in, 4 minutes will cover the rest of the proceedings, fees, attestation, and all. Then the registrar slides the blotting pad over the names and says grimly, with his pen between his teeth, "Now you're man and wife," and the couple walk out into the street feeling as if something were horribly illegal somewhere. But that ceremony holds, and can drag a man to his undoing just as thoroughly as the "Long as ye both shall live" curse from the altar rails, with the bridesmaids giggling behind, and "the voice that breathed o'er Eden" lifting the roof off. In this manner was Dicky Hatt kidnapped, and he considered it vastly fine, for he had received an appointment in India which carried a magnificent salary from the home point of view. The marriage was to be kept secret for a year. Then Mrs. Dicky Hatt was to come out, and the rest of life was to be a glorious golden mist. That was how they sketched it under the Addison Road Station lamps, and after one short month came Gravesend and Dicky steaming out to his new life, and the girl crying in a 30 shillings a week bed and living room in a back street off Montpelier Square near the Knightsbridge Barracks. But the country that Dicky came to was a hard land, where men of 21 were reckoned very small boys indeed, and life was expensive. The salary that loomed so large 6,000 miles away did not go far, particularly when Dicky divided it by 2 and remitted more than the fair half at 1 6 to Montpelier Square. 135 rupees out of 330, not much to live on, but it was absurd to suppose that Mrs. Hatt could exist forever on the £20 held back by Dicky from his outfit allowance. Dicky saw this and remitted at once, always remembering that rupees 700 were to be paid 12 months later for a first-class passage out for a lady. When you add to these trifling details the natural instincts of a boy beginning a new life in a new country, and longing to go about and enjoy himself, and the necessity for grappling with strange work, which, properly speaking, should take up a boy's undivided attention, you will see that Dicky started handicapped. He saw it himself for a breath or two, but he did not guess the full beauty of his future. As the hot weather began, the shackles settled on him and ate into his flesh. First would come letters, big, crossed 7-sheet letters from his wife, telling him how she longed to see him and what a heaven upon earth would be their property when they met. Then some boy of the chummery wherein Dick lodged would pound on the door of his bare little room and tell him to come out and look at a pony, the very thing to suit him. Dick could not afford ponies. He had to explain this. Dick could not afford living in the chummery, modest as it was. He had to explain this before he moved to a single room next the office where he worked all day. He kept house on a green oilcloth table cover, 1 chair, 1 charpoy, 1 photograph, 1 tooth glass, very strong and thick, a 7 rupee 8 anna filter, and messing by contract at 37 rupees a month, which last item was extortion. He had no punkah, for a punkah costs 15 rupees a month, but he slept on the roof of the office with all his wife's letters under his pillow. Now and again he was asked out to dinner, where he got both a punkah and an iced drink, but this was seldom, for people objected to recognizing a boy who had evidently the instincts of a Scotch tallow chandler, and who lived in such a nasty fashion. Dick could not subscribe to any amusement, so he found no amusement, except the pleasure of turning over his bank book and reading what it said about loans on approved security. That cost nothing. He remitted through a Bombay bank, by the way, and the station knew nothing of his private affairs. Every month he sent home all he could possibly spare for his wife, and for another reason which was expected to explain itself shortly, and would require more money. About this time Dicky was overtaken with the nervous, haunting fear that besets married men when they are out of sorts. He had no pension to look to. What if he should die suddenly, and leave his wife unprovided for? The thought used to lay hold of him in the still, hot nights on the roof, till the shaking of his heart made him think that he was going to die then and there of heart disease. Now, this is a frame of mind which no boy has a right to know. It's a strong man's trouble, but, coming when it did, it nearly drove poor, punkulus, perspiring Dicky Hatt mad. He could tell no one about it. A certain amount of screw is as necessary for a man as for a billiard ball. It makes them both do wonderful things. Dicky needed money badly, and he worked for it like a horse. But, naturally, the men who owned him knew that a boy can live very comfortably on a certain income. Pay in India is a matter of age, not merit, you see. And if their particular boy wished to work like two boys, business forbid that they should stop him, but business forbid that they should give him an increase of pay at his present ridiculously immature age. So Dicky won certain rises of salary, ample for a boy, not enough for a wife and child, and certainly too little for the 700 rupee passage that he and Mrs. Hatt had discussed so lightly once upon a time. And with this he was forced to be content. Somehow all his money seemed to fade away in home drafts and the crushing exchange, and the tone of the home letters changed and grew querulous. Why wouldn't Dicky have his wife and the baby out? Surely he had a salary, a fine salary, and it was too bad of him to enjoy himself in India. But could he make the next draft a little more elastic? Here followed a list of baby's kit as long as a Parsee's bill. Then Dicky, whose heart yearned to his wife and the little son he had never seen, which, again, is a feeling no boy is entitled to, enlarged the draft and wrote queer half-boy, half-man letters, saying that life was not so enjoyable after all, and would the little wife wait yet a little longer. But the little wife, however much she approved of money, objected to waiting, and there was a strange, hard sort of ring in her letters that Dicky didn't understand. How could he, poor boy? Later on still, just as Dicky had been told, apropos of another youngster who had made a fool of himself, as the saying is, that matrimony would not only ruin his further chances of advancement, but would lose him his present appointment, came the news that the baby, his own little son, had died, and behind this 40 lines of an angry woman's scrawl, saying that death might have been averted if certain things, all costing money, had been done, or if the mother and the baby had been with Dicky. The letter struck at Dicky's naked heart, but, not being officially entitled to a baby, he could show no sign of trouble. How Dicky won through the next 4 months, and what hope he kept alight to force him into his work, no one dare say. He pounded on, the 700 rupee passage as far away as ever, and his style of living unchanged, except when he launched into a new filter. There was the strain of his office work, and the strain of his remittances, and the knowledge of his boy's death, which touched the boy more, perhaps, than it would have touched a man, and, beyond all, the enduring strain of his daily life. Grey-headed seniors, who approved of his thrift and his fashion of denying himself everything pleasant, reminded him of the old saw that says, "If a youth would be distinguished in his art, he must keep the girls away from his heart." And Dicky, who fancied he had been through every trouble that a man is permitted to know, had to laugh and agree, with the last line of his balanced bank book jingling in his head day and night. But he had one more sorrow to digest before the end. There arrived a letter from the little wife, the natural sequence of the others if Dicky had only known it, and the burden of that letter was, "Gone with a handsomer man than you." It was a rather curious production, without stops, something like this. She was not going to wait forever, and the baby was dead, and Dicky was only a boy, and he would never set eyes on her again. And why hadn't he waved his handkerchief to her when he left Gravesend? God was her judge, she was a wicked woman, but Dicky was worse, enjoying himself in India, and this other man loved the ground she trod on, and would Dicky ever forgive her? For she would never forgive Dicky, and there was no address to write to. Instead of thanking his lucky stars that he was free, Dicky discovered exactly how an injured husband feels. Again, not at all the knowledge to which a boy is entitled. for his mind went back to his wife as he remembered her in the 30-shilling suite in Montpelier Square, when the dawn of his last morning in England was breaking and she was crying in the bed. Whereat he rolled about on his bed and bit his fingers. He never stopped to think whether, if he had met Mrs. Hatt after those 2 years, he would have discovered that he and she had grown quite different and new persons. This, theoretically, he ought to have done. He spent the night after the English mail came in rather severe pain. Next morning Dicky Hatt felt disinclined to work. He argued that he had missed the pleasure of youth. He was tired, and he had tasted all the sorrows in life before 23. His honour was gone. That was the man. And now he, too, would go to the devil. That was the boy in him. So he put his head down on the green oilcloth table cover and wept before resigning his post and all it offered. But the reward of his services came. He was given 3 days to reconsider himself, and the head of the establishment, after some telegraphings, said that it was a most unusual step, but, in view of the ability that Mr. Hatt had displayed at such and such a time, at such and such junctures, he was in a position to offer him an infinitely superior post, first on probation, and later, in the natural course of things, on confirmation. "And how much does the post carry?" said Dicky. 650 rupees, said the head slowly, expecting to see the young man sink with gratitude and joy. And it came then. The 700 rupee passage, and enough to have saved the wife and the little son, and to have allowed of assured and open marriage, came then. Dicky burst into a roar of laughter he could not check, nasty jangling merriment that seemed as if it would go on forever. When he had recovered himself, he said quite seriously, "I'm tired of work. I'm an old man now. It's about time I retired. And I will." "The boy's mad," said the head. I think he was right, but Dicky Hatt never reappeared to settle the question. End of Chapter 24, In the Pride of His Youth. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 25 of Plain Tales from the Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Plain Tales from the Hills by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 25. Pig. Go, stalk the red deer o'er the heather. Ride, follow the fox if you can. But for pleasure and profit together, allow me the hunting of man, the chase of the human, the search for the soul, to its ruin, the hunting of man. From The Old Shikari. I believe the difference began in the matter of a horse with a twist in his temper, whom Pinecoffin sold to Nafferton, and by whom Nafferton was nearly slain. There may have been other causes of offence. The horse was the official stalking horse. Nafferton was very angry, but Pinecoffin laughed and said that he had never guaranteed the beast's manners. Nafferton laughed too, though he vowed that he would write off his fall against Pinecoffin if he waited 5 years. Now, a dalesman from beyond Skipton will forgive any injury when the Strid lets a man live, but a South Devon man is as soft as a Dartmoor bog. You can see from their names that Nafferton had the race advantage of Pinecoffin. He was a peculiar man, and his notions of humour were cruel. He taught me a new and fascinating form of shikar. He hounded Pinecoffin from Mithankot to Jagardee, from Guragaon to Abbottabad, up and across the Punjab, a large province, and in places remarkably dry. He said that he had no intention of allowing Assistant Commissioners to sell him pups, in the shape of ramping, screaming country breds, without making their lives a burden to them. Most Assistant Commissioners develop a bent for some special work after their first hot weather in the country. The boys with digestions hope to write their names large on the frontier, and struggle for dreary places like Bannu and Kohat. The bilious ones climb into the Secretariat, which is very bad for the liver. Others are bitten with a mania for district work, Ghuznavid coins or Persian pottery, while some who come of farmers' stock find that the smell of the earth after the rains gets into their blood, and calls them to develop the resources of the province. These men are enthusiasts. Pinecoffin belonged to their class. He knew a great many facts bearing on the cost of bullocks and temporary wells and opium scrapers, and what happens if you burn too much rubbish on a field in the hope of enriching used up soil. All the Pinecoffins come of a land-holding breed, and so the land only took back her own again. Unfortunately, most unfortunately for Pinecoffin, he was a civilian as well as a farmer. Nafferton watched him, and thought about the horse. Nafferton said, "See me chase that boy till he drops." I said, "You can't get your knife into an Assistant Commissioner." Nafferton told me that I did not understand the administration of the province. Our Government is rather peculiar. It gushes on the agricultural and general information side, and will supply a moderately respectable man with all sorts of economic statistics if he speaks to it prettily. For instance, you are interested in gold washing in the sands of Sutje? You pull the string and find that it wakes up half a dozen departments, and finally communicates, say, with a friend of yours in the Telegraph, who once wrote some notes on the customs of the gold washers when he was on construction work in their part of the Empire. He may or may not be pleased at being ordered to write out everything he knows for your benefit. This depends on his temperament. The bigger man you are, the more information and the greater trouble can you raise. Nafferton was not a big man, but he had the reputation of being very earnest. An earnest man can do much with a government. There was an earnest man who once nearly wrecked it, but all India knows that story. I am not sure what real earnestness is. A very fair imitation can be manufactured by neglecting to dress decently, by mooning about in a dreamy, misty sort of way, by taking office work home after staying in office till 7, and by receiving crowds of native gentlemen on Sundays. That is one sort of earnestness. Nafferton cast about for a peg whereon to hang his earnestness, and for a string that would communicate with Pinecoffin. He found both. They were pig. Nafferton became an earnest inquirer after pig. He informed the Government that he had a scheme whereby a very large percentage of the British Army in India could be fed, at a very large saving, on pig. Then he hinted that Pinecoffin might supply him with the varied information necessary to the proper inception of the scheme. So the Government wrote on the back of the letter, "Instruct Mr. Pinecoffin to furnish Mr. Nafferton with any information in his power." Government is very prone to writing things on the backs of letters which later lead to trouble and confusion. Nafferton had not the faintest interest in pig, but he knew that Pinecoffin would flounce into the trap. Pinecoffin was delighted at being consulted about pig. The Indian pig is not exactly an important factor in agricultural life, but Nafferton explained to Pinecoffin that there was room for improvement, and corresponded direct with that young man. You may think that there is not much to be evolved from pig. Well, it all depends how you set to work. Pinecoffin, being a civilian and wishing to do things thoroughly, began with an essay on the primitive pig, the mythology of the pig, the Dravidian pig. Nafferton filed that information, 27 foolscap sheets, and wanted to know about the distribution of the pig on the Punjab, and how it stood the plains in the hot weather. From this point onward, remember that I am giving you only the barest outlines of the affair, the guy ropes, as it were, of the web that Nafferton spun round Pinecoffin. Pinecoffin made a coloured pig population map, and collected observations on the comparative longevity of the pig, A, in the submontane tracts of the Himalayas, and B, in the Rekhna Daub. Nafferton filed that, and asked what sort of people looked after pig. This started an ethnological excursus on swineherds, and drew from Pinecoffin long tables, showing the proportion per 1,000 of the caste in the Darajat. Nafferton filed that bundle, and explained that the figures which he wanted referred to the Sist Sutlet states, where he understood that pigs were very fine and large, and where he proposed to start a piggery. By this time Government had quite forgotten their instructions to Mr. Pinecoffin. They were like the gentleman in Keats' poem who turned well-oiled wheels to skin other people. But Pinecoffin was just entering into the spirit of the pig hunt, as Nafferton well knew he would do. He had a fair amount of work of his own to clear away, but he sat up nights reducing pig to 5 places of decimals for the honour of his service. He was not going to appear ignorant of so easy a subject as pig. Then Government sent him on special duty to Kohat to inquire into the big 7-foot iron-shod spades of that district. People had been killing each other with these peaceful tools, and Government wished to know whether a modified form of agricultural implement could not tentatively, and as a temporary measure, be introduced among the agricultural population without needlessly or unduly exasperating the existing religious sentiments of the peasantry. Between those spades and Nafferton's pig, Pinecoffin was rather heavily burdened. Nafferton now began to take up the food supply of the indigenous pig, with a view to the improvement of its capacities as a flesh former; b. the acclimatization of the exotic pig, maintaining its distinctive peculiarities. Pinecoffin replied exhaustively that the exotic pig would become merged in the indigenous type, and quoted horse breeding statistics to prove this. The side issue was debated at great length on Pinecoffin's side, till Nafferton owned that he had been in the wrong, and moved the previous question. When Pinecoffin had quite written himself out about flesh formers, and fibrins, and glucose, and the nitrogenous constituents of maize and lucerne, Nafferton raised the question of expense. By this time Pinecoffin, who had been transferred from Kohat, had developed a pig theory of his own, which he stated in 33 folio pages, all carefully filed by Nafferton, who asked for more. These things took 10 months, and Pinecoffin's interest in the potential piggery seemed to die down after he had stated his own views. But Nafferton bombarded him with letters on the imperial aspect of the scheme as tending to officialize the sale of pork, and thereby calculated to give offence to the Mohammedan population of Upper India. He guessed that Pinecoffin would want some broad, freehand work after his niggling, stippling decimal details. Pinecoffin handled the latest development of the case in masterly style, and proved that no popular ebullition of excitement was to be apprehended. Nafferton said there was nothing like civilian insight in matters of this kind, and lured him up a bypath: the possible profits to accrue to the Government from the sale of hog bristles. There is an extensive literature of hog bristles, and the shoe, brush, and colourman's trades recognize more varieties of bristles than you would think possible. After Pinecoffin had wondered a little at Nafferton's rage for information, he sent back a monograph, 51 pages, on products of the pig. This led him, under Nafferton's tender handling, straight to the Cawnpore factories, the trade in hog skin for saddles, and thence to the tanners. Pinecoffin wrote that pomegranate seed was the best cure for hog skin, and suggested, for the past 14 months had wearied him, that Nafferton should raise his pigs before he tanned them. Nafferton went back to the second section of his fifth question: how could the exotic pig be brought to give as much pork as it did in the West, and yet assume the essentially hirsute characteristics of its Oriental congener? Pinecoffin felt dazed, for he had forgotten that he had written 16 months before, and fancied that he was about to reopen the entire question. He was too far involved in the hideous tangle to retreat, and in a weak moment he wrote, "Consult my first letter," which related to the Dravidian pig. As a matter of fact, Pinecoffin had still to reach the acclimatization stage, having gone off on a side issue on the merging of types. Then Nafferton really unmasked his batteries. He complained to the Government in stately language of the paucity of help accorded to me in my earnest attempts to start a potentially remunerative industry, and the flippancy with which my requests for information are treated by a gentleman whose pseudo-scholarly attainments should at least have taught him the primary differences between the Dravidian and the Berkshire variety of the genus Sus. If I am to understand that the letter to which he refers me contains his serious views on the acclimatization of a valuable, though possibly uncleanly animal, I am reluctantly compelled to believe, etc., etc., etc. There was a new man at the head of the Department of Castigation. The wretched Pinecoffin was told that the service was made for the country, and not the country for the service, and that he had better begin to supply information about pigs. Pinecoffin answered insanely that he had written everything that could be written about pig, and that some furlough was due to him. Nafferton got a copy of that letter, and sent it with the essay on the Dravidian pig to a down-country paper, which printed both in full. The essay was rather high flown. But if the Editor had seen the stacks of paper, in Pinecoffin's handwriting, on Nafferton's table, he would not have been so sarcastic about the nebulous discursiveness and blatant self-sufficiency of the modern competition wallah, and his utter inability to grasp the practical issues of a practical question. Many friends cut out these remarks and sent them to Pinecoffin. I have already stated that Pinecoffin came to a soft stock. This last stroke frightened and shook him. He could not understand it, but he felt he had been somehow shamelessly betrayed by Nafferton. He realized that he had wrapped himself up in the pigskin without need, and that he could not well set himself right with his government. All his acquaintances asked after his nebulous discursiveness or his blatant self-sufficiency, and this made him miserable. He took a train and went to Nafferton, whom he had not seen since the pig business began. He also took the cutting from the paper and blustered feebly and called Nafferton names, and then died down to a watery, weak protest of the "I say, it's too bad, you know" order. Nafferton was very sympathetic. "I'm afraid I've given you a good deal of work, haven't I?" said he. "Trouble?" whimpered Pinecoffin. "I don't mind the trouble so much, though that was bad enough. But what I resent is this showing up in print. It will stick to me like a burr all through my service. And I did do my best for your interminable swine. It's too bad of you, on my soul it is." "Oh, I don't know," said Nafferton. "Have you ever been stuck with a horse? It isn't the money I mind, though that is bad enough. But what I resent is the chaff that follows, especially from the boy who stuck me. But I think we'll cry quite now." Pinecoffin found nothing to say save bad words, and Nafferton smiled ever so sweetly and asked him to dinner. End of Chapter 25. Pig. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 26 of Plain Tales from the Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Plain Tales from the Hills by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 26. The Rout of the White Hussars. It was not in the open fight we threw away the sword, but in the lonely watching in the darkness by the ford. The waters lapped, the night wind blew, full armed the fear was born and grew, and we were flying ere we knew from panic in the night. Beoni Bar. Some people hold that an English cavalry regiment cannot run. This is a mistake. I have seen 437 sabres flying over the face of the country in abject terror. Have seen the best regiment that ever drew bridle wiped off the army list for the space of 2 hours. If you repeat this tale to the White Hussars, they will, in all probability, treat you severely. They are not proud of the incident. You may know the White Hussars by their "side," which is greater than that of all the cavalry regiments on the roster. If this is not a sufficient mark, you may know them by their old brandy. It's been 60 years in the mess, and is worth going far to taste. Ask for the Maguire old brandy, and see that you get it. If the mess sergeant thinks that you are uneducated, and that the genuine article will be lost on you, he will treat you accordingly. He is a good man. But when you are at mess, you must never talk to your hosts about forced marches or long-distance rides. The mess are very sensitive, and if they think that you're laughing at them, will tell you so. As the White Hussars say, it was all the Colonel's fault. He was a new man, and he ought never to have taken the command. He said that the regiment was not smart enough. This to the White Hussars, who knew they could walk round any horse and through any guns and over any foot on the face of the earth. That insult was the first cause of offence. Then the Colonel cast the Drum Horse. The Drum Horse of the White Hussars. Perhaps you do not see what an unspeakable crime he had committed. I'll try to make it clear. The soul of the regiment lives in the Drum Horse who carries the silver kettle drums. He is nearly always a big, piebald whaler. That's a point of honour, and a regiment will spend anything you please on a piebald. He is beyond the ordinary laws of casting. His work is very light, and he only manoeuvres at a foot pace. Wherefore, so long as he can step out and look handsome, his well-being is assured. He knows more about the regiment than the adjutant, and could not make a mistake if he tried. The Drum Horse of the White Hussars was only 18 years old, and perfectly equal to his duties. He had at least 6 years more work in him, and carried himself with all the pomp and dignity of a Drum Major of the Guards. The regiment had paid Rs. 1,200 for him. But the Colonel said that he must go, and he was cast in due form and replaced by a washy bay beast as ugly as a mule, with a ewe-neck, rat tail, and cow hocks. The drummer detested that animal, and the best of the band horses put back their ears and showed the whites of their eyes at the very sight of him. They knew him for an upstart, and no gentleman. I fancy that the Colonel's ideas of smartness extended to the band, and that he wanted to make it take part in the regular parade movements. A cavalry band is a sacred thing. It only turns out for commanding officers' parades, and the band master is 1 degree more important than the Colonel. He's a high priest, and the Keel Row is his holy song. The Keel Row is the cavalry trot, and the man who has never heard that tune rising high and shrill above the rattle of the regiment going past the saluting base has something yet to hear and understand. When the Colonel cast the Drum Horse of the White Hussars, there was nearly a mutiny. The officers were angry, the regiment were furious, and the bandsmen swore like troopers. The Drum Horse was going to be put up to auction, public auction, to be bought perhaps by a Parsee and put into a cart. It was worse than exposing the inner life of the regiment to the whole world, or selling the mess plate to a Jew, a black Jew. The Colonel was a mean man and a bully. He knew what the regiment thought about his action, and when the troopers offered to buy the Drum Horse, he said that their offer was mutinous and forbidden by the regulations. But one of the subalterns, Hogan Yale, an Irishman, bought the Drum Horse for Rs. 160 at the sale, and the Colonel was wroth. Yale professed repentance. He was unnaturally submissive, and said that, as he had only made the purchase to save the horse from possible ill-treatment and starvation, he would now shoot him and end the business. This appeared to soothe the Colonel, for he wanted the Drum Horse disposed of. He felt that he had made a mistake, and could not, of course, acknowledge it. Meantime, the presence of the Drum Horse was an annoyance to him. Yale took to himself a glass of the old brandy, 3 cheroots, and his friend Martin, and they all left the mess together. Yale and Martin conferred for 2 hours in Yale's quarters, but only the bull terrier who keeps watch over Yale's boot trees knows what they said. A horse, hooded and sheeted to his ears, left Yale's stables, and was taken very unwillingly into the civil lines. Yale's groom went with him. 2 men broke into the regimental theatre and took several paint pots and some large scenery brushes. Then night fell over the cantonments, and there was a noise as of a horse kicking his loose box to pieces in Yale's stables. Yale had a big, old white Waler trap horse. The next day was a Thursday, and the men, hearing that Yale was going to shoot the Drum Horse in the evening, determined to give the beast a regular regimental funeral, a finer one than they would have given the Colonel had he died just then. They got a bullock cart and some sacking, and mounds of roses, and the body, under sacking, was carried out to the place where the anthrax cases were cremated. 2/3 of the regiment followed. There was no band, but they all sang "The Place Where the Old Horse Died" as something respectful and appropriate to the occasion. When the corpse was dumped into the grave, and the men began throwing down armfuls of roses to cover it, the farrier sergeant ripped out an oath and said aloud, "What, it ain't the Drum Horse any more than it's me!" The troop sergeant majors asked him whether he had left his head in the canteen. The farrier sergeant said that he knew the Drum Horse's feet as well as he knew his own, but he was silenced when he saw the regimental number burnt in on the poor stiff upturned near fore. Thus was the Drum Horse of the White Hussars buried, the farrier sergeant grumbling. The sacking that covered the corpse was smeared in places with black paint, and the farrier sergeant drew attention to this fact. But the troop sergeant major of E Troop kicked him severely on the shin, and told him that he was undoubtedly drunk. On the Monday following the burial, the Colonel sought revenge on the White Hussars. Unfortunately, being at that time temporarily in command of the station, he ordered a brigade field day. He said that he wished to make the regiment sweat for their damned insolence, and he carried out his notion thoroughly. That Monday was one of the hardest days in the memory of the White Hussars. They were thrown against a skeleton enemy, and pushed forward, and withdrawn, and dismounted, and scientifically handled, in every possible fashion over dusty country till they sweated profusely. Their only amusement came late in the day, when they fell upon the battery of horse artillery and chased it for 2 miles. This was a personal question, and most of the troopers had money on the event. The gunners saying openly that they had the legs of the White Hussars. They were wrong. A march past concluded the campaign, and when the regiment got back to their lines, the men were coated with dirt from spur to chin strap. The White Hussars have one great and peculiar privilege. They won it at Fontenoy, I think. Many regiments possess special rights, such as wearing collars with undress uniform, or a bow of ribbon between the shoulders, or red and white roses in their helmets on certain days of the year. Some rights are connected with regimental saints, and some with regimental successes. All are valued highly, but none so highly as the right of the White Hussars to have the band playing when their horses are being watered in the lines. Only one tune is played, and that tune never varies. I don't know its real name, but the White Hussars call it "Take Me to London Again." It sounds very pretty. The regiment would sooner be struck off the roster than forego their distinction. After the dismiss was sounded, the officers rode off home to prepare for stables, and the men filed into the lines, riding easy. That is to say, they opened their tight buttons, shifted their helmets, and began to joke or to swear as the humour took them. The more careful slipping off and easing girths and curbs. A good trooper values his mount exactly as much as he values himself, and believes, or should believe, that the two together are irresistible where women or men, girls or guns are concerned. Then the orderly officer gave the order, "Water horses," and the regiment loafed off to the squadron troughs, which were in the rear of the stables and between these and the barracks. There were 4 huge troughs, one for each squadron, arranged en echelon, so that the whole regiment could water in 10 minutes if it liked, but it lingered for 17 as a rule, while the band played. The band struck up as the squadrons filed off the troughs, and the men slipped their feet out of the stirrups and chaffed each other. The sun was just setting on a big, hot bed of red cloud, and the road to the civil lines seemed to run straight into the sun's eye. There was a little dot on the road. It grew and grew till it showed as a horse, with a sort of a gridiron thing on its back. The red cloud glared through the bars of the gridiron. Some of the troopers shaded their eyes with their hands and said, "What the mischief has that there horse got on him?" In another minute they heard a neigh that every soul, horse and man, in the regiment knew and saw, heading straight toward the band, the dead drum horse of the White Hussars. On his withers banged and bumped the kettle drums draped in crape, and on his back, very stiff and soldierly, sat a bareheaded skeleton. The band stopped playing, and for a moment there was a hush. Then someone in E Troop, men said it was the troop sergeant major, swung his horse round and yelled. No one can account exactly for what happened afterwards, but it seemed that at least one man in each troop set an example of panic, and the rest followed like sheep. The horses that had barely put their muzzles into the troughs reared and capered, but as soon as the band broke, which it did when the ghost of the drum horse was about a furlong distant, all hooves followed suit, and the clatter of the stampede, quite different from the orderly throb and roar of a movement on parade, or the rough horseplay of watering in camp, made them only more terrified. They felt that the men on their backs were afraid of something, and when horses once know that, it's all over except the butchery. Troop after troop turned from the troughs and ran, anywhere and everywhere, like spilt quicksilver. It was a most extraordinary spectacle, for men and horses were in all stages of easiness, and the carbine buckets flopping against their sides urged the horses on. Men were shouting and cursing and trying to pull clear of the band, which was being chased by the drum horse, whose rider had fallen forward and seemed to be spurring for a wager. The colonel had gone over to the mess for a drink. Most of the officers were with him, and the subaltern of the day was preparing to go down to the lines and receive the watering reports from the troop sergeant majors. When "Take Me to London Again" stopped after 20 bars, everyone in the mess said, "What on earth has happened?" A minute later they heard unmilitary noises, and saw, far across the plain, the White Hussars scattered and broken and flying. The colonel was speechless with rage, for he thought that the regiment had ridden against him, or was unanimously drunk. The band, a disorganized mob, tore past, and at its heels laboured the drum horse, the dead and buried Drum Horse, with the jolting, clattering skeleton. Hogan Yale whispered softly to Martin, "No wire will stand that treatment." And the band, which had doubled like a hare, came back again. But the rest of the regiment was gone, was rioting all over the province, for the dusk had shut in, and each man was howling to his neighbour that the Drum Horse was on his flank. Troop horses are far too tenderly treated as a rule. They can, on emergencies, do a great deal, even with 17 stone on their back, as the troopers found out. How long this panic lasted I cannot say. I believe that when the moon rose the men saw they had nothing to fear, and by twos and threes and half troops crept back into cantonments very much ashamed of themselves. Meanwhile the Drum Horse, disgusted at his treatment by old friends, pulled up, wheeled round, and trotted up to the mess verandah steps for bread. No one liked to run, but no one cared to go forward till the Colonel made a movement and laid hold of the skeleton's foot. The band had halted some distance away, and now came back slowly. The Colonel called it, individually and collectively, every evil name that occurred to him at the time, for he had set his hand on the bosom of the Drum Horse and found flesh and blood. Then he beat the kettle drums with his clenched fist and discovered that they were but made of silvered paper and bamboo. Next, still swearing, he tried to drag the skeleton out of the saddle, but found that it had been wired into the cantle. The sight of the Colonel, with his arms round the skeleton's pelvis and his knee in the old Drum Horse's stomach, was striking, not to say amusing. He worried the thing off in a minute or two and threw it down on the ground, saying to the band, "Here, you curs, that's what you're afraid of." The skeleton did not look pretty in the twilight. The band sergeant seemed to recognize it, for he began to chuckle and choke. "Shall I take it away, sir?" said the band sergeant. "Yes," said the Colonel. "Take it to hell and ride there yourselves." The band sergeant saluted, hoisted the skeleton across his saddle bow, and led off to the stables. Then the Colonel began to make inquiries for the rest of the regiment, and the language he used was wonderful. He would disband the regiment. He would court-martial every soul in it. He would not command such a set of rabble, and so on, and so on, and so on. As the men dropped in, his language grew wilder, until at last it exceeded the utmost limits of free speech allowed even to a colonel of horse. Martin took Hogan Yale aside and suggested the compulsory retirement from the service as a necessity when all was discovered. Martin was the weaker man of the two. Hogan Yale put up his eyebrows and remarked, firstly, that he was the son of a lord, and secondly, that he was as innocent as the babe unborn of the theatrical resurrection of the Drum Horse. "My instructions," said Yale, with a singularly sweet smile, "were that the Drum Horse should be sent back as impressively as possible. I ask you, am I responsible if a mule-headed friend sends him back in such a manner as to disturb the peace of mind of a regiment of Her Majesty's cavalry?" Martin said, "You're a great man, and will in time become a general, but I'd give my chance of a troop to be safe out of this affair." Providence saved Martin and Hogan Yale. The second in command led the Colonel away to the little curtained alcove wherein the subalterns of the White Hussars were accustomed to play poker of nights, and there, after many oaths on the Colonel's part, they talked together in low tones. I fancy that the second in command must have represented the scare as the work of some trooper whom it would be hopeless to detect, and I know that he dealt upon the sin and the shame of making a public laughing-stock of the scare. "They will call us," said the second in command, who had really a fine imagination, "they will call us the Fly-by-Nights. They will call us the Ghost Hunters. They will nickname us from one end of the army list to the other. All the explanations in the world won't make outsiders understand that the officers were away when the panic began. For the honour of the regiment, and for your own sake, keep this thing quiet." The Colonel was so exhausted with anger that soothing him down was not so difficult as might be imagined. He was made to see, gently and by degrees, that it was obviously impossible to court-martial the whole regiment, and equally impossible to proceed against any subaltern who, in his belief, had any concern in the hoax. "But the beast's alive! He's never been shot at all!" shouted the Colonel. "It's flat, flagrant disobedience. I've known a man broken for less, damned sight less. They're mocking me, I tell you, Muttman, they're mocking me." Once more the second in command set himself to soothe the Colonel, and wrestled with him for half an hour. At the end of that time the regimental sergeant major reported himself. The situation was rather novel to him, but he was not a man to be put out by circumstances. He saluted and said, "Regiment all come back, sir." Then, to propitiate the Colonel, "And none of the horses any the worse, sir?" The Colonel only snorted and answered, "You'd better tuck the men into their cots, then, and see that they don't wake up and cry in the night." The sergeant withdrew. His little stroke of humour pleased the Colonel, and further, he felt slightly ashamed of the language he had been using. The second in command worried him again, and the two sat talking far into the night. Next day but one there was a commanding officers' parade, and the Colonel harangued the White Hussars vigorously. The pith of his speech was that, since the Drum Horse in his old age had proved himself capable of cutting up the whole regiment, he should return to his post of pride at the head of the band, but the regiment were a set of ruffians with bad consciences. The White Hussars shouted and threw everything movable about them into the air, and when the parade was over they cheered the Colonel till they couldn't speak. No cheers were put up for Lieutenant Hogan Yale, who smiled very sweetly in the background. Said the second in command to the Colonel unofficially, "These little things ensure popularity, and do not the least affect discipline." "But I went back on my word," said the Colonel. "Never mind," said the second in command. "The White Hussars will follow you anywhere from today. Regiments are just like women. They'll do anything for trinketry." A week later Hogan Yale received an extraordinary letter from someone who signed himself Secretary Charity and Zeal 3709 E.C. and asked for the return of our skeleton, which we have reason to believe is in your possession. "Who the deuce is this lunatic who trades in bones?" said Hogan Yale. "Beg your pardon, sir," said the band sergeant, but the skeleton's with me, and I'll return it if you'll pay the carriage into the civil lines. There's a coffin with it, sir." Hogan Yale smiled and handed 2 rupees to the band sergeant, saying, "Write the date on the skull, will you? If you doubt this story and know where to go, you can see the date on the skeleton. But don't mention the matter to the White Hussars. I happen to know something about it, because I prepared the Drum Horse for his resurrection." He did not take kindly to the skeleton at all. End of Chapter 26. The Rout of the White Hussars. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 27 of Plain Tales from the Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Plain Tales from the Hills by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 27. The Bronkhorst Divorce Case. In the daytime when she moved about me, in the night when she was sleeping at my side, I was wearied. I was wearied of her presence. Day by day and night by night I grew to hate her. Would to God that she or I had died. From Confessions. There was a man called Bronkhorst, a 3-cornered, middle-aged man in the army, grey as a badger, and some people said with a touch of country blood in him. That, however, cannot be proved. Mrs. Bronkhorst was not exactly young, though 15 years younger than her husband. She was a large, pale, quiet woman, with heavy eyelids, over-weak eyes, and hair that turned red or yellow as the lights fell on it. Bronkhorst was not nice in any way. He had no respect for the pretty, public and private lies that make life a little less nasty than it is. His manner toward his wife was coarse. There are many things, including actual assault with a clenched fist, that a wife will endure, but seldom a wife can bear, as Mrs. Bronkhorst bore, with a long course of brutal, hard chaff, making light of her weaknesses, her headaches, her small fits of gaiety, her dresses, her queer little attempts to make herself attractive to her husband, when she knows that she is not what she has been, and, worst of all, the love that she spends on her children. That particular sort of heavy-handed jest was specially dear to Bronkhorst. I suppose that he had first slipped into it, meaning no harm in the honeymoon, when folk find their ordinary stock of endearments run short, and so go to the other extreme to express their feelings. A similar impulse makes a man say, "Hut, you old beast," when a favourite horse nuzzles his coat front. Unluckily, when the reaction of marriage sets in, the form of speech remains, and, the tenderness having died out, hurts the wife more than she cares to say. But Mrs. Bronckhorst was devoted to her Teddy, as she called him. Perhaps that was why he objected to her. Perhaps this is only a theory to account for his infamous behaviour later on he gave way to the queer savage feeling that sometimes takes by the throat a husband 20 years married, when he sees across the table the same face of his wedded wife, and knows that as he has sat facing it, so must he continue to sit until the day of its death or his own. Most men and all women know the spasm. It only lasts for 3 breaths, as a rule, must be a throwback to times when men and women were rather worse than they are now, and is too unpleasant to be discussed. Dinner at the Bronckhorsts was an infliction few men cared to undergo. Bronckhorst took a pleasure in saying things that made his wife wince. When their little boy came in at dessert, Bronckhorst used to give him half a glass of wine, and naturally enough the poor little mite got first riotous, next miserable, and was removed screaming. Bronckhorst asked if that was the way Teddy usually behaved, and whether Mrs. Bronckhorst could not spare some of her time to teach the little beggar decency. Mrs. Bronckhorst, who loved the boy more than her own life, tried not to cry. Her spirit seemed to have been broken by her marriage. Lastly, Bronckhorst used to say, "There, that'll do, that'll do. For God's sake, try to behave like a rational woman. Go into the drawing-room." Mrs. Bronckhorst would go, trying to carry it all off with a smile, and the guest of the evening would feel angry and uncomfortable. After 3 years of this cheerful life, for Mrs. Bronckhorst had no women friends to talk to, the station was startled by the news that Bronckhorst had instituted proceedings on the criminal count against a man called Beale, who certainly had been rather attentive to Mrs. Bronckhorst whenever she had appeared in public. The utter want of reserve with which Bronckhorst treated his own dishonour helped us to know that the evidence against Beale would be entirely circumstantial and native. There were no letters, but Bronckhorst said openly that he would rack heaven and earth until he saw Beale superintending the manufacture of carpets in the Central Jail. Mrs. Bronckhorst kept entirely to her house, and let charitable folks say what they pleased. Opinions were divided. Some 2/3 of the station jumped at once to the conclusion that Beale was guilty, but a dozen men who knew and liked him held by him. Beale was furious and surprised. He denied the whole thing, and vowed that he would thrash Bronckhorst within an inch of his life. No jury, we knew, could convict a man on the criminal count on native evidence in a land where you can buy a murder charge, including the corpse, all complete, for 54 rupees. But Beale did not care to scrape through by the benefit of a doubt. He wanted the whole thing cleared. But, as he said one night, he can prove anything with servants' evidence, and I've only my bare word. This was about a month before the case came on, and beyond agreeing with Beale, we could do little. All that we could be sure of was that the native evidence would be bad enough to blast Beale's character for the rest of his service, for when a native begins perjury he perjures himself thoroughly. He does not boggle over details. Some genius at the end of the table whereat the affair was being talked over said, "Look here, I don't believe lawyers are any good. Get a man to wire to Strickland and beg him to come down and pull us through." Strickland was about 180 miles up the line. He had not long been married to Miss Youghal, but he scented in the telegram a chance of returning to the old detective work that his soul lusted after, and next night he came in and heard our story. He finished his pipe, and he said oracularly, "We must get at the evidence. Uriya bearer, Mussulman Kit, and Methanrihaya, I suppose, are the pillars of the charge. I am on in this piece, but I am afraid I am getting rusty in my talk." He rose and went into Beale's bedroom, where his trunk had been put, and shut the door. An hour later we heard him say, "I hadn't the heart to part with my old make-ups when I married. Will this do?" There was a loathly fakir salaaming in the doorway. "Now lend me 50 rupees," said Strickland, "and give me your words of honour that you won't tell my wife." He got all that he asked for, and left the house while the table drank his health. What he did only he himself knows. A fakir hung about Bronckhorst's compound for 12 days. Then a meter appeared, and then Beale heard of him. He said that Strickland was an angel full-fledged. Whether the meter made love to Janki, Mrs. Bronckhorst's ayah, is a question which concerns Strickland exclusively. He came back at the end of 3 weeks and said quietly, "You spoke the truth, Beale. The whole business is put up from beginning to end. Jove, it almost astonishes me. That Bronckhorst beast isn't fit to live." There was an uproar and shouting, and Beale said, "How are you going to prove it?"
You can't say that you've been trespassing on Bronckhorst's compound in disguise." "No," said Strickland. "Tell your lawyer fool, whoever he is, to get up something strong about inherent improbabilities and discrepancies of evidence. He won't have to speak, but it will make him happy. I'm going to run this business." Beale held his tongue, and the other men waited to see what would happen. They trusted Strickland, as men trust quiet men. When the case came off, the court was crowded. Strickland hung about in the verandah of the court till he met with Mohammedan Khitmatgar. Then he murmured a fakir's blessing in his ear, and asked him how his second wife did. The man spun round, and as he looked into the eyes of Estreekin Sahib, his jaw dropped. You must remember that before Strickland was married he was, as I have told you already, a power among natives. Strickland whispered a rather coarse vernacular proverb to the effect that he was abreast of all that was going on, and went into the court armed with a gut trainer's whip. The Mohammedan was the first witness, and Strickland beamed upon him from the back of the court. The man moistened his lips with his tongue, and, in his abject fear of Estreekin Sahib, the fakir went back on every detail of his evidence, said he was a poor man, and God was his witness that he had forgotten everything that Bronckhorst Sahib had told him to say. Between his terror of Strickland, the judge, and Bronckhorst, he collapsed, weeping. Then began the panic among the witnesses. Janki, the ayah, leering chastely behind her veil, turned grey, and the bearer left the court. He said that his mamma was dying, and that it was not wholesome for any man to lie unthriftily in the presence of Estreekin Sahib. Beale said politely to Bronckhorst, "Your witnesses don't seem to work. Haven't you any forged letters to produce?" But Bronckhorst was swaying to and fro in his chair, and there was a dead pause after Beale had been called to order. Bronckhorst's counsel saw the look on his client's face, and without more ado pitched his papers on the little green baize table, and mumbled something about having been misinformed. The whole court applauded wildly, like soldiers at a theatre, and the judge began to say what he thought. Beale came out of the place, and Strickland dropped a gut trainer's whip in the verandah. 10 minutes later, Beale was cutting Bronckhorst into ribbons behind the old court cells, quietly and without scandal. What was left of Bronckhorst was sent home in a carriage, and his wife wept over it and nursed it into a man again. Later on, after Beale had managed to hush up the counter-charge against Bronckhorst of fabricating false evidence, Mrs. Bronckhorst, with her faint, watery smile, said that there had been a mistake, but it wasn't her Teddy's fault altogether. She would wait till her Teddy came back to her. Perhaps he had grown tired of her, or she had tried his patience, and perhaps we wouldn't cut her any more, and perhaps the mothers would let their children play with little Teddy again. He was so lonely. Then the station invited Mrs. Bronckhorst everywhere, until Bronckhorst was fit to appear in public, when he went home and took his wife with him. According to the latest advices, her Teddy did come back to her, and they are moderately happy, though of course he can never forgive her the thrashing that she was the indirect means of getting for him. What Beale wants to know is, why didn't I press home the charge against the Bronckhorst brute and have him run in? What Mrs. Strickland wants to know is, how did my husband bring such a lovely, lovely whaler from your station? I know all his money affairs, and I'm certain he didn't buy it. What I want to know is, how do women like Mrs. Bronckhorst come to marry men like Bronckhorst? And my conundrum is the most unanswerable of the three. End of chapter 27. The Bronckhorst Divorce Case. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 28 of Plain Tales from the Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Plain Tales from the Hills by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 28. Venus Anadomini. And the years went on, as the years must do, but our great Diana was always new, fresh and blooming and blonde and fair, with azure eyes and with aureate hair, and all the folk, as they came or went, offered her praise to her heart's content. Diana of Ephesus. She had nothing to do with number 18 in the Braccio Nuovo of the Vatican, between Visconti's Ceres and the god of the Nile. She was purely an Indian deity, an Anglo-Indian deity, that is to say, and we called her the Venus Anadomini, to distinguish her from the other Anodominies of the same everlasting order. There was a legend among the hills that she had once been young, but no living man was prepared to come forward and say boldly that the legend was true. Men rode up to Simla and stayed, and went away and made their name and did their life's work, and returned again to find the Venus Anadomini exactly as they had left her. She was as immutable as the hills, but not quite so green. All that a girl of 18 could do in the way of riding, walking, dancing, picnicking, and overexertion generally, the Venus Anadomini did, and showed no sign of fatigue or a trace of weariness. Besides perpetual youth, she had discovered, men said, the secret of perpetual health, and her fame spread about the land. From a mere woman she grew to be an institution, insomuch that no young man could be said to be properly formed who had not at some time or another worshipped at the shrine of the Venus Anadomini. There was no one like her, though there were many imitations. 6 years in her eyes were no more than 6 months in ordinary women, and 10 made less visible impression on her than does a week's fever on an ordinary woman. Everyone adored her, and in return she was pleasant and courteous to nearly everyone. Youth had been a habit of hers for so long that she could not part with it, never realized, in fact, the necessity of parting with it, and took for her more chosen associates young people. Among the worshippers of the Venus Anadomini was young Gayerson. Very young Gayerson he was called, to distinguish him from his father, young Gayerson, a Bengal civilian, who affected the customs, as he had the heart, of youth. Very young Gayerson was not content to worship placidly and for form's sake as the other young men did, or to accept a ride or a dance or a talk from the Venus Anadomini in a properly humble and thankful spirit. He was exacting, and therefore the Venus Anadomini repressed him. He worried himself nearly sick in a futile sort of way over her, and his devotion and earnestness made him appear either shy or boisterous or rude, as his mood might vary, by the side of the older men who, with him, bowed before the Venus Anadomini. She was sorry for him. He reminded her of a lad who 23 years ago had professed a boundless devotion for her, and for whom in return she had felt something more than a week's weakness. But that lad had fallen away and married another woman less than a year after he had worshipped her, and the Venus Anadomini had almost, not quite, forgotten his name. Very young Gayerson had the same big blue eyes and the same way of pouting his underlip when he was excited or troubled, but the Venus Anadomini checked him sternly none the less. Too much zeal was a thing that she did not approve of, preferring instead a tempered and sober tenderness. Very young Gayerson was miserable and took no trouble to conceal his wretchedness. He was in the army, a line regiment, I think, but I am not certain, and since his face was a looking-glass and his forehead an open book, by reason of his innocence, his brothers in arms made his life a burden to him and embittered his naturally sweet disposition. No one except very young Gayerson, and he never told his views, knew how old very young Gayerson believed the Venus Anadomini to be. Perhaps he thought her 25, or perhaps she told him that she was this age. Very young Gayerson would have forded the Gugger in flood to carry her lightest word, and had implicit faith in her. Everyone liked him, and everyone was sorry when they saw him so bound a slave of the Venus Anadomini. Everyone, too, admitted that it was not her fault, for the Venus Anadomini differed from Mrs. Hauksbee and Mrs. Reiver in this particular. She never moved a finger to attract anyone. But, like Ninon de l'Enclos, all men were attracted to her. One could admire and respect Mrs. Hauksbee, despise and avoid Mrs. Reiver, but one was forced to adore the Venus Anadomini. Very young Gayerson's papa held a division or a collectorate or something administrative in a particularly unpleasant part of Bengal, full of baboos who edited newspapers proving that young Gayerson was a Nero and a Scylla and a Charybdis, and in addition to the baboos there was a good deal of dysentery and cholera abroad for 9 months of the year. Young Gayerson, who was about 45, rather liked baboos, they amused him, but he objects to dysentery, and when he could get away went to Darjeeling for the most part. This particular season he fancied that he'd come up to Simla and see his boy. The boy was not altogether pleased. He told the Venus Anadomini that his father was coming up, and she flushed a little, and said that she would be delighted to make his acquaintance. Then she looked long and thoughtfully at Very Young Gayerson, because she was very, very sorry for him, and he was a very, very big idiot. "My daughter is coming out in a fortnight, Mr. Gayerson," she said. "Your what?" said he. "Daughter," said the Venus Annodomini. "She's been out for a year at home already, and I want her to see a little of India. She's 19 and very sensible. Nice girl, I believe." Very Young Gayerson, who was a short 22 years old, nearly fell out of his chair with astonishment, for he had persisted in believing, against all belief, in the youth of the Venus Annodomini. She, with her back to the curtained window, watched the effect of her sentences and smiled. Very Young Gayerson's papa came up 12 days later, and had not been in Simla 24 hours before two men, old acquaintances of his, had told him how Very Young Gayerson had been conducting himself. Young Gayerson laughed a good deal, and inquired who the Venus Annodomini might be, which proves that he had been living in Bengal, where nobody knows anything except the rate of exchange. Then he said boys will be boys, and spoke to his son about the matter. Very Young Gayerson said that he felt wretched and unhappy, and Young Gayerson said that he repented of having helped to bring a fool in the world. He suggested that his son had better cut his leave short and go down to his duties. This led to an unfilial answer, and relations were strained until Young Gayerson demanded that they should call on the Venus Annodomini. Very Young Gayerson went with his papa, feeling somehow uncomfortable and small. When Venus Annodomini received them graciously, and Young Gayerson said, "By Jove, it's Kitty!" Very Young Gayerson would have listened for an explanation, if his time had not been taken up with trying to talk to a large, handsome, quiet, well-dressed girl, introduced to him by the Venus Annodomini as her daughter. She was far older in manners, style, and repose than Very Young Gayerson, and, as he realized this thing, he felt sick. Presently he heard the Venus Annodomini say, "Do you know that your son is one of my most devoted admirers?" "I don't wonder," said Young Gayerson. Here he raised his voice. "He follows his father's footsteps. Didn't I worship the ground you trod on ever so long ago, Kitty? And you haven't changed since then. How strange it all seems." Very Young Gayerson said nothing. His conversation with the daughter of the Venus Annodomini was, through the rest of the call, fragmentary and disjointed. "At 5 tomorrow, then," said the Venus Annodomini. "And mind you are punctual." "At 5 punctual," said Young Gayerson. "You can lend your old father a horse, I dare say, youngster. Can't you? I'm going for a ride tomorrow afternoon." "Certainly," said Very Young Gayerson. "I'm going down tomorrow morning. My ponies are at your service, sir." The Venus Annodomini looked at him across the half-light of the room, and her big grey eyes filled with moisture. She rose and shook hands with him. "Good-bye, Tom," whispered the Venus Annodomini. End of Chapter 28. The Venus Annodomini. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 29 of Plain Tales from the Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Plain Tales from the Hills by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 29. The Bisara of Puri. Little blind fish, thou art marvellous wise. Little blind fish, who put out thy eyes? Open thine ears while I whisper my wish. Bring me a lover, thou little blind fish. The charm of the Bisara. Some natives say that it came from the other side of Kulu, where the 11-inch temple sapphire is. Others that it was made at the devil shrine of Ao Chong in Tibet, was stolen by a Kafir, from him by a Gurkha, from him again by a Lahuli, from him by a Khitmagar, and by this latter sold to an Englishman, so all its virtue is lost, because to work properly the Bisara of Puri must be stolen, with bloodshed if possible, but at any rate stolen. These stories of the coming into India are all false. It was made at Puri ages since. The manner of its making would fill a small book. Was stolen by one of the temple dancing girls there for her own purposes, and then passed on from hand to hand steadily northward till it reached Hanla, always bearing the same name, the Bisara of Pooree. In shape it is a tiny, square box of silver, studded outside with 8 small balas rubies. Inside the box, which opens with a spring, is a little eyeless fish, carved from some sort of dark, shiny nut, and wrapped in a shred of faded gold cloth. That is the Bisara of Pooree, and it were better for a man to take a king cobra in his hand than to touch the Bisara of Pooree. All kinds of magic are out of date and done away with, except in India, where nothing changes in spite of the shiny, toy scum stuff that people call civilization. Any man who knows about the Bisara of Pooree will tell you what its powers are, always supposing that it has been honestly stolen. It is the only regularly working, trustworthy love charm in the country, with one exception. The other charm is in the hands of a trooper of the Nizam's horse at a place called Tuprani, due north of Hyderabad. This can be depended upon for a fact. Someone else may explain it. If the Bisara be not stolen, but given or bought or found, it turns against its owner in 3 years, and leads to ruin or death. This is another fact which you may explain when you have time. Meanwhile you can laugh at it. At present the Bisara is safe on an Ekka pony's neck, inside the blue bead necklace that keeps off the evil eye. If the Ekka driver ever finds it, and wears it, or gives it to his wife, I am sorry for him. A very dirty hill coolie woman with goitre owned it at Theong in 1884. It came into Simla from the north before Churton's Khitmagar bought it and sold it for 3 times its silver value to Churton, who collected curiosities. The servant knew no more what he had bought than the master, but a man looking over Churton's collection of curiosities (Churton was an assistant commissioner, by the way) saw, and held his tongue. He was an Englishman, but knew how to believe, which shows that he was different from most Englishmen. He knew that it was dangerous to have any share in the little box when working or dormant, for unsought love is a terrible gift. Pack, Grubby Pack as we used to call him, was in every way a nasty little man, who must have crawled into the army by mistake. He was 3 inches taller than his sword, but not half so strong, and the sword was a 50-shilling tailor-made one. Nobody liked him, and I suppose it was his wizenedness and worthlessness that made him fall so helplessly in love with Miss Hollis, who was good and sweet and 5'7" in her tennis shoes. He was not content with falling in love quietly, but brought all the strength of his miserable little nature into the business. If he had not been so objectionable, one might have pitied him. He vapoured and fretted and fumed and trotted up and down, and tried to make himself pleasing in Miss Hollis's big, quiet grey eyes, and failed. It was one of the cases that you sometimes meet, even in this country where we marry by code, of a really blind attachment all on one side, without the faintest possibility of return. Miss Hollis looked on Pack as some sort of vermin running about the road. He had no prospects beyond captain's pay, and no wits to help that out by 1 anna. In a large-sized man, love like this would have been touching. In a good man, it would have been grand. He being what he was, it was only a nuisance. You will believe this much. What you will not believe is what follows. Churton and the man who knew that the Bisara was were lunching at the Simla Club together. Churton was complaining of life in general. His best mare had rolled out of stable down the hill and had broken her back. His decisions were being reversed by the upper courts more than an assistant commissioner of 8 years' standing has a right to expect. He knew liver and fever, and for weeks past had felt out of sorts. Altogether, he was disgusted and disheartened. Simla Club dining room is built, as all the world knows, in 2 sections, with an arch arrangement dividing them. Come in, turn to your own left, take the table under the window, and you cannot see anyone who has come in, turning to the right and taken a table on the right side of the arch. Curiously enough, every word that you say can be heard, not only by the other diner, but by the servants beyond the screen through which they bring dinner. This is worth knowing. An echoing room is a trap to be forewarned against. Half in fun and half hoping to be believed, the man who knew told Churton the story of the Bisara of Pooree at rather greater length than I have told it to you in this place, winding up with the suggestion that Churton might as well throw the little box down the hill and see whether all his troubles would go with it.
In ordinary ears, English ears, the tale was only an interesting bit of folklore. Churton laughed, said that he felt better for his tiffin, and went out. Pack had been tiffining by himself to the right of the arch, and had heard everything. He was nearly mad with his absurd infatuation for Miss Hollis that all Simla had been laughing about. It's a curious thing that when a man hates or loves beyond reason, he is ready to go beyond reason to gratify his feelings, which he would not do for money or power merely. Depend upon it, Solomon would never have built altars to Ashtaroth and all those ladies with queer names if there had not been trouble of some kind in his zenana and nowhere else. But this is beside the story. The facts of the case are these. Pack called on Churton next day when Churton was out, left his card, and stole the Basara of Puri from its place under the clock on the mantelpiece. Stole it, like the thief he was by nature. 3 days later, all Simla was electrified by the news that Miss Hollis had accepted Pack. The shrivelled rat, Pack. Do you desire clearer evidence than this? The Basara of Puri had been stolen, and it worked as it had always done when won by foul means. There are 3 or 4 times in a man's life when he is justified in meddling with other people's affairs to play Providence. The man who knew felt that he was justified, but believing and acting on a belief are quite different things. The insolent satisfaction of Pack as he ambled by the side of Miss Hollis, and Churton's striking release from liver as soon as the Basara of Puri had gone, decided the man. He explained to Churton, and Churton laughed, because he was not brought up to believe that men on the Government House list steal, at least little things. But the miraculous acceptance by Miss Hollis of that tailor Pack decided him to take steps on suspicion. He vowed that he only wanted to find out where his ruby-studded silver box had vanished to. You cannot accuse a man on the Government House list of stealing, and if you rifle his room you are a thief yourself. Churton, prompted by the man who knew, decided on burglary. If he found nothing in Pack's room, but it is not nice to think of what would have happened in that case. Pack went to a dance at Benmore. Benmore was Benmore in those days, and not an office, and danced 15 waltzes out of 22 with Miss Hollis. Churton and the man took all the keys that they could lay hands on, and went to Pack's room in the hotel, certain that his servants would be away. Pack was a cheap soul. He had not purchased a decent cash box to keep his papers in, but one of those native imitations that you can buy for 10 rupees. It opened to any sort of key, and there, at the bottom, under Pack's insurance policy, lay the Basara of Puri. Churton called Pack names, put the Basara of Puri in his pocket, and went to the dance with the man. At least he came in time for supper, and saw the beginning of the end in Miss Hollis's eyes. She was hysterical after supper, and was taken away by her mamma. At the dance, with the abominable Basara in his pocket, Churton twisted his foot on one of the steps leading down to the old rink, and had to be sent home in a rickshaw, grumbling. He did not believe in the Basara of Puri any more for this manifestation, but he sought out Pack, and called him some ugly names, and thief was the mildest of them. Pack took the names with the nervous smile of a little man who wants both soul and body to resent an insult, and went his way. There was no public scandal. A week later, Pack got his definite dismissal from Miss Hollis. There had been a mistake in the placing of her affections, she said, so he went away to Madras, where he can do no great harm, even if he lives to be a colonel. Churton insisted upon the man who knew taking the Basara of Puri as a gift. The man took it, went down to the cart road at once, found an ekka pony with a blue head necklace, fastened the Basara of Puri inside the necklace with a piece of shoestring, and thanked Heaven that he was rid of a danger. Remember, in case you ever find it, that you must not destroy the Basara of Puri. I have not time to explain why just now, but the power lies in the little wooden fish. Mr. Gubernatis or Max Muller could tell you more about it than I. You'll say that all this story is made up. Very well. If ever you come across a little silver ruby-studded box, 7/8 of an inch long by 3/4 wide, with a dark brown wooden fish wrapped in gold cloth inside it, keep it. Keep it for 3 years, and then you will discover for yourself whether my story is true or false. Better still, steal it, as Pack did, and you will be sorry that you have not killed yourself in the beginning. End of chapter 29. The Basara of Puri. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 30 of Plain Tales from the Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Plain Tales from the Hills by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 30. The Gate of 100 Sorrows. If I can attain heaven for a pice, why should you be envious? Opium Smoker's Proverb. This is no work of mine. My friend Gabriel Mesquita, the half-caste, spoke it all between moonset and morning, 6 weeks before he died, and I took it down from his mouth as he answered my questions, so. It lies between the coppersmith's gully and the pipe-stem seller's quarter, within 100 yards, too, as the crow flies, of the mosque of Wazir Khan. I don't mind telling anyone this much, but I defy him to find the gate, however well he may think he knows the city. You might even go through the very gully it stands in 100 times and be none the wiser. We used to call the Gully of the Black Smoke, but its native name is altogether different, of course. A loaded donkey couldn't pass between the walls, and at one point, just before you reach the gate, a bulged house front makes people go along all sideways. It isn't really a gate, though. It's a house. Old Fung Ching had it first 5 years ago. He was a bootmaker in Calcutta. They say that he murdered his wife there when he was drunk. That was why he dropped bazaar rum and took to the Black Smoke instead. Later on he came up north and opened the gate as a house where you could get your smoke in peace and quiet. Mind you, it was a pukka, respectable opium house, and not one of those stifling, sweltering chandukhanas that you can find all over the city. Now, the old man knew his business thoroughly, and he was most clean for a Chinaman. He was a one-eyed little chap, not much more than 5 feet high, and both his middle fingers were gone. All the same, he was the handiest man at rolling black pills I have ever seen. Never seemed to be touched by the smoke, either. And what he took day and night and day, was a caution. I've been at it 5 years, and I can do my fair share of the smoke with anyone, but I was a child to Fung Ching that way. All the same, the old man was keen on his money, very keen, and that's what I can't understand. I heard he saved a good deal before he died, but his nephew has got all that now, and the old man's gone back to China to be buried. He kept the big upper room where his best customers gathered as neat as a new pin. In one corner used to stand Fung Ching's Joss, almost as ugly as Fung Ching, and there were always sticks burning under his nose, but you never smelt him when the pipes were going thick. Opposite the Joss was Fung Ching's coffin. He'd spent a good deal of his savings on that, and whenever a new man came to the gate he was always introduced to it. It was lacquered black with red and gold writings on it, and I've heard that Fung Ching brought it out all the way from China. I don't know whether that's true or not, but I know that if I came first in the evening I used to spread my mat just at the foot of it. It was a quiet corner, you see, and a sort of breeze from the gully came in at the window now and then. Besides the mats there was no other furniture in the room, only the coffin, and the old Joss, all green and blue and purple with age and polish. Fung Ching never told us why he called the place the Gate of 100 Sorrows. He was the only Chinaman I knew who used bad-sounding fancy names. Most of them are flowery, as you'll see in Calcutta. We used to find that out for ourselves. Nothing grows on you so much if you're white as the Black Smoke. A yellow man is made different. Opium doesn't tell on him scarcely at all, but white and black suffer a good deal. Of course, there are some people that the smoke doesn't touch any more than tobacco would at first. They just doze a bit, as one would fall asleep naturally, and next morning they're almost fit for work. Now, I was one of that sort when I began, but I've been at it for 5 years pretty steadily, and it's different now. There was an old aunt of mine down Agra way, and she left me a little at her death. About 60 rupees a month secured. 60 isn't much. I can recollect a time, seems hundreds and hundreds of years ago, that I was getting my 300 a month in pickings when I was working on a big timber contract in Calcutta. I didn't stick to that work for long. The Black Smoke does not allow much other business, and even though I am very little affected by it, as men go, I couldn't do a day's work now to save my life. After all, 60 rupees is what I want. When old Fung Ching was alive, he used to draw the money for me, give me about half of it to live on. I eat very little, and the rest he kept himself. I was free of the gate at any time of the day and night, and could smoke and sleep there when I liked, so I didn't care. I knew the old man made a good thing of it, but that's no matter.
Nothing matters much to me, and besides, the money always came fresh and fresh each month. There was 10 of us met at the gate when the place was first opened, me and 2 babus from Government office somewhere in Anarkuli, but they got the sack and couldn't pay. No man who has to work in the daylight can do the black smoke for any length of time straight on. A Chinaman that was Fung Ching's nephew, a bazaar woman that had got a lot of money somehow, an English loafer, Mac somebody I think, but I've forgotten, that smoked heaps but never seemed to pay anything. They said he had saved Fung Ching's life at some trial in Calcutta when he was a barrister. And another Eurasian like myself from Madras, a half-caste woman, and a couple of men who said they had come from the north. I think they must have been Persians or Afghans or something. There are not more than 5 of us living now, but we come regular. I don't know what happened to the babus, but the bazaar woman, she died after 6 months of the gate, and I think Fung Ching took her bangles and nose ring for himself, but I'm not certain. The Englishman, he drank as well as smoked, and he dropped off. One of the Persians got killed in a row at night by the big well near the mosque a long time ago, and the police shut up the well because they said it was full of foul air. They found him dead at the bottom of it. So you see, there's only me, the Chinaman, the half-caste woman that we call the Mem Sahib. She used to live with Fung Ching, the other Eurasian, and one of the Persians. The Mem Sahib looks very old now. I think she was a young woman when the gate was opened, but we are all old for the matter of that, hundreds and hundreds of years old. It's very hard to keep count of time in the gate, and besides, time doesn't matter to me. I draw my 60 rupees fresh and fresh every month. A very, very long while ago, when I used to be getting 350 rupees a month and pickings on a big timber contract at Calcutta, I had a wife of sorts. But she's dead now. People said that I killed her by taking to the black smoke. Perhaps I did, but it's so long since it doesn't matter. Sometimes when I first came to the gate I used to feel sorry for it, but that's all over and done with long ago. And I draw my 60 rupees fresh and fresh every month, and am quite happy. Not drunk happy, you know, but always quiet and soothed and contented. How did I take to it? Well, it began at Calcutta. I used to try it in my own house just to see what it was like. I never went very far, but I think my wife must have died then. Anyhow, I found myself here and got to know Fung Ching. I don't remember rightly how that came about, but he told me of the gate, and I used to go there, and somehow I have never got away from it since. Mind you, though, the gate was a respectable place in Fung Ching's time, where you could be comfortable, and not at all like the Chandu Khanas where the niggers go. No, it was clean and quiet and not crowded. Of course, there were others besides us 10 and the man, but we always had a mat apiece with a wadded woolen headpiece, all covered with black and red dragons and things, just like a coffin in the corner. At the end of one's third pipe, the dragons used to move about and fight. I've watched 'em many and many a night through. I used to regulate my smoke that way, and now it takes a dozen pipes to make 'em stir. Besides, they're all torn and dirty like the mats, and old Fung Ching is dead. He died a couple of years ago and gave me the pipe I always use now, a silver one, with queer beasts crawling up and down the receiver bottle below the cup. Before that, I think I used a big bamboo stem with a copper cup, a very small one, and a green jade mouthpiece. It was a little thicker than a walking-stick stem and smoked sweet, very sweet. The bamboo seemed to suck up the smoke. Silver doesn't, and I've got to clean it out now and then. That's a great deal of trouble. But I smoke it for the old man's sake. He must have made a good thing out of me, but he always gave me clean mats and pillows, and the best stuff you could get anywhere. When he died, his nephew Tsing Ling took up the gate, and he called it the Temple of the Three Possessions, but we old ones speak of it as the 100 Sorrows, all the same. The nephew does things very shabbily, and I think the Mem Sahib must help him. She lives with him, same as she used to do with the old man. The two let in all sorts of low people, niggers and all, and the black smoke isn't as good as it used to be. I found burnt bran in my pipe over and over again. The old man would have died if that had happened in his time. Besides, the room is never cleaned, and all the mats are torn and cut at the edges. The coffin has gone to China again, with the old man and 2 ounces of smoke inside it, in case he shouldn't want 'em on the way. The Joss doesn't get so many sticks burnt under his nose as he used to.
That's a sign of ill luck, as sure as death. He's all brown, too, and no one ever attends to him. That's the Memsahib's work, I know, because when Sing Ling tried to burn gilt paper before him, she said it was a waste of money, and if he kept a stick burning very slowly, the Joss wouldn't know the difference. So now we've got the sticks mixed with a lot of glue, and they take half an hour longer to burn and smell stinky, let alone the smell of the room by itself. No business can get on if they try that sort of thing. The Joss doesn't like it. I can see that. Late at night, sometimes he turns all sorts of queer colours, blue and green and red, just as he used to do when old Fung Ching was alive, and he rolls his eyes and stamps his feet like a devil. I don't know why I don't leave the place and smoke quietly in a little room of my own in the bazaar. Most like Sting Ling would kill me if I went away. He draws my 60 rupees now. And besides, it's so much trouble, and I've grown to be very fond of the gate. It's not much to look at, not what it was in the old man's time, but I couldn't leave it. I've seen so many come in and out, and I've seen so many die here on the mats that I should be afraid of dying in the open now. I've seen some things that people would call strange enough, but nothing is strange when you're on the Black Smoke, except the Black Smoke. And if it was, it wouldn't matter. Fung Ching used to be very particular about his people, and never got in anyone who'd give trouble by dying messy and such. But the nephew isn't half so careful. He tells everywhere that he keeps a first chop house, never tries to get men in quietly and make them comfortable like Fen Ching Dig. That's why the gate is getting a little bit more known than it used to be. Among the niggers, of course. The nephew daren't get a white, or, for the matter of that, a mixed skin into the place. He has to keep us three, of course, me and the Memsahib and the other Eurasian. We're fixtures. But he wouldn't give us credit for a pipeful, not for anything. One of these days, I hope, I shall die in the gate. The Persian and the Madras man are terribly shaky now. They've got a boy to light their pipes for them. I always do that myself. Most like I shall see them carried out before me. I don't think I shall ever outlive the Memsahib or Tsin Ling. Women last longer than men at the Black Smoke, and Tsin Ling has a deal of the old man's blood in him, though he does smoke cheap stuff. The bazaar woman knew when she was going 2 days before her time, and she died on a clean mat with a nicely wadded pillow, and the old man hung up her pipe just above the Joss. He was always fond of her, I fancy, but he took her bangles just the same. I should like to die like the bazaar woman, on a clean, cool mat with a pipe of good stuff between my lips. When I feel I'm going, I shall ask Tsin Ling for them, and he can draw my 60 rupees a month, fresh and fresh, as long as he pleases, and watch the black and red dragons have their last big fight together. And then, well, it doesn't matter. Nothing matters much to me. Only I wish Tsin Ling wouldn't put Bran into the Black Smoke. End of Chapter 30, The Gate of 100 Sorrows. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 31 of Plain Tales from the Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Plain Tales from the Hills by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 31. The Story of Mohammed Din. Who is the happy man? He that sees in his own house at home little children crowned with dust, leaping and falling and crying. From the Munachandra, translated by Professor Peterson. The polo ball was an old one, scarred, chipped, and dinted. It stood on the mantelpiece among the pipe stems, which Imam Din Khitmagar was cleaning for me. "Does the Heaven-born want this ball?" said Imam Din deferentially. The Heaven-born set no particular store by it, but of what use was a polo ball to a Khitmagar? "By your Honor's favour, I have a little son. He has seen this ball and desires it to play with. I do not want it for myself." No one would for an instant accuse portly old Imam Din of wanting to play with polo balls. He carried out the battered thing into the verandah, and there followed a hurricane of joyful squeaks, a patter of small feet, and the thud, thud, thud of the ball rolling along the ground. Evidently the little son had been waiting outside the door to secure his treasure, But how had he managed to see that polo ball? Next day, coming back from office half an hour earlier than usual, I was aware of a small figure in the dining room, a tiny, plump figure in a ridiculously inadequate shirt which came perhaps halfway down the tubby stomach. It wandered round the room, thumb in mouth, crooning to itself as it took stock of the pictures. Undoubtedly this was the little son. He had no business in my room, of course, but was so deeply absorbed in his discoveries that he never noticed me in the doorway. I stepped into the room and startled him nearly into a fit. He sat down on the ground with a gasp. His eyes opened and his mouth followed suit. I knew what was coming and fled, followed by a long, dry howl which reached the servants' quarters far more quickly than any command of mine had ever done. In 10 seconds Imam Din was in the dining room. Then despairing sobs arose, and I returned to find Imam Din admonishing the little sinner, who was using most of his shirt as a handkerchief. "This boy," said Imam Din judiciously, "is a budmash, a big budmash. He will, without doubt, go to the jail khana for his behaviour." Renewed yells from the penitent, and an elaborate apology to myself from Imam Din. "Tell the baby," said I, "that the Sahib is not angry, and take him away." Imam Din conveyed my forgiveness to the offender, who had now gathered all his shirt round his neck, string-wise, and the yells subsided into a sob. The two set out for the door. "His name," said Imam Din, as though the name were part of the crime, "is Mohammed Din, and he is a budmash." Freed from present danger, Mohammed Din turned around in his father's arms and said gravely, "It is true that my name is Mohammed Din, Tahib, but I am not a budmash. I am a man." From that day dated my acquaintance with Mohammed Din. Never again did he come into my dining room, but on the neutral ground of the compound we greeted each other with much state, though our conversation was confined to "Talam, Tahib," from his side, and "Salam, Mohammed Din," from mine. Daily, on my return from office, the little white shirt and the fat little body used to rise from the shade of the creeper-covered trellis where they had been hid, and daily I checked my horse here, that my salutation might not be slurred over or given unseemly. Mohammed Din never had any companions. He used to trot about the compound, in and out of the castor oil bushes, on mysterious errands of his own. One day I stumbled upon some of his handiwork far down the ground. He had half buried the polo ball in dust, and stuck 6 shrivelled old marigold flowers in a circle round it. Outside that circle again was a rude square, traced out in bits of red brick alternating with fragments of broken china, the whole bounded by a little bank of dust. The bhisti from the well curb put in a plea for the small architect, saying that it was only the play of a baby and did not much disfigure my garden. Heaven knows that I had no intention of touching the child's work then or later, but that evening a stroll through the garden brought me unawares full on it, so that I trampled before I knew marigold heads, dust bank, and fragments of broken soap dish into confusion past all hope of mending. Next morning I came upon Mohammed Din crying softly to himself over the ruin I had wrought. Someone had cruelly told him that the Sahib was very angry with him for spoiling the garden, and had scattered his rubbish, using bad language the while. Mohammed Din laboured for an hour at effacing every trace of the dust bank and pottery fragments, and it was with a tearful, apologetic face that he said, "Talam, Tahib," when I came home from the office. A hasty inquiry resulted in Imam Din informing Mohammed Din that by my singular favour he was permitted to disport himself as he pleased. Whereat the child took heart and fell to tracing the ground plan of an edifice which was to eclipse the marigold polo ball creation. For some months the chubby little eccentricity revolved in his humble orbit among the castor oil bushes and in the dust, always fashioning magnificent palaces from stale flowers thrown away by the bearer, smooth water-worn pebbles, bits of broken glass, and feathers pulled, I fancy, from my fowls, always alone and always crooning to himself. A gaily spotted seashell was dropped one day close to the last of his little buildings, and I looked that Mohammed Din would build something more than ordinarily splendid on the strength of it. Nor was I disappointed. He meditated for the better part of an hour, and his crooning rose to a jubilant song. Then he began tracing in dust. It would certainly be a wondrous palace, this one, for it was 2 yards long and a yard broad in ground plan.
but the palace was never completed. Next day there was no Muhammad Din at the head of the carriage drive, and no "Talam Tahib" to welcome my return. I had grown accustomed to the greeting, and its omission troubled me. Next day Imam Din told me that the child was suffering slightly from fever and needed quinine. He got the medicine and an English doctor. "They have no stamina, these brats," said the doctor as he left Imam Din's quarters. A week later, though I would have given much to have avoided it, I met on the road to the Mussulman burying ground Imam Din, accompanied by one other friend, carrying in his arms, wrapped in a white cloth, all that was left of little Muhammad Din. End of Chapter 31. The Story of Muhammad Din. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 32 of Plain Tales from the Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Plain Tales from the Hills by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 32. On the Strength of a Likeness. If your mirror be broken, look into still water, but have a care that you do not fall in. Hindu proverb. Next to a requited attachment, one of the most convenient things that a young man can carry about with him at the beginning of his career is an unrequited attachment. It makes him feel important and businesslike, and blasé and cynical, and whenever he has a touch of liver or suffers from want of exercise, he can mourn over his lost love and be very happy in a tender twilight fashion. Hanaside's affair of the heart had been a godsend to him. It was 4 years old, and the girl had long since given up thinking of it. She had married and had many cares of her own. In the beginning she had told Hanaside that, while she could never be anything more than a sister to him, she would always take the deepest interest in his welfare. This startling, new, and original remark gave Hanaside something to think over for 2 years, and his own vanity filled in the other 24 months. Hanaside was quite different from Phil Garron, but none the less had several points in common with that far too lucky man. He kept his unrequited attachment by him as men keep a well-smoked pipe, for comfort's sake and because it had grown dear in the using. It brought him happily through the Simla season. Hanaside was not lovely. There was a crudity in his manners and a roughness in the way in which he helped a lady on her horse that did not attract the other sex to him, even if he had cast about for their favour, which he did not. He kept his wounded heart all to himself for a while. Then trouble came to him. All who go to Simla know the slope from the telegraph to the Public Works Office. Hanaside was loafing up the hill one September morning between calling hours, when a rickshaw came down in a hurry, and in the rickshaw sat the living, breathing image of the girl who had made him so happily unhappy. Hanaside leaned against the railing and gasped. He wanted to run downhill after the rickshaw, but that was impossible, so he went forward with most of his blood in his temples. It was impossible, for many reasons, that the woman in the rickshaw could be the girl he had known. She was, he discovered later, the wife of a man from Dindigul, or Coimbatore, or some out-of-the-way place, and she had come up to Simla early in the season for the good of her health. She was going back to Dindigul, or wherever it was, at the end of the season, and in all likelihood would never return to Simla again, her proper hill station being Ootacamund. That night, Hanaside, raw and savage from the raking up of all old feelings, took counsel with himself for one measured hour. What he decided upon was this, and you must decide for yourself how much genuine affection for the old love, and how much a very natural inclination to go abroad and enjoy himself, affected the decision. Mrs. Landis Haggert would never in all human likelihood cross his path again, so whatever he did didn't much matter. She was marvellously like the girl who took a deep interest, and the rest of the formula. All things considered, it would be pleasant to make the acquaintance of Mrs. Landis Haggert, and for a little time, only a very little time, to make believe that he was with Alice Chisane again. Everyone is more or less mad on one point. Hanasay's particular monomania was his old love, Alice Chisane. He made it his business to get introduced to Mrs. Haggert, and the introduction prospered. He also made it his business to see as much as he could of that lady. When a man is in earnest as to interviews, the facilities which Simla offers are startling. There are garden parties and tennis parties and picnics and luncheons at Annandale, and rifle matches and dinners and balls,
besides rides and walks, which are matters of private arrangement. Hannasyde had started with the intention of seeing a likeness, and he ended up by doing much more. He wanted to be deceived, he meant to be deceived, and he deceived himself very thoroughly. Not only were the face and figure of Alice Chisane, but the voice and lower tones were exactly the same, and so were the turns of speech, and the little mannerism that every woman has of gait and gesticulation, were absolutely and identically the same. The turn of the head was the same. The tired look in the eyes at the end of a long walk was the same. The sloop and wrench over the saddle to hold in a pulling horse was the same. And once, most marvellous of all, Mrs. Landis Haggert, singing to herself in the next room, while Hannasyde was waiting to take her for a ride, hummed, note for note, with a throaty quiver of the voice, in the second line, "Poor wandering one," exactly as Alice Chisane had hummed it for Hannasyde in the dusk of an English drawing-room. In the actual woman herself, in the soul of her, there was not the least likeness, she and Alice Chisane being cast in different moulds. But all that Hannasyde wanted to know and see and think about was this maddening and perplexing likeness of face and voice and manner. He was bent on making a fool of himself that way, and he was in no sort disappointed. Open and obvious devotion from any sort of man is always pleasant to any sort of woman, but Mrs. Landis Haggert, being a woman of the world, could make nothing of Hannasyde's admiration. He would take any amount of trouble, he was a selfish man habitually, to meet and forestall, if possible, her wishes. Anything she told him to do was law, and he was, there could be no doubting it, fond of her company so long as she talked to him, and kept on talking about trivialities. But when she launched into expression of her personal views and her wrongs, those small social differences that make the spice of Simla life, Hannasyde was neither pleased nor interested. He didn't want to know anything about Mrs. Landis Haggert or her experiences in the past. She had travelled nearly all over the world and could talk cleverly. He wanted the likeness of Alice Chisane before his eyes, and her voice in his ears. Anything outside that, reminding him of another personality, jarred, and he showed that it did. Under the new post office one evening, Mrs. Landis Haggert turned on him and spoke her mind shortly and without warning. "Mr. Hannasyde," said she, "will you be good enough to explain why you have appointed yourself my special cavaliere servante? I don't understand it, but I'm perfectly certain somehow or other that you don't care the least bit in the world for me." This seemed to support, by the way, the theory that no man can act or tell lies to a woman without being found out. Hannasyde was taken off his guard. His defence never was a strong one, because he was always thinking of himself, and he blurted out, before he knew what he was saying, this inexpedient answer: "No more I do." The queerness of the situation and the reply made Mrs. Landis Haggert laugh. Then it all came out, and at the end of Hannasyde's lucid explanation, Mrs. Haggert said, with the least little touch of scorn in her voice: "So I'm to act as the lay figure for you to hang the rags of your tattered affections on, am I?" Hannasyde didn't see what answer was required, and he devoted himself generally and vaguely to the praise of Alice Chisane, which was unsatisfactory. Now it is to be thoroughly made clear that Mrs. Haggert had not the shadow of a ghost of an interest in Hannasyde. Only no woman likes being made love through instead of to, especially on behalf of a musty divinity of 4 years' standing. Hannasyde did not see that he had made any very particular exhibition of himself. He was glad to find a sympathetic soul in the arid wastes of Simla. When the season ended, Hannasyde went down to his own place, and Mrs. Haggert to hers. "It was like making love to a ghost," said Hannasyde to himself, "and it doesn't matter, and now I'll get to my work." But he found himself thinking steadily of the Haggert Chisane ghost, and he could not be certain whether it was Haggert or Chisane that made up the greater part of the pretty phantom. He got understanding a month later. A peculiar point of this peculiar country is the way in which a heartless government transfers men from one end of the empire to the other. You can never be sure of getting rid of a friend or an enemy till he or she dies. There was a case once, but that's another story. Haggert's department ordered him up from Dindigul to the frontier at 2 days' notice, and he went through, losing money at every step, from Dindigul to his station. He dropped Mrs. Haggert at Lucknow to stay with some friends there, to take part in a big ball at the Chutter Munzil, and to come on when he had made the new home a little comfortable. Lucknow was Hannisdale's station.
and Mrs. Haggett stayed a week there. Hannasyde went to meet her, and the train came in. He discovered which he had been thinking of for the past month. The unwisdom of his conduct also struck him. The Lucknow week, with 2 dances and an unlimited quantity of rides together, clinched matters, and Hannasyde found himself pacing this circle of thought. He adored Alice Chisane, at least he had adored her, and he admired Mrs. Landis Haggett because she was like Alice Chisane, but Mrs. Landis Haggett was not in the least like Alice Chisane, being 1,000 times more adorable. Now, Alice Chisane was the bride of another, and so was Mrs. Landis Haggett, and a good and honest wife too. Therefore, he, Hannasyde, was... Here he called himself several hard names, and wished that he had been wise in the beginning. Whether Mrs. Landis Haggett saw what was going on in his mind, she alone knows. He seemed to take an unqualified interest in everything connected with herself, as distinguished from the Alice Chisane likeness, and he said 1 or 2 things which, if Alice Chisane had been still betrothed to him, could scarcely have been excused, even on the grounds of the likeness. But Mrs. Haggett turned the remarks aside, and spent a long time in making Hannasyde see what a comfort and a pleasure she had been to him because of her strange resemblance to his old love. Hannasyde groaned in his saddle and said, "Yes, indeed," and busied himself with preparations for her departure to the frontier, feeling very small and miserable. The last day of her stay at Lucknow came, and Hannasyde saw her off at the railway station. She was very grateful for his kindness and the trouble he had taken, and smiled pleasantly and sympathetically as one who knew the Alice Chisane reason of that kindness. And Hannasyde abused the coolies with the luggage, and hustled the people on the platform, and prayed that the roof might fall in and slay him. As the train went out slowly, Mrs. Landis Haggett leaned out the window to say good-bye. "On second thoughts, au revoir, Mr. Hannasyde. I go home in the spring, and perhaps I may meet you in town." Hannasyde shook hands and said very earnestly and adoringly, "I hope to heaven I shall never see your face again." And Mrs. Haggett understood. End of Chapter 32. On the Strength of a Likeness. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 33 of Plain Tales from the Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Plain Tales from the Hills by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 33. Wrestley of the Foreign Office. I closed and drew for my love's sake, that now is false to me, and I slew the reaver of Tarrant Moss and set Demesne free. And ever they give me praise and gold, and ever I mourn my loss, for I struck the blow for my false love's sake, and not for the men of the Moss. Tarrant Moss. One of the many curses of our life out here is the want of atmosphere in the painter's sense. There are no half-tints worth noticing. Men stand out all crude and raw, with nothing to tone them down, and nothing to scale them against. They do their work and grow to think that there is nothing but their work and nothing like their work, and that they are the real pivots on which the administration turns. Here is an instance of that feeling. A half-caste clerk was ruling forms in a pay office. He said to me, "Do you know what would happen if I added or took away one single line on this sheet?" Then, with the air of a conspirator, "It would disorganize the whole of the Treasury payments throughout the whole of the Presidency's circle. Think of that!" If a man had not this delusion as to the ultra-importance of their own particular employments, I suppose that they would probably sit down and kill themselves. But their weakness is wearisome, particularly when the listener knows that he himself commits exactly the same sin. Even the Secretariat believes that it does good when it asks an overdriven executive officer to take census of wheat weevils through a district of 5,000 square miles. There was a man once in the Foreign Office, a man who had grown middle-aged in the department, and was commonly said by irreverent juniors to be able to repeat Atchison's treaties and sonnets backwards in his sleep. What he did with his stored knowledge only the Secretary knew, and he naturally would not publish the news abroad. This man's name was Wrestley, and it was the shibboleth in those days to say, "Wrestley knows more about the Central Indian States than any living man." If you did not say this, you were considered one of mean understanding. Nowadays, the man who says that he knows the ravel of the intertribal complications across the border is of more use, but in Wressley's time much attention was paid to the Central Indian States. They were called foci and factors, and all manner of imposing names. And here the curse of Anglo-Indian life fell heavily. When Wressley lifted up his voice and spoke about such and such a succession to such and such a throne, the Foreign Office were silent, and heads of departments repeated the last 2 or 3 words of Wressley's sentences and tacked "yes, yes" on them, and knew that they were assisting the Empire to grapple with serious political contingencies. In most big undertakings, 1 or 2 men do the work while the rest sit near and talk till the ripe decorations begin to fall. Wressley was the working member of the Foreign Office firm, and, to keep him up to his duties when he showed signs of flagging, he was made much of by his superiors and told what a fine fellow he was. He did not require coaxing, because he was of tough build, but what he received confirmed him in the belief that there was no one quite so absolutely and imperatively necessary to the stability of India as Wressley of the Foreign Office. There might be other good men, but the known, honoured, and trusted man among men was Wressley of the Foreign Office. We had a viceroy in those days who knew exactly when to gentle a fractious big man, and to hearten up a collar-galled little one, and so keep all his team level. He conveyed to Wressley the impression which I have just set down, and even tough men are apt to be disorganized by a viceroy's praise. There was a case once, but that's another story. All India knew Wressley's name and office. It was in Thacker and Spink's directory. But who he was personally, or what he did, or what his special merits were, not 50 men knew or cared. His work filled all his time, and he found no leisure to cultivate acquaintances beyond those of dead Rajput chiefs with ahir blots and their scutcheons. Wressley would have made a very good clerk in the Herald's College had he not been a Bengal civilian. Upon a day, between office and office, great trouble came to Wressley, overwhelmed him, knocked him down, and left him gasping as though he had been a little schoolboy. Without reason, against prudence, and at a moment's notice, he fell in love with a frivolous, golden-haired girl who used to tear about Simla Mall on a high, rough whaler, with a blue velvet jockey-cap crammed over her eyes. Her name was Venner, Tilly Venner, and she was delightful. She took Wressley's heart at a hand gallop, and Wressley found that it was not good for a man to live alone, even with half the Foreign Office records in his presses. Then Simla laughed, for Wressley in love was slightly ridiculous. He did his best to interest the girl in himself, that is to say, his work, and she, after the manner of women, did her best to appear interested in what, behind his back, she called Mr. Wressley's wajahs, for she lisped very prettily. She did not understand one little thing about them, but she acted as if she did. Men have married on that sort of error before now. Providence, however, had care of Wressley. He was immensely struck with Miss Venner's intelligence. He would have been more impressed had he heard her private and confidential accounts of his calls. He held peculiar notions as to the wooing of girls. He said that the best work of a man's career should be laid reverently at their feet. Ruskin writes something like this somewhere, I think. But in ordinary life a few kisses are better, and certainly save time. About a month after he had lost his heart to Miss Venner, and had been doing his work vilely in consequence, the first idea of his native rule in Central India struck Wressley and filled him with joy. It was, as he sketched it, a great thing, the work of his life, a really comprehensive survey of a most fascinating subject, to be written with all the special and laboriously acquired knowledge of Wressley of the Foreign Office, a gift fit for an empress. He told Miss Venner that he was going to take leave, and hoped on his return to bring her a present worthy of her acceptance. Would she wait? Certainly she would. Wressley drew 1,700 rupees a month. She'd wait a year for that. Her mamma would help her to wait. So Wressley took 1 year's leave and all the available documents, about a truckload that he could lay hands on, and went down to Central India with his notion hot in his head. He began his book in the land he was writing of. Too much official correspondence had made him a frigid workman, and he must have guessed that he needed the white light of local colour on his palette. This is a dangerous paint for amateurs to play with. Heavens, how that man worked!
He caught his Rajahs, analysed his Rajahs, and traced them up into the mists of time and beyond, with their queens and their concubines. He dated and cross-dated, pedigreed and triple pedigreed, compared, noted, connoted, wove, strung, sorted, selected, inferred, calendared, and counter-calendared for 10 hours a day. And because this sudden and new light of love was upon him, he turned those dry bones of history and dirty records of misdeeds into things to weep or to laugh over as he pleased. His heart and soul were at the end of his pen, and they got into the link. He was dowered with sympathy, insight, humour, and style for 230 days and nights, and his book was a book. He had his vast special knowledge with him, so to speak, but the spirit, the woven in human touch, the poetry and the power of the output were beyond all special knowledge. But I doubt whether he knew the gift that was in him then, and thus he may have lost some happiness. He was toiling for Tilly Venner, not for himself. Men often do their best work blind, for someone else's sake. Also, though this was nothing to do with the story, in India, where everyone knows everyone else, you can watch men being driven, by the women who govern them, out of the rank and file and sent to take up points alone. A good man, once started, goes forward, but an average man, so soon as the woman loses interest in his success as a tribute to her power, comes back to the battalion and is no more heard of. Wressley bore the first copy of his book to Simla, and, blushing and stammering, presented it to Miss Venner. She read a little of it. I give her review verbatim. Oh, your book? It's all about those Howard Wajas. I don't understand it. Wressley of the Foreign Office was broken, smashed, I am not exaggerating, by this one frivolous little girl. All that he could say feebly was, But it's my magnum opus, the work of my life. Miss Venner did not know what magnum opus meant, but she knew that Captain Carrington had won 3 races at the last Gymkhana. Wressley didn't press her to wait for him any longer. He had sense enough for that. Then came the reaction after the year's strain, and Wressley went back to the Foreign Office and his Wajas, a compiling, gazetteering, report-writing hack, who would have been dear at 300 rupees a month. He abided by Miss Venner's view, which proves that the inspiration in the book was purely temporary and unconnected with himself. Nevertheless, he had no right to sink in a hill tarn of 5 packing cases, brought up at enormous expense from Bombay, of the best book of Indian history ever written. When he sold off before retiring some years later, I was turning over his shelves, and came across the only existing copy of Native Rule in Central India, the copy that Miss Venner could not understand. I read it sitting on his mule trucks as long as the light lasted, and offered him his own price for it. He looked over my shoulder for a few pages and said to himself drearily, "Now how in the world did I come to write such damn good stuff as that?" Then to me, "Take it and keep it. Write one of your penny-farthing yarns about its birth. Perhaps the whole business may have been ordained to that end." Which, knowing that Wressley of the Foreign Office was once, struck me as about the bitterest thing that I have ever heard a man say of his own work. End of chapter 33. Wressley of the Foreign Office. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 34 of Plain Tales from the Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Plain Tales from the Hills by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 34. By word of mouth. Not that you die tonight, O sweet, and wail, a spectre at my door. Shall mortal fear make love immortal fail? I shall but love you more. Who from death's house returning, give me still one moment's comfort in my matchless ill. From the poem Shadow Houses. This tale may be explained by those who know how souls are made, and where the bounds of the possible are put down. I have lived long enough in this country to know that it is best to know nothing, and can only write the story as it happened. Dumouse was our civil surgeon at Meridki, and we called him Dormouse because he was round, a little sleepy little man. He was a good doctor and never quarrelled with anyone, not even with our deputy commissioner, who had the manners of a bargee and the tact of a horse. He married a girl as round and as sleepy-looking as himself,
She was a Miss Hillardyce, daughter of Squash Hillardyce of the Berars, who married his chief's daughter by mistake, but that's another story. The honeymoon in India is seldom more than a week long, but there's nothing to hinder a couple from extending it over 2 or 3 years. This is a delightful country for married folk who are wrapped up in one another. They can live absolutely alone and without interruption, just as the Dormice did. These 2 little people retired from the world after their marriage, and were very happy. They were forced, of course, to give occasional dinners, but they made no friends hereby, and the station went its own way and forgot them, only saying occasionally that Dormouse was the best of good fellows, though dull. A civil surgeon who never quarrels is a rarity, and appreciated as such. Few people can afford to play Robinson Crusoe anywhere, least of all in India, where we are few in the land, and very much dependent on each other's kind offices. Dumoise was wrong in shutting himself from the world for a year, and he discovered his mistake when an epidemic of typhoid broke out in the station, in the heart of the cold weather, and his wife went down. He was a shy little man, and 5 days were wasted before he realized that Mrs. Dumoise was burning with something worse than simple fever, and 3 days more passed before he ventured to call on Mrs. Shute, the engineer's wife, and timidly speak about his trouble. Nearly every household in India knows that doctors are very helpless in typhoid. The battle must be fought out between death and the nurses, minute by minute and degree by degree. Mrs. Shute almost boxed Dumoise's ears for what she called his criminal delay, and went off at once to look after the poor girl. We had 7 cases of typhoid in the station that winter, and as the average of death is about 1 in every 5 cases, we felt certain that we should have to lose somebody. But all did their best. The women sat up nursing the women, and the men turned to and tended the bachelors who were down, and we wrestled with those typhoid cases for 56 days, and brought them through the Valley of the Shadow in triumph. But just when we thought all was over, and were going to give a dance to celebrate the victory, little Mrs. Dumoise got a relapse and died in a week, and the station went to the funeral. Dumoise broke down utterly at the brink of the grave, and had to be taken away. After the death, Dumoise crept into his own house and refused to be comforted. He did his duties perfectly, but we all felt that he should go on leave, and the other men of his own service told him so. Dumoise was very thankful for the suggestion. He was thankful for anything in those days, and went to Chini on a walking tour. Chini is some 20 marches from Simla, in the heart of the hills, and the scenery is good if you are in trouble. You pass through big, still deodar forests, and under big, still cliffs, and over big, still grass downs swelling like a woman's breasts, and the wind across the grass and the rain among the deodars say, "Hush, hush, hush." So little Dumoise was packed off to Chini to wear down his grief with a full-plate camera and a rifle. He took also a useless bearer, because the man had been his wife's favourite servant. The bearer was idle and a thief, but Dumoise trusted everything to him. On his way back from Chini, Dumoise turned aside to Bagi, through the forest reserve which is on the spur of Mount Hutto. Some men who have travelled more than a little say that the march from Kotagar to Bagi is one of the finest in creation. It runs through dark, wet forest, and ends suddenly in bleak, nipped hillside and black rocks. Bagi Dak Bungalow is open to all the winds and is bitterly cold. Few people go to Bagi. Perhaps that was the reason why Dumoise went there. He halted at 7 in the evening, and his bearer went down the hillside to the village to engage coolies for the next day's march. The sun had set, and the night winds were beginning to croon among the rocks. Dumoise leaned on the railing of the verandah, waiting for his bearer to return. The man came back almost immediately after he had disappeared, and at such a rate that Dumoise fancied he must have crossed a bear. He was running as hard as he could up the face of the hill. But there was no bear to account for his terror. He raced to the verandah and fell down, the blood spurting from his nose and his face iron grey. Then he gurgled, "I have seen the Mem Sahib! I have seen the Mem Sahib!" "Where?" said Dumoise. "Down there, walking on the road to the village. She was in a blue dress, and she lifted the veil of her bonnet and said, 'Ram Das, give my salams to the Sahib, and tell him that I shall meet him next month at Nudia.' Then I ran away, because I was afraid." What Dumoise said or did I do not know. Ram Das declares that he said nothing, but walked up and down the verandah all the cold night, waiting for the Memsahib to come up the hill, and stretching out his arms into the dark like a madman. But no Memsahib came, and next day he went on to Simla, cross-questioning the bearer every hour. Ram Das could only say that he had met Mrs. Dumoise, and that she had lifted up her veil and given him the message which he had faithfully repeated to Dumoise. To this statement Ram Das adhered. He did not know where Nuddea was, had no friends at Nuddea, and could most certainly never go to Nuddea, even though his pay were doubled. Nuddea is in Bengal, and has nothing whatever to do with a doctor serving in the Punjab. It must be more than 1,200 miles from Meridki. Dumoise went through Simla without halting, and returned to Meridki, there to take over charge from the man who had been officiating for him during his tour. There were some dispensary accounts to be explained, and some recent orders of the Surgeon General to be noted, and, altogether, the taking over was a full day's work. In the evening, Dumoise told his locum tenens, who was an old friend of his bachelor days, what had happened at Bagi, and the man said that Ram Das might as well have chosen Tuticorin while he was about it. At that moment a telegraph peon came in with a telegram from Simla, ordering Dumoise not to take over charge at Meridki, but to go at once to Nuddea on special duty. There was a nasty outbreak of cholera at Nuddea, and the Bengal Government, being short-handed as usual, had borrowed a surgeon from the Punjab. Dumoise threw the telegram across the table and said, "Well?" The other doctor said nothing. It was all that he could say. Then he remembered that Dumoise had passed through Simla on his way from Bagi, and thus might possibly have heard the first news of the impending transfer. He tried to put the question, and the implied suspicion, into words, but Dumoise stopped him with, "If I had desired that, I should never have come back from Chini. I was shooting there. I wish to live, for I have things to do, but I shall not be sorry." The other man bowed his head, and helped in the twilight to pack up Dumoise's just-opened trunk. Ram Das entered with the lamps. "Where is the Sahib going?" he asked. "To Nuddea," said Dumoise softly. Ram Das clawed Dumoise's knees and boots, and begged him not to go. Ram Das wept and howled till he was turned out of the room. Then he wrapped up all his belongings and came back to ask for a character. He was not going to Nuddea to see his Sahib die, and perhaps to die himself. So Dumoise gave the man his wages and went down to Nuddea alone, the other doctor bidding him goodbye as one under sentence of death. 11 days later he had joined his Memsahib, and the Bengal Government had to borrow a fresh doctor to cope with that epidemic at Nuddea. The first importation lay dead in Chudanga Dak Bungalow. End of chapter 34 by word of mouth. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 35 of Plain Tales from the Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Plain Tales from the Hills by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 35. To be held for reference. By the hoof of the wild goat, uptossed from the cliff where she lay in the sun, fell the stone. To the tarn where the daylight is lost, so she fell from the light of the sun, and alone. Now the fall was ordained from the first, with the goat and the cliff and the tarn, but the stone knows only her life is accursed, as she sinks to the depths of the tarn, and alone. O thou who hast builded the world, O thou who hast lighted the sun, O thou who hast darkened the tarn, judge thou the sin of the stone that was hurled by the goat from the light of the sun, as she sinks in the mire of the tarn. Even now, even now, even now. From the unpublished pages of Mackintosh Gelladon. Say, is it dawn? Is it dusk in thy bower? Thou who I long for, who longest for me, oh, be it night, be it. Here he fell over a little camel colt that was sleeping in the serai where the horse traders and the best of the blackguards from Central Asia live, and because he was very drunk indeed, and the night was dark, he could not rise again till I helped him.
That was the beginning of my acquaintance with Mackintosh Jalaluddin. When a loafer and drunk sings the song of the Bower, he must be worth cultivating. He got off the camel's back and said rather thickly, I am a bit screwed, but a dip in loggerhead will put me right again. And I say, have you spoken to Synods about the mare's knees? Now, loggerhead was 6,000 weary miles away from us, close to Mesopotamia, where you mustn't fish and poaching is impossible, and Charlie Simmons' stable a half-mile further across the paddocks. It was strange to hear all the old names on a May night among the horses and camels of the Sultan Caravanserai. Then the man seemed to remember himself and sober down at the same time. He leaned against the camel and pointed to a corner of the serai where a lamp was burning. "I live there," said he, "and I should be extremely obliged if you'd be good enough to help my mutinous feet thither, for I'm more than usually drunk, most phenomenally tight, but not in respect to my head. My brain cries out against how does it go? But my head rolls on the dunghill, I should have said, and controls the qualm." I helped him through the gangs of tethered horses, and he collapsed on the edge of the verandah in front of the line of native quarters. "Thanks, 1,000 thanks. Oh, moon and little stars, to think that a man should so shamelessly, infamous liquor too. Ovid in exile drank no worse. Better, it was frozen. Alas, I had no ice. Good night. I would introduce you to my wife were I sober, or she civilized." A native woman came out of the darkness of the room and began calling the man names, so I went away. He was the most interesting loafer that I had the pleasure of knowing for a long time, and later on he became a friend of mine. He was a tall, well-built, fair man, fearfully shaken with drink, and he looked nearer 50 than the 35 which he said was his real age. When a man begins to sink in India, and is not sent home by his friends as soon as may be, he falls very low from a respectable point of view. By the time that he changes his creed, as did Mackintosh, he is past redemption. In most cities, natives will tell you of 2 or 3 sahibs, generally low caste, who have turned Hindu or Mussulman, and who live more or less as such. But it is not often that you can get to know them. As Mackintosh himself used to say, "If I change my religion for my stomach's sake, I do not seek to become a martyr to missionaries, nor am I anxious for notoriety." At the outset of acquaintance, Mackintosh warned me, "Remember this, I am not an object for charity. I require neither your money, your food, nor your cast-off raiment. I am that rare animal, a self-supporting drunkard. If you choose, I will smoke with you, for the tobacco of the bazaars does not, I admit, suit my palate. And I will borrow any books which you may not specially value. It's more than likely that I shall sell them for bottles of excessively filthy country liquors. In return, you shall share such hospitality as my house affords. Here is a charpoy on which 2 can sit, and it's possible that there may, from time to time, be food in that platter. Drink, unfortunately, you will find on the premises at any hour, and thus I make you welcome to all my poor establishments." I was admitted to the Mackintosh household, and I and my good tobacco, but nothing else. Unluckily, one cannot visit a loafer at the Serai by day. Friends buying horses would not understand it. Consequently, I was obliged to see Mackintosh after dark. He laughed at this, and said simply, "You are perfectly right. When I enjoyed a position in society rather higher than yours, I should have done exactly the same thing. Good heavens! I was once—" he spoke as though he had fallen from the command of a regiment. "I was once an Oxford man." This accounted for the reference to Charlie Simmons' stable. "You," said Mackintosh slowly, "have not had that advantage, but to outward appearance you do not seem possessed of a craving for strong drinks. On the whole, I fancy that you are the luckier of the 2. Yet I am not certain. You are—forgive my saying so, even while I am smoking your excellent tobacco—painfully ignorant of many things." We were sitting together on the edge of his bedstead, for he owned no chairs, watching the horses being watered for the night, while the native woman was preparing dinner. I did not like being patronized by a loafer, but I was his guest for the time being, though he owned only one very torn alpaca coat and a pair of trousers made of gunny bags. He took the pipe out of his mouth and went on judiciously.
All things considered, I doubt whether you are the luckier. I do not refer to your extremely limited classical attainments, or your excruciating quantities, but to your gross ignorance of matters more immediately under your notice. That, for instance," he pointed to a woman cleaning a samovar near the well in the centre of the serai. She was flicking the water out of the spout in regular cadenced jerks. There are ways and ways of cleaning samovars. If you know why she was doing her work in that particular fashion, you know what the Spanish monk meant when he said, "I, the Trinity, illustrate, drinking watered orange pulp, in 3 sips the Aryan frustrate, while he drains his at 1 gulp." And many other things which are now hidden from your eyes. However, Mrs. McIntosh has prepared dinner. Let us come and eat after the fashion of the people of the country, of whom, by the way, you know nothing. The native woman dipped her hand in the dish with us. This was wrong. The wife should always wait until the husband has eaten. McIntosh Jalaluddin apologized, saying, "It's an English prejudice which I have not been able to overcome, and she loves me. Why, I have never been able to understand. I foregathered with her at Jullundur 3 years ago, and she has remained with me ever since. I believe her to be moral, and know her to be skilled in cookery." He patted the woman's head as he spoke, and she cooed softly. She was not pretty to look at. McIntosh never told me what position he had held before his fall. He was, when sober, a scholar and a gentleman. When drunk, he was rather more of the first than the second. He used to get drunk about once a week for 2 days. On those occasions the native woman tended him while he raved in all tongues except his own. One day, indeed, he began reciting Atalanta in Calydon, and went through it to the end, beating time to the swing of the verse with a bedstead leg. But he did most of his ravings in Greek or German. The man's mind was a perfect rag-bag of useless things. Once, when he was beginning to get sober, he told me that I was the only rational being in the Inferno, into which he had descended. A Virgil in the shades, he said, and that, in return for my tobacco, he would, before he died, give me the materials of a new Inferno that should make me greater than Dante. Then he fell asleep on a horse-blanket and woke up quite calm. "Man," said he, "when you have reached the uttermost depths of degradation, little incidents which would vex a higher life are to you of no consequence. Last night my soul was among the gods, but I make no doubt that my bestial body was writhing down here in the garbage." "You were abominably drunk, if that's what you mean," I said. "I was drunk, filthy drunk. I, who am the son of a man with whom you have no concern. I, who was once fellow of a college whose buttery hatch you have not seen. I was loathsomely drunk. But consider how lightly I am touched. It is nothing to me, less than nothing, for I do not even feel the headache which should be my portion. Now, in a higher life, how ghastly would have been my punishment, how bitter my repentance. Believe me, my friend with the neglected education, the highest is as the lowest, always supposing each degree extreme." He turned round on the blanket, put his head between his fists, and continued, "On the soul which I have lost, and on the conscience which I have killed, I tell you that I cannot feel. I am as the gods, knowing good and evil, but untouched by either. Is this enviable, or is it not?" "When a man has lost the warning of next morning's head, he must be in a bad state," I answered, looking at McIntosh on the blanket, with his hair over his eyes and his lips blue-white. But I did not think that insensibility good enough. "For pity's sake, don't say that. I tell you it is good and most enviable. Think of my consolations." "Have you so many, then, McIntosh?" "Certainly. Your attempts at sarcasm, which is essentially the weapon of a cultured man, are crude. First, my attainments, my classical and literary knowledge, blurred perhaps by immoderate drinking, which reminds me that before my soul went to the gods last night, I sold the Pickering Horace you so kindly lent me. Ditta Mull, the clothesman, has it. It fetched 10 annas and may be redeemed for a rupee, but still infinitely superior to yours. Secondly, the abiding affection of Mrs. McIntosh, best of wives. Thirdly, a monument more enduring than brass, which I have built up in the 7 years of my degradation." He stopped there and crawled across the room for a drink of water. He was very shaky and sick. He referred several times to his treasure, some great possession that he owned, but I held this to be the raving of drink. He was as poor and as proud as he could be. His manner was not pleasant, but he knew enough about the natives, among whom 7 years of his life had been spent, to make his acquaintance worth having. He used actually to laugh at Strickland as an ignorant man. Ignorant west and east, he said. His boast was, first, that he was an Oxford man of rare and shining parts, which may or may not have been true. I did not know enough to check his statements. And secondly, that he had his hand on the pulse of native life, and that was a fact. As an Oxford man he struck me as a prig. He was always throwing his education about. As a Mohammedan fakir, as Mackintosh Jalaluddin, he was all that he wanted for my own ends. He smoked several pounds of my tobacco and taught me several ounces of things worth knowing. But he would never accept any gifts, not even when the cold weather came, and gripped the poor thin chest under the poor thin alpaca coat. He grew very angry and said that I had insulted him and that he was not going into hospital. He had lived like a beast and he would die, rationally, like a man. As a matter of fact, he died of pneumonia, and on the night of his death sent over a grubby note asking me to come and help him to die. The native woman was weeping by the side of the bed. Mackintosh, wrapped in a cotton cloth, was too weak to resent a fur coat being thrown over him. He was very active as far as his mind was concerned, and his eyes were blazing. When he had abused the doctor who came with me so foully that the indignant old fellow left, he cursed me for a few minutes and calmed down. Then he told his wife to fetch out the book from a hole in the wall. She brought out a big bundle, wrapped in the tail of a petticoat, of old sheets of miscellaneous notepaper, all numbered and covered with fine, cramped writing. Mackintosh ploughed his hand through the rubbish and stirred it up lovingly. "This," he said, "is my work, the book of Mackintosh Jalaluddin, showing what he saw and how he lived, and what befell him and others, being also an account of life and sins and death of Mother Maturin. What Mirza Murad Ali Beg's book is to all other books on native life, will my work be to Mirza Murad Ali Beg's." This, as will be conceded by anyone who knows Mirza Ali Beg's book, was a sweeping statement. The papers did not look specially valuable, but Mackintosh handled them as if they were currency notes. Then he said slowly, "In despite the many weaknesses of your education, you have been good to me. I'll speak of your tobacco when I reach the gods. I owe you much thanks for many kindnesses, but I abominate indebtedness. For this reason, I bequeath to you now the monument more enduring than brass, my one book, rude and imperfect in parts, but oh, how rare in others. I wonder if you'll understand it. It's a gift more honourable than... Bah! Where is my brain rambling to? You will mutilate it horribly. You will knock out the gems you call Latin quotations, you Philistine, and you will butcher the style to carve into your own jerky jargon, but you cannot destroy the whole of it. I bequeath it to you. Ethel, my brain again, Mrs. Mackintosh, bear witness that I give the Sahib all these papers. They would be of no use to you, heart of my heart, and I lay it upon you," he turned to me here, "that you do not let my book die in its present form. It is yours unconditionally, the story of Mackintosh Jalaluddin, which is not the story of Mackintosh Jalaluddin, but of a greater man than he, and of a far greater woman. Listen now. I am neither mad nor drunk. The book will make you famous." I said, "Thank you," as the native woman put the bundle into my arms. "My only baby," said Mackintosh with a smile. He was sinking fast, but he continued to talk as long as breath remained. I waited for the end, knowing that in 6 cases out of 10 the dying man calls for his mother. He turned on his side and said, "Say how it came into your possession. No one will believe you, but my name at least will live. You will treat it brutally, I know you will. Some of it must go. The public are fools, and prudish fools. I was their servant once. But do your mangling gently, very gently. It's a great work, and I have paid for it in 7 years' damnation." His voice stopped for 10 or 12 breaths, and then he began mumbling a prayer of some kind in Greek. The native woman cried very bitterly. Lastly, he rose in bed and said as loudly as slowly, "Not guilty, my lord." Then he fell back, and the stupor held him till he died. The native woman ran into the serai among the horses and screamed and beat her breasts, for she had loved him. Perhaps his last sentence in life told what Mackintosh had once gone through, but, saving the big bundle of old sheets in the cloth, there was nothing in his room to say who or what he had been. The papers were in a hopeless muddle. Strickland helped me to sort them, and said that the writer was either an extreme liar or a most wonderful person. He thought the former. One of these days you may be able to judge for yourself. The bundle needed much expurgation, and was full of Greek nonsense at the head of the chapters, which has all been cut out. If the things are ever published, someone may perhaps remember this story, now printed as a safeguard to prove that Mackintosh Jalaluddin, and not I myself, wrote the Book of Mother Maturin. I don't want the giant's robe to come true in my case. End of Chapter 35, to be held for reference, and the end of Plain Tales from the Hills by Rudyard Kipling. Recording by Mike Harris.